Fuck.
It's done now.
I'm pretty pumped.
What happened?
I'm pretty pumped.
They both
Flash
started
the
at the
pan.
same
It's a
time.
head-on collision.
Yeah, car crash.
What happened? I didn't hear it.
No one
You
did.
missed it.
You go this way, I'll go this way.
You both started with H,
I mean, we
think.
Zag, Shizig. Shizig.
He went left based on where he was looking, and I went left based on where he was looking.
You just missed.
You
No,
just hit each other.
We basically have
And then you ran into each other.
basically 406,000 gold.
Okay.
I didn't close the garage.
He needs
Is that
85.
including the 80?
I need 45.
What? Where are you going?
Is that including the 80 for what?
He needs 85 or something.
Man, that
I
word
need
shot was so
45 or
bad
something.
he had to
Brandis
leave.
bought something on forums. He said, I'm going to get this. It's gonna be
Yeah, the
amazing."
robot.
Yeah.
I thought it was the Morden blade or something.
I
I
think
thought
so.
it was a big robot.
Who's gonna buy that? Just buy a little robot.
Just buy a giant robot.
Buy a giant.
Yes, she did it.
What? Let me see. This better be
We're
freaking
trying.
amazing.
It's not. We're trying to get our kid to walk, and she's walking, and had her take a video and just showed it to me. Sweet.
Oh, you missed your own child walking
No,
for us.
I actually
D&D
saw her take her
sounds like
first steps,
Damn it.
and
I
Heather.
wish you were here playing D&D.
I wish I was.
Instead of-
I hope I'm here playing D&D.
No, I saw her take her first one. She took two like a week or two ago, and Heather was super pissed because she didn't see it, and she hasn't done it since then. But today did.
Oh, so
She's
she
done
was excited.
She immediately became crippled for life.
Oh.
Lincoln,
That was
perhaps
gonna
you
be
can
a dark
enlighten
way
me
to go.
as to the joy of the first step.
bit.
I understand there are many
Little
things
bit.
that, you know, when children do the first time, you know, very
Then she
endearing.
ran to
I've always
Spain
had a hard
and
time
never
wrapping my
came
mind
back.
around the first step thing. Is that like
Why? They're walking.
Dude,
Yeah.
it's amazing.
Wow.
Because
I walk
fine.
every day. No one claps for me.
No, I'm
Because
just saying,
I do.
I can see, like, I can see the other things are adorable, like dad,
well,
dad,
it's,
blah,
it's
blah, blah.
I don't get as excited about it because it's adorable. I get excited about it because like it
Means
opens up
she's
this
not
whole
retarded.
new world.
Gotcha.
Because
Yeah.
now, like, when we go outside,
Yeah.
I don't have to carry her.
A
everywhere.
world of baby
You can put
gates
shoes on her and she can go
changing
explore
where
and do
everything
stuff.
is in your
Gotcha.
room and
The
like that kind of
possibilities
stuff.
are, I mean, if you can walk, you can see this whole fucking planet.
She's faster now. She can like.
Well, continent.
I mean, you can walk.
she can walk.
You can walk across the
she
whole
can walk
planet.
to a boat.
Well,
You could technically get across the Bering Strait
exactly.
if the weather's right.
So, if the weather's right.
Extremely
But,
cold, you mean?
So, barring, you know, you've got America.
I mean, if you have
But
a
and-
suit,
I also-
you can
I
walk
can't-
under the.
I can't really explain it either because I don't know.
So why is my reflex
It's
low?
I always thought that too, but when it's your own kid, it's pretty cute when they do it.
Eric,
Yeah. No. I mean, it was an honest question. Like,
honey.
that seems of the thing that people talk. People make a big deal about that.
why is my
That's kind
reflex
of
9, 29
hasn't
now?
seemed to me like the
It's
biggest
like
deal.
it's like, for example, she finally
liked it at
mastered
30.
like last
It is
weekend
Yeah.
the art of drinking through a straw,
Eric,
Yeah.
Explain
which
to Kaylin.
also
Sorry,
No,
just
Paul
one
is
was
more.
amazing.
What do I write?
Yeah.
Because
That
now,
makes
like, we can
Eric,
go to out
isn't
to dinner
that
and she can
printed
drink
out?
on the
Eric.
straw.
Yes,
And then those
should
aren't
be.
legal.
I'm talking.
Apparently,
She's up
there's
here,
no.
sense. I'll help her after.
There's no
Damn
Continue.
right, he'll
Added.
update her after. God, Eric, you just won 10 cool points.
But now you're not talking.
Okay, so now I'm done. You can go ahead.
Oh, cool. Now we'll help. What's up?
You still win your
Her
brownie
reflex
points,
is
though.
29 on her sheet.
Then she will cross that out with a pencil and write in a 30.
Why?
Because you have a shield that
Consider
gives you
yourself
+1 to AC and reflex that's not calculated into there.
Why doesn't it calculate it?
Because the character
wouldn't let
builder
you-
cannot accommodate rare items, I don't think.
Why can't the calculator? Blah blah blah. Just
It's
kidding.
not that it can't. It's just that specific item.
It's not
Okay.
that it can't. It's
It's
just
that
well,
it doesn't.
It's that
It doesn't realize that you can have that shield equipped along with a two-handed weapon.
Ah.
That's the whole point of that shield. So they did not code in that.
There we
specific
go. Boom boom. Done.
What's up?
Messy looking character sheet. I'm gonna Photoshop this front page so that it can look proper because this is ridiculous. It's like some kind of new. Oh,
What?
wait, where'd my old sheet go?
Is your favorite color?
I think
Greg,
it was burned.
I want to play League of Legends with you because I
Or your
want
mom.
you to
Oh,
teach
wait.
me how to
That's
gank
actually
people
a
better.
terrible thing.
Sam
Okay.
and I have been trying to figure out how to actually kill other people more
Ooh,
efficiently.
can I learn two at the same time?
But
Can we
you've
all
played a
learn together?
shitload more games
You have
than Sam and
stuns. You
I.
need a stun.
Yeah, that's what we determined, is that we
Yeah.
didn't have a stun.
If you don't have a stun, you're fucked.
I
Look,
have
Aurora got
I
10.
have an exhaust. I have that's all I've got. That's the closest.
That's a
I've got.
slow.
Yeah, I don't have any stuns, which means that makes so much sense why when I'm playing with Yi and I'm ganking with someone else that can stun them,
Yeah.
I'm so much better.
When you are building your team, there are three main things you want to consider. One is that you need to have at least one tank. That doesn't mean someone who's really strong. It means someone that can disable a bunch of people and draw their fire for various reasons. So you need a tank. You need to have enough disables. So you need like enough stuns. Slows are weak-ass disable, but it's better than nothing. Stuns are best. Taunts are best. Stuns are second best. And then you want to make sure that you have a balance of magic damage and physical damage. If you all have magic damage, the other team is just going to stack magic resist, and they're going to destroy you because you're not going to do any damage to them. Similarly, if you're all physical, they're just going to stack armor. If you split, they have to do some of one and some of the other, and then they can't get the resist they need.
I think that's why we get our asses kicked quite often.
Well, that and we blow. But
Well, that and we blow.
Yeah.
But we tried doing like a threes, and Sam was playing with Civ, and I was Yi, and Luke was Soraka. But Luke stacks all healing stuff and doesn't really push it all with Soraka, and
So Luke is shit.
What are they talking about?
we kind of all are.
yeah.
Our best thing's like, wow, we were
You're
able
like,
to push
well,
a lane,
but
and
we like to laugh at Luke because he's not here.
well, that's exactly correct.
But I blow. I will
possible.
admit that I will say that I'm getting better, but I'm not pro
Shitty beer.
by any means.
It's a beer.
So, Lincoln, this salad has quite a few components. Do you have any recommendations as to assembly?
I put on.
Lay a larger bowl and dump it all in that.
No, that
I
one.
refuse.
That one you can pull off like that. So first, I evenly spread the corn mixture,
Evenly spread
the
corn mixture.
compote, or whatever.
I would
that
prefer
is.
if you would say this like a TV food channel guy says it. Evenly spread corn mixture.
Okay. So once you get that, then I tear
It's
open
looking pretty
the
good right there. Come on,
delicious
back to the neck.
tortilla chip bits,
Delicious tortilla chiplets.
and I spread that evenly.
Carefully open the package from
Always
north to south.
trigger with a bud.
Oh my gosh, it's gonna blow everywhere. I know it.
Use your teeth.
Roommate terrified me.
Use
I
them
left-
tiger teeth.
I left the garage open last night when I was packing stuff up, and I was like, "Oh, dude, sorry, that was my mistake. Was it open all night?" He's like, "Yeah." I was like, "Is there anything
Your
missing?"
roommate?
Ryan. And
Oh.
the people.
Oh, I
Old
thought you had
roommate.
moved out already.
Yes.
He sort of
I
has,
do
but
it
there's
right
sort
I
of.
said I was
Now the
packing
ranch.
up my stuff.
And I, depending on
This
it's
move has
thicker
been
and
going on
lighter
for a long
sometimes.
time, so I thought you were done.
Clear.
This was like a
But-
thick one.
Whoa!
Huh?
This was like a thick one.
You guys said your roommate.
So that
Yeah, because I
So-
thought I had
Because you
kinda
said
more-
he.
Initially, I thought you meant
Glob it on
Samantha.
there,
That's
it's
kind of an
evenly-
I thought
odd
you
way
were
to
talking
refer to
about
her.
you said
I-
he, and then I was
I've
confused.
had a roommate for 10 months.
I know,
Right.
but you also moved out last weekend, so and you keep talking about how you were living in your new place. So it's
I-
a reasonable
I have been
misunderstanding.
Moving out.
It's a reasonable misunderstanding.
And all
Are
I
you a
said-
little touchy about this move? Is that
No,
it?
I'm curious why you guys are jumping at me so much when I was like,
Then
no,
finish it
my
off the same
my
way
actually-
with
we
the
were
barbecue
surprised, and you responded like an ass. You said,
Oh, I'm sorry.
You
I'm
said,
sorry.
yeah, I've had a roommate for 10 months. When we were surprised that you said
That's
roommate.
an on-spot interpretation of my voice. But,
that's how I heard it.
yeah, exactly. I got to record it next time. Actually, we have a recording
Yeah, we do.
I'll
the
refer to
rusty
it.
trombone.
I'll
later.
cut out if you really
We'll
We'll
want
have to
it.
remember who spoke first because it may be difficult to tell.
We
Ah, the
do
rusty
sound very
trombone.
similar. And I was like, oh god, was there anything missing? He's like, yeah,
No.
my Spanish medallions. And I was like,
Spanish medallions. Listen to him.
wait a second. So
Wait,
I'm assuming
Yeah,
he was screwing around.
Yeah.
Have I ever told you guys that I have a collection of gold doubloons, like actual legit
awesome.
I'm really
can you
hoping
bring those in so we can use them as action?
and I have conquistadors, and I've got
Please.
some Spanish muskets. And
Surely
swords,
none
like,
will
from
be lost.
conquistadors.
That's actually really cool.
This is McKellar play.
No, this is
Where do you
me.
get
You
them?
found them?
No,
No,
I
no,
have
he
them.
has them.
Yeah,
They're in a sort of-
Who got them to you?
They are in limbo right now.
Who got them to you?
I inherited them from my great grandmother,
Oh, wow.
but my uncle.
Was your great grandmother was.
But my
I know.
but my great uncle won't let us in the house to claim all of those things that have been inherited because he's a weird pack rat. So we get them when he dies.
It's okay. I mean, I think you're
He's
probably
a
right.
hermit. He's a nice guy, but he's kind of off a little bit. And when my
He's got the balloons.
and when my grandma died,
That
If
should
I
be a
had balloons
disease.
and guns to protect them, I
I'm
would
afraid
give
you
them
have
away
doubloons.
either.
when my grandma died, he never really comes out of his house. He won't pick up the phone when we call or anything like that. But I've been told, and he showed them to me once, and they're in there,
They're in there.
And my dad, like, he was like, hey, you want to see something cool? And we're like, okay. So we showed my brother and I. And then we left. My dad was like, yeah, those are actually for you guys. I was like, what?
I have to admit, personally,
That's awesome.
Hey, so just the
The
same
safest-
drizzle over here, evenly spread.
Yeah.
the safest place
Wonder
for
if my
me to
dad's
have
watching right
doubloons would be in someone else's possession. So I think
My brother
Okay,
actually
that's a
wanted
good
to break into the house and steal them. He's like, we're not stealing them, they're ours. And I was like, yeah, but we're still breaking
Breaking and entering, yeah. That's,
He's like, once I'm a cop,
Yeah.
all bets are off. Fuck this old guy. Mine!
he's doing a polygraph. Have you ever broken law? Well, I
Not
did
technically.
break into someone's house to steal my doubloons back.
We
It
heard
was
too.
family. It was mine. Get off my
We
sack!
heard too that there's a painting in
Dude,
their
I'm so-
house, or in the
So
house,
bummed how he
that was
screwed
left to my
Danielle
grandmother,
this week.
and it's worth like $250,000.
Where's your house again?
Yeah. And it's worth like $250,000,
That's what
and my
I've
grandma's
heard there
really
have been lots
pissed
of
because
thefts
she
in
ran
that
out of
area,
money and is
so-
now living in like a state-run retirement home. And she owns half that house because it's her brother, but he won't sell it, and he won't give her any of the stuff that is hers, and so now she's just living in that home.
So that's a really sad story. That's terrible.
Now tell us a better story. Something with an
Uh,
upbeat at the end.
A better story.
If it
My
involves
boss today.
animals or
My
children.
boss today, when we were
Damn,
at work,
he's telling me
decided
to
he
leave it.
wanted to
What were you
see
gonna say? 'Cause I was
test the
gonna
internet
say
and test
hamburger
Google to
food
see
cheesesteak.
just how much porn is out there, like that he could think of. So he started just like typing in random things that he could think of, like coconut porn, or like just stuff like
That would probably get some hits.
muskrat porn, and he looked them up, and every single thing he put in, he could
Of
find
course,
something.
There's something for everyone out there.
Yeah, I was like, see,
If you
Told ya.
search for numbers, you always get porn.
Numbers. Well, yeah,
Like,
because people
do
name
like
their
4.
photography
It's like
sets.
naked people. Like 37 naked people. It's like, okay.
When your brother got home from the mission and was helping my mom unload all the shit from my grandparents' house,
Yeah.
because they moved to Brazil, one day he was up there with my brother and I, and we found like my grandfather's like magazines.
nice.
Like they weren't porn, but like there was comments written in them. Like,
Nice.
oh yeah, hot.
Nice.
It's hilarious. We read them all.
Dude,
it was amazing.
Did he tell? Were you there when he
yeah.
found that
They
shotgun?
were like kind of tame, but like super into it.
Were you there when he found that
Amazing.
shotgun? And he kept it.
No, I didn't.
Your mom said he could keep it because it was
For
like
sure. Yeah, no, like,
it was all rusted and jacked up. And Trevor was like, "Fuck yeah, I'm keeping this thing." And it's like it's only like this long, and he took it, and we took it out to test it, but we were terrified that it was
Yeah.
going to explode on us.
Yeah, you tried.
So we actually like tied it up and tied a rope to it, and then went and hid behind the cars and pulled it and it works just fine.
That's amazing.
We shot off 5 rounds just to make sure it wasn't going to blow up in our face, and it works just fine. So he was like,
Oh
Little
my
did you
god!
know,
I
there
have a
was
sawed-off shotgun now.
That is ridiculous.
Was it sawed off or was it just built small?
It's just, I think it's just built small.
I
But
think,
like the pump, it's only the barrel extends like that much further past the pump.
I
Wow.
think
it's-
K.A. Applegate.
I mean, I wonder how many guys in
Do
the
you guys know this
1920s
author,
who stole
K.A.
illegal
Applegate?
alcohol died at the barrel of that
okay,
shotgun.
she wrote the
You
whole
know, my
Animorphs
grandfather was
series,
untouchable.
and she was doing a question and response like thread on Reddit today. It was
Really?
ridiculous. Yeah, my old like middle school friend texted me like out of the blue and said, "Emergency! K. Applegate is doing a question and response on Reddit," and like linked it to me. I was like, "Oh my god, this is amazing!" Because I was really, really into that series when I was a kid. Like I would get the books the second they got out; they would be delivered to the house. I would devour the book, and then I'd be done, and I'd have to wait for like the next stupid book to come out.
What book series?
Animorphs.
Oh, yeah.
It was
Lincoln.
an awesome
Cell was
series.
amazing.
It's
Middle
I know,
school was
right?
great.
Amazing.
I know, right?
Yeah!
It is one. I prefer that over almost any salad that I get in restaurants.
Salad is
It's
fucking
really good. For anyone out there that's curious, the Trader Joe's barbecue ranch chicken sandwich
chicken
is
salad.
not salad sandwich. Fuck. Barbecue ranch chicken
Sandwich
salad is amazing.
Can I just say a barbecue ranch chicken sandwich?
It's my
also
favorite
sounds pretty
salad.
damn good.
sounds
This Thursday night has been brought to you by Trader Joe's.
They're not going to give you free salads.
They
What's
sure as hell won't give us anything.
what's your question that you have, Thor? I know you wrote a bunch of stuff, and I was going to write back to you today, but
Thor
I
the
ran out of
Crusher
time.
posted the crap out of our.
He
forum
was.
this
He
week.
lit up the forums this
Pretty
week.
tight. Pretty committed.
And he was bringing up interesting points about Ren summoning devils,
He did.
but
That was
I didn't have a chance to address him back.
Yerp derp.
Indeed.
Should I get salad? I'm just gonna talk about it.
There we go. So some people know what Animorphs is. I'm glad because
What? It sounds familiar. What the heck's an Animorph?
It was a TV show and book series.
it was a book series, and then they made a stupid TV show about it.
Yes, my little sister was really into it at the
You
time.
know, the TV show was stupid because it should have been a cartoon. Child actors are a pain. The effects are a pain. Just do a
You
cartoon.
know I do.
Yeah.
I mean,
So much
I
better.
cannot bring it to you. That's what you.
Anyway,
No, it was
Wait,
the era
Just
where they
do it.
People know that it's you that's answering, right, and not me. right now.
Some do. Some have just shown up, and I'm not telling them again. So, I am also going to go, and I like pigtails.
Right
I am a
through the
pretty,
screen.
pretty girl.
Ah!
Whoa!
Wrong.
Huh, it sprung back.
That's a fairly resilient
Robust.
screen.
A robust
It
drink.
is.
The screen plus 2.
Yes,
Close to getting
those
used to
suck.
him.
And Applegate didn't like the show either, so great.
Great.
It was so dumb.
I mean, he's only been used in.
As far
Nickelodeon
as-
doesn't have the money to make it good.
As far as Greg letting that happen, I don't know if he would. I have to talk to him about it because I haven't had the chance to talk to him about
You
it.
should.
Lincoln is always preoccupied with me letting him
Also,
do things
I want
when
to
it
say
comes to story-based
personally
stuff.
to
need to learn to
Thor
let
the
go, man.
Crusher,
Uh,
thank you for
yeah.
being so involved in the
Except for
forums
sometimes
this week.
when I do that, you're like, you can't do that.
You have been awesome.
Sometimes. Better to
And I
do that.
appreciate it.
Better to ask for forgiveness than to ask for permission.
Well,
Yeah.
fuck, you just opened the floodgates then, Greg.
I've told you that.
Except for it'll be awesome when I do this 5-minute thing, and then Greg's like, and P.S. you can't do that. Think of something else. Time's up! Next!
I'm much
Yeah,
Just
but
tried it.
I mean, there's a cost of taking a risk.
Well, yeah, and just take, make sure that you think
I'm
about what
proudly
is
a
appropriate
dragon
for the
into
story.
helping us.
You know,
I sincerely
You
hope
can do
that he
this.
retcons you not being able
You
to do
guys are making your
something
teeth.
like an
Oh
hour
yeah,
later.
that's my face.
When it proves to be like...
Wait, wasn't I already here? No,
What
that's
that
how
was
proves to be
reversed.
totally game breaking for
That
the
didn't
encounter.
happen.
He's like,
And now
yeah,
I
I
have to,
changed my
like,
mind.
look
That
for
fucks up the
shiny
whole mechanic.
No.
Well, dude, like,
if you're
whatever.
talking about
No
the thing
stupid
that
shiny
Thor is
thing.
asking, just make sure it makes sense for Ren.
Oh
you
yeah,
know?
right in
If
the middle.
it's if it's something where all of a sudden Aurora is summoning 10 ancient dragons, it'd be like, well, that's kind of dumb, like, because it doesn't make sense to the reader, of our
10
story.
ancient angel dragons.
It doesn't make sense to the reader of our story that, like, how did she get that
Angel
power?
dragons,
Why is she so strong so suddenly, It's a lot more interesting to have power grow gradually and have the reader grow.
Yes, he was such a
Characters.
dick. Thank you.
So it would be up to you to
Fucking
do it in such a way that
eliminus.
you feel is
Ah.
good storytelling.
You guys
We're all
just-
storytellers
You
here.
guys just
I
better
feel like-
hope that we never find any reliable form of
Yay,
time travel.
Swim
because
Madness,
Brennus
you
will
rule.
go back and get an army of Brennuses.
I usually can't like
Amazing call.
nerd out about Animorphs around.
We just
anyone.
keep killing them and they won't start. They won't die.
I read all the Andalite Chronicles and all the like.
Are you dipping that
side
in
books
anything, or are you just
that they
eating it
did.
straight?
They did,
Dipping it
like,
in my mouth.
Albalite? What?
and
I really like cauliflower,
that?
but it's one of the
those
few
beans
vegetables
that,
that,
like,
Oh.
if it's
um,
raw,
they're
I
weird.
have
They're
to
like
dip it in.
centaurs.
Why are
Sounds
you
weird.
eating
Like, eat
cauliflower?
their
Like,
feet.
I'll
Just
do...
want to eat healthier?
Oh, just started last week.
That's
Like,
gotta
they
be
have
I'll eat
unhygienic.
straight broccoli
Yeah,
or
don't
celery
really
or
like it
carrots
either,
or
but-
I like that
radishes.
when Dan
I feel
does
like they
something
walk on
new,
grass and it-
he does
yeah,
it like
there's-
1,000 miles an hour.
Basically, they're like vacuum cleaners. Like
He's like,
I think
I
it's
decided
more
I'm gonna
like
start
raw
exercising
nutrients out of it,
my
but-
hands with this little squeezy thing,
They were-
24 hours a
they
day.
could- They
I
could
totally
like
did it
shift
for-
it.
He's like,
in.
I'm gonna start eating
They're
cauliflower,
awesome.
an entire head
No,
of cauliflower
not cauliflower.
for
I'm
every
gonna eat
meal.
healthy, which is a broad term that can
And the
encompass
centaurs that eat
many
grass.
different
I like it.
lifestyles.
So what that means
Also,
is,
one of those is eating pure cauliflower.
I'm going to
dude.
eat a straight head of cauliflower
So
with
they have-
nothing else.
Oh,
I
wow,
think
that's
some
just
people are gonna be
weird
disappointed that
looking.
you're not eating
And
that with
they're
a fork
blue.
and knife.
They look like
Yeah.
they're
And they have
like.
scorpion
I know people will
on
be.
the tail.
They're gonna have to deal with that.
Yeah, I'll eat.
And they were the protagonist of a
I'll
series
eat
of
raw
books?
carrots and
No,
tomatoes and
but
broccoli and
they-
any other
They weren't
vegetables. And
enemies either.
but
They
for
were
some
just
reason, raw
accidental, kind of far
cauliflower,
away.
I gotta have
One
something
One of
with
them
it.
It's gonna
shows
sound
up
weird.
on Earth and
It's
is
a
like,
lot better
"I'm
raw."
dying. You have to save your
Yeah.
planet
Just,
from
I
the
would eat it
Yeeks."
raw for a while. I
And
started
the
getting
Yeeks
crap
are
from my
these,
coworkers
like,
because they're like, you
monsters
basically
that
just
can
eat
get
pig
weird
shit,
and
you know?
control you.
Star Trek style.
Yeah.
I was
So-
like,
I only lost it.
So
I was like,
they bring
no,
like
and
this
they're like,
cube that allows
my
the
friend
main characters who are like
like
five.
had like a salad and there was like a
Five
few
young
leaves like stuck
adults.
together and you opened it and there was just
And
a
they
pile
all,
of
like,
bugs,
touch
like
the
dead
tube and
bugs.
then they have the
They
power
were
to-
just living in there and
They
died
touch
and
an
I was
animal
like,
and get like a DNA sample from the
I'm
animal.
gonna start watching
they
my
can shift into
cauliflower.
that form.
but yeah.
So that's in the Andalite ones?
I will tell you,
They
if you want to
do
eat straight,
Oh, I
just
see.
broccoli,
But they aren't animals.
the best place to get broccoli around here,
But the problem was
hands
you can only
down,
stay in
the
the
best
form for,
tasting
like,
broccoli in
24
Nevada.
hours and you stay too long, you get
Whole
turned that
Foods.
point permanently?
Yes, and then
There was
one-
some
and
guy
then
who
one
did that. It
character
was a
did.
bird.
And it was a
That
bird.
makes sense.
Yes, I
Tobias.
saw.
It's
Yeah,
for a
Tobias.
reason.
That's
They're
right.
Yeah,
really good
he got
food.
stuck that way.
Their broccoli, because it's not like packaged, it's not in a bag or anything like that. You just go in and buy like
Yes,
a bunch of it.
yes.
It is
I can appreciate
freaking
it.
delicious.
So do you have to blanch it? I mean,
It
that's
wasn't
the one
even-
thing. I did
No,
I mean, it was
Before
a
I
young
found
adult
cauliflower,
book, so
I was
it
like,
wasn't
I'm gonna
do
super
broccoli.
well written.
Raw,
Sorry,
it was just
sorry,
like-
Miss
no,
Applegate.
you don't have to blanch it.
But-
I eat it just.
They
raw,
were really fun to read,
and it's good.
And they were
But I mean,
fat.
that's just
Like,
me.
Man, you
But
read
then
that
again,
and
you
it's
like raw cauliflower, and I'm
That's
not
why I like that
a
thick,
huge fan of that. So
really.
The last
Without
couple
ranch.
pieces do
Letters.
taste gross. I will. Like,
But the thicker
I ate a lot
parts,
of
the ones
bananas.
that were like the offshoot, they're like our
this
version of
banana in
mustard
one
tails.
day.
Okay.
It
The
starts to
second
wear
half,
on you.
second half, you're
They
eating
have
it just
more
because you're like, I'm
spiky
already
and all
here.
that stuff.
But I don't. My body does not want to eat this.
Eric
Interesting.
is rapidly approaching the best part of that salad, where you get to where it's
Dude,
just like corn
it's like a
and
fucking
chicken.
better
Ew,
taco
wet.
salad. I
It's-
love taco
You leave
salad.
it
It's
the
like
bathroom?
corn and
Yeah.
chicken, little bits, and ranch and barbecue
I
sauce,
want to dip my balls in
and
it.
it's delicious.
It's fucking barbecue taco salad. Alcohol, Rambo, crazy pig. Crazy alcohol, Rambo pig.
That was the
Yep,
that was the
Stupid
Four
Jake.
Loco.
And
Yeah.
the girl's name was there a Rachel or a Rebecca?
Alright,
Oh god, I don't remember
Guys.
her name.
I was going through Ren's head right now.
Good music timing, by the way.
Do we want to do this right now?
Yeah, we want to do
So,
this right.
well, we haven't done any of the role playing since the event, so.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's what I'm saying, not out loud. That's the problem. I feel like when we get to the actual role playing,
yeah,
it's all dialogue.
yeah.
That's why I like doing the group therapy because it's like
Yeah, do you
the stuff. I mean, you don't have to. I mean, people are allowed to. I'm not really grilling people.
You just saved your friend's life making a deal with the devil.
I will tell you what.
Hey, Devil.
I'm gonna save that one for.
In game? Rachel. Yeah, Cassie. Okay.
I'll tell you one thing though. Ren is hurting. He has no healing surges left, and is
Wearied.
he could use a nap for like a week.
How many hit points do you have?
I'm like, I think I'm just above bloodied. Like I'm not
Oh,
bloodied, but
God.
I'm.
God damn.
Or no. Maybe I have like 30. I forget. I'm not doing so good though.
That's terrible.
I am at 3 surges.
That's not good.
I'm right at bloodied, which basically means I need to spend 2.
Yeah, I'm at 66 out of 118, which is like 7 over bloodied, and I also have 3 left.
Well, you can go, just spend 1 with my bonuses. You get 21 on top of 1, which should be good enough.
I don't think we're going into another
It's good enough.
combat
Well,
willingly.
no, but my surge value is 42.
We need milestones, people.
My surge value is 42.
True.
You get
Yeah, you
75%.
guys are going. No milestones, no.
If you knew that, you'd be offended.
We are
No,
spent.
get over our effects.
I don't know that.
Not really.
What are your
I mean,
effects at?
Marco's just the
Minus
goof
1.
off, Like,
Yours are minus
creepy.
1?
Wait.
Because the death index.
No. Does he have resurrection sickness as well?
Yeah.
Just resurrected.
Yeah.
We've got 3 people with resurrection sickness?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it blows.
Yeah, when you're like, when we were talking, you're like, yeah, two of our best people. I'm
I
like, wow, who's he thinking is not that crucial? I'm like, yeah, one of these guys.
2 of our best people.
One of these guys, Dan thinks we're really not relying on.
Not best people and someone
no,
else.
I was saying these guys. I was like 2 of our like main guys.
Yeah. Yeah, like you said, 2 people that
And
matter.
some blue guy.
Some blue kid.
Sam is, or
Don't even know what he looks
Dan
like.
is still a believer of the 3/5 compromise. He's like, well, they still count, but then there's Ren. almost a person.
If Damon's healing us, then he gets a vote. Anything else? Probably not.
Well,
How many milestones have you guys hit since your death?
There was
We
the
hit one. Did we hit two?
Did we have another fight? Since
that's the
we
thing is,
started.
Everyone's on the
we're
same
about
amount.
to hit 2.
Because
No,
they got
we
resurrected.
haven't. We're still at 2.
And then once they got resurrected, they came straight to Damon.
yeah.
Wow.
The Daemon battle was the first fight of the
That's
day.
how much we care.
So we hit one milestone with the
Oh, with
fight
everyone, yeah.
and then the skill check.
Yeah.
So-
So we've hit one,
My
and
question
it's
is,
2 milestones, right?
3.
why are
Yeah. Like,
Right.
even if we pull through,
I was
we're
almost
still
done
one
with
left.
this.
Hugh and Brandis hanging out with you guys? That's my question.
Because
because
of
they're
Ren's,
Minus ones?
stupid.
Because-
They're
because of Ren's
that's why.
personality.
And they're stupid humans.
Well,
Well, don't worry, Brandis can die.
You
And he
can't-
doesn't get the penalty.
He
You
doesn't
can't
die.
quit me.
I know, Brandon can die. Just let him die.
No, he
Slip
can't
bomb.
die.
Bam.
I heard Brandis can't die.
Yeah, Brandon can die.
He will
That's
try
it.
really
we
hard
should
not
use
to.
him as a
Brandon can die.
sacrifice.
And Damon's blue, right?
Packet Creeper was going to hit us with a memory
Exactly.
from long ago.
It's
He
on the
hasn't
same,
said
it's on the
anything.
same
Alright,
line.
yeah. Damon's blue. Brandis, I'm dying. Can't die. That was an amazing salad.
Ugh. Seconds.
Welcome to Thursday night.
Yeah! Yeah!
Yar!
Whoop.
Where's our airship?
We're up there. You want it?
Yes.
Fine. Not bad.
Above average, considerably. Below.
But you get to re-roll.
You know what? Reroll my damage now. D12.
Whoa.
Only once has it really been that good. Usually,
You re-roll it every
For a
time?
second, I thought you were carrying pizza
and
in.
rerolled every time. It
I was
uses
like,
up
you
the
were keeping a
temporary points
pizza
that I
out in the
normally get for
garage?
doing-
Amazing.
for attacking.
That's
Oh,
what I
no.
do.
Yeah,
Emergency
also-
pizza.
Strange.
I can't do it every time. I did do it every time.
Yeah.
Sure.
Except for
What's
one
going
time.
on?
Except for one time I rolled an 11. And I
Kaz.
was like, not gonna roll again.
And then everyone
All right.
threw
I
up.
rolled an 11
Yeah.
and 12, and I was like,
You
nah.
ha- you have to keep the second one?
No, it's whichever one you want.
Nice.
Okay.
I'd do it.
Oh, I forgot my little Castle Crashers box.
Your health for theirs? Bleeding dry.
This thing is like, what, I got like 4 hit points?
Yeah.
Boom.
Eric, I can't play Castle Crashers anymore.
What level did you top
it has
out
worn
on?
on me. I think I'm 43.
You had a good run.
I can't make it to 56.
58.
I can't make it to 58.
I mean, you'll get there, but it'll take you like. I mean,
All
I
right,
also
welcome to
had that-
Thursday Night for real.
Yeah!
Put in the airship.
Oh, okay.
So,
Yay, somewhere over here, I think it was.
I don't think we have anything mechanical to
Aurora is
discuss,
somewhere.
but I did want to talk about
She's on your sheet.
how you guys are liking something.
D&D?
I don't remember what it is.
We
You
like
guys-
it. That's
you guys
why
like playing D&D?
Let's
we
continue.
keep coming.
Do you
It
want
has
to
its perks.
Do you want to keep playing D&D?
Could we
I would
go
like to keep playing.
sledding instead?
I want to
We
go
could
there.
instead go sledding every
Can I do like a week by week thing? Like, I'll let you know each week if I'm
A
gonna
pay
be
as
here
you go
next week.
plan. A pay as you go.
Yeah.
You want to switch to month to month?
Month to
Or week
month,
to week?
yeah. Really,
month to month.
I mean,
Dude,
I had
you
a real
can't do
thing.
this to me. I
Yeah, the
signed
two-year
a
contract.
I'm getting
I mean-
bored of whatever this is.
What was it?
I don't know.
Skill
What's
challenges.
something new that we've been doing?
I've
Not the
listened
skill
to
challenges.
No mechanics. Hill
Dude, that's so
surges.
distracting. I couldn't even think of it, even if I
The
did.
extended rest
It's
rules.
really weird.
I'm trying to think of anything else.
This is
that-
one of those times that I don't
Yeah.
like.
Was it one of the homebrew
Was
rules
the
that
fact
we
one of the
used?
things we wanted to do?
The
Of
rate-
course, this is one of the times you don't like having extended rest rules
Yeah.
because it's not beneficial
It's
to
a
you.
bitch.
It's like saying these are the times I don't like the fact that I can miss right after I roll a miss.
It's a bitch
yes.
when I don't crit. Screw these 20-sided dice.
Destiny stuff? I mean,
Nah, I don't even know what
Is
it
it
was,
like
so.
recruiting forces? Is it training an army? Is
right,
it like
we need to approach
Talks about
this
a lot of-
logically. Go reverse. Is there anything anyone isn't liking right now? Alright, so the answer is yes, we're enjoying it.
Perfect. Then I will keep on doing it.
whatever it is?
And forward!
It's something very specific.
Killing
Technical?
off.
Alright.
I'll tell you what I'm
Something
not
about the
liking,
website?
The fact that I have no idea
give up.
and no hints at all of what Hugh's Epic Destiny is going to be.
Yeah.
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 That's pushing the
And it's
ball.
driving me crazy.
It's driving me crazy.
Anyway,
Alright.
continuing
I sit
on.
up nights thinking about it. Sleeping about
What
it.
could it be?
Sit up
I
nights
sit up
sleeping
nights
about it.
sleeping about it.
Let's go straight into our recap of the very eventful,
You can see how stressful it is.
previous week
Yes.
on Thursday nights.
Oh, did something happen?
Crap.
Okay, so we began last week in the cave that was under the Tree of Elements after we had just battled the Shadow and brought Daemon back, and then managed to invade the elemental terrors and prevent the elemental invasion that was imminent. Yes. After that, we collapse the cave behind us, go back to the airship. Captain Ramus comes with us and wants to return to his ship.
That makes sense. I can't believe it.
Wow, I'm brain farting. What's our teleportation? What's our new lady?
Stoila.
Stoila has decides it's wise to show us how the ship teleportation works. So she takes us down to the core, and with a very detailed and useful explanation, Ren gives it a shot. We go and visit his rehab house after he,
I love that that's what it's called.
Yes.
It will now.
Ramus was a little
halfway
annoyed,
houses.
saying as this was just a sightseeing trip, and he thought he was going back to his ship.
Rehab house.
Yeah. So we do take Ramus back to his ship, and he announces that he wants to go back to the elemental chaos, which is kind of a nice if you said that before we saved you, and let the Lady of Water be someone else's consort now.
She got fucked.
Literally. Anyway, he gives us a bag of 10
Best
Tempest
thing,
Whetstones, level 20 version, which were quite cool. And upon leaving his ship and having celebrations, we start to make our way elsewhere. When a Devil Lord, when a huge fireball appears in the sky, looks like it's coming right at us, but it begins to circle around.
Battle stations and no one
I love how we're like arm the main gun, and he's just like fire teleport. I'm like, fuck.
Yeah. And he appears on the ship, and Ren begins to smack talk him.
I saw dust.
Immediately begins smack talking the devil, and a fight ensues.
We're on Ren's turf now.
Yeah.
I think it's a band.
Lots of demons are
Smack
devils
Yeah,
are summoned.
Higher.
2 giant gorilla ones, a nasty swarm that was made of acid bees, lots of other sort of
shitty swarm.
Freaking acid bees. Go figure, right?
It was
Acid bees.
unpleasant. And a bunch of other sort of like, I remember they were sort of like Helm Torrs, but fire based. Was how I remembered them, minion wise.
Yeah.
And Bell, the giant demon devil lord. I wrote demon lord.
One punches.
Yes.
Ooh, he's gonna be. You.
We managed to defeat his cronies, and he is bloody, but it does look like he's been holding back towards the end there. He offers to make Ren his lieutenant, which is not the word I used. Yes,
Say bitch.
it does. Ren declines. The devil goes
I want to be a
super mode, heals all of his wounds, and
Crushes us to the
summons
wall.
like devil tentacles, which then drag us to the edge of the ship and are about to throw us overboard. And Ren says, "Okay, sure, we'll do this."
You make a strong point.
And the devil says, "Okay, after you're dead, you're mine." And Ren will eventually become a prince of hell.
Once again,
And hits level 21.
on the ropes about this dying thing.
And I believe that is where we left off last
He's
week.
essentially been appointed the position.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah.
just not
Training.
It's
physically
just-
there.
Yeah.
Right, he's
He
sort of like...
just said, he said, yeah, you can do it, but go ahead and finish your little dumb
Whatever.
quest
being
thing,
mortal
'cause
nonsense.
This mortal thing is like the blink of an eye in my time. Knock yourself out, bud.
Yeah.
No
And he
worries.
said, should you continue to gain power, that is
In his best interest.
Yeah.
in his best interest. Obviously, what Ren's been doing has worked out.
Yep.
Today's the 28th of April?
Yep.
Today's the 27th. 28th.
28.
Yeah, I wrote 27th on everything earlier today.
Where did you?
You
So here we
traveled
are.
back in time.
All right.
Still on the deck, right?
So here we are. The scene.
Harrowing.
Is the deck of the airship. Not as jolly and wind through your hair as it usually is, for this devil has just disappeared into nothing.
That part.
With guys, shut up.
Wait. Let's keep going,
Where
man.
are we?
You were so close to avoiding it. Just keep going. The show must go on. Damn you, Sam. Blame you for everything. And Greg.
Ren has just undergone some sort of transformation as this brand has appeared on his chest. And he has accepted Bel, one of the archdevils of hell, ruler of the first layer of hell, Avernus. He has accepted his request / demand to become one of his, become a prince in his domain and become one of the Dark Eight, along with 7 pit fiends.
Yeah, you're gonna be out of place at the dinner.
And here you are on the deck of the airship, finally silence, no more fire raining from everywhere under attack by these fire gorillas and such.
Ren kind of he stands up and kind of brushes himself off and limps over to the side of the ship and just kind of looks over the edge and just is kind of staring at the landscape around.
He looks different now, right?
He's got a big brand on his chest.
Well, aside from that,
His skin is tougher.
Oh, he had bumps
maybe-
on his head?
It's maybe started to change pigment a little bit, and I've got... They're not full-blown horns, but they're just kind of some bumps that have started to appear on his head. Like, not full-blown horns, but
It's like someone hit him.
Not even close to horns. It's just
No,
bumps.
if somebody had like bonk, bonk
He's
on
got a
his
couple
head,
goose eggs on his head.
Yeah.
That's weird. The only, like, your aura is very different. And he can kind of sense that something kind of has changed, like in a very strongly transformative way. He's concerned, but very wary too. Like giving you your space and kind of calls out to you. You know, not like avoidant, but calls out to you. Are you all right?
Ren says, I'm fine. Don't worry about me, I'm fine.
is he fine?
He says, are you still you?
Ren says, do I look like me?
Well, mostly.
Or like looks at the other people staring at Ren, just is like, he's been through a lot, all right. Let's give him some time.
Yeah, Ren just kind of sits there and still... I mean, he's not in the greatest mood right now, but you know, he's dealing, and he turns around and yeah.
Damon kind of mutters under his breath for whoever's near. You guys can decide if you're near. He says, I wonder if this changes things.
Ren says, why would this... He heard you. He says, why would this change anything? What has this anything to do with anything?
He says, tell me if it does.
He says, I don't see why it would change anything.
He says, I have no idea what just happened.
Well, from what I saw, you just saved my life, and for that I thank you.
Matters indeed.
Ren,
It's a circle of trust.
Ren wasn't really expecting that from the group, and he kind of, in shock, just kind of says, yeah, I mean, what? It's the least I could do. You actually went to hell to save me. I guess, you know, saving you from falling off a boat is the least I could do.
Don't think he was going to push us off the boat. They were like in these hellish claws, right?
Yeah.
Well,
Maybe.
pushing me off the boat would have done.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you might land in heaven.
The strength of those claws, didn't need.
Yeah.
Need a little help there. Yeah.
I was hoping he wouldn't rip my soul out and take me to the cavernous.
Or looks at Ren with a very kind of sincere, calm look, and she, kind of in her attempt to comfort him, she's actually holding back a bit because she knows he's got this whole thing going on now, but says that this doesn't necessarily have to happen. We can find a way maybe to get you out of this if it should come down to it. We won't let you go that easily.
Ren says, I appreciate that, and I appreciate you guys always wanting, helping me out and sticking up for me, but this was one of those things that I had to do for myself. Yes, I realized that, it also saved you guys in the process, but there's going to come a time when you can't pull me out. I mean, I died and I went to hell. The only reason I'm standing here right now is because Aurora has a friendly neighborhood dragon that was able to send you guys in and pull me out. He didn't give a shit about me. He was after her, and she just happened to be there. I mean, Daemon's got his elemental buddies that are sticking up for him and helping out. Brandis can't die, and he never gets hit. It's not like, you guys have all got stuff going for you. What's going to happen to me when I die? You know where I'm going. I didn't really have any other option. I'm either the one getting kicked when I'm down there, or I'm the one that can do some kicking. And when I saw that, I didn't really want to do that, but then I thought about it in that instant, and, if I get down there and it's too much for me and I can't handle it, they're going to stick me down, they're going to, they'll burn me anyways. So it's like, kind of stuck between a rock and a hard spot here. What am I don't know what I'm supposed to do.
Or
so I rolled with it. We'll see what happens.
She just kind of shakes her head a little bit, and she's almost smiling. And if it comes down to it, and it turns out hell can't handle you, then just give me a call. I might be able to pull a few strings.
Yeah, as long as it's not Borkad, because he sure loves me. I'm sure he'll be willing to send people back to get me again. Freaking Borkad. But, anyways,
He's not worth it.
I am thankful that you guys were willing to stand with me and risk your lives to protect me from that as well. It means a great deal to me.
He just says, well, if you're going to be the one pushing people around, maybe you can change the place a little bit, at least make it a little bit neater.
Yeah, it was kind of dusty.
Very boring.
Ren says, on the plus side, though, something that could happen from all of this, the people that go to Avernus are generally not the greatest people. I mean, they've all done pretty rotten things. Granted, I'm headed there too, and I don't consider myself to be a very rotten person, but I've done some pretty jacked up stuff. But it would be kind of interesting to inflict even more justice upon them while I'm down there.
I think we were good at let's all be best friends forever. Let's just stop there.
Where it says, we've all sent plenty of people to your domain. Make sure they don't come back.
So Ren
Say hello.
Ren kind of smirks at that and says, well, let's not call it my domain yet. I'd prefer to stay in this domain for as long as I can. After being in Avernus and seeing what it's like down there, somewhat, I would prefer to stay here as long as I can. But at least I know when I get down there, at least I have some options now.
Damon says, I only got a small taste of the elemental chaos, and it was enough to make me appreciate more what we have here in this world. The harmony and the balance of all that surrounds us. He says, I can only imagine that hell was even more
Intense?
more treacherous, more just, I guess, overwhelming. And he looks at you guys who went there.
And Ren says, when we were down there, I was kind of in a haze. Because, I didn't snap out of it till what seemed like forever later. Aurora can testify more to the,
landscape
and the gloom and whatnot that comes from that place.
Frankly, the Ron Desert was more interesting.
Yeah.
Ren just puts a hand on Ren and puts a hand on you. There's a gentleman says, it's going to take more than hell to stop us.
I guess you've proved that once already.
Ren says, you've been
He
waiting.
just does that to himself.
You've been waiting for the last 10 minutes to drop that one, huh?
Last 10 lifetimes.
He came up with it and just never had a good moment.
Someday.
I'll have to go to hell and come back and have a bunch of
Yeah,
friends
he says,
who
well,
care
I'm
about
weary.
me, and then we'll...
And I should say, staring down A devil leader of the 9 hells should at least earn us a nap.
Ren says,
Yeah.
I could use a nap right now.
I could use about 10 naps.
And Ren
And then
actually does a
I'm gonna
quick.
sleep.
Ren actually does a quick once over on the ship to make sure nothing's really gotten jacked up.
Grosh is already.
There was a big
Gosh,
hole.
badass.
Grosh has already got the halflings working as efficiently as they ever do, and the fires have been put out on the deck of the ship. They've already got planks of wood that they're repairing, and Stoila's even coming over and helping fuse where the woods. They're not even having to use nails or anything, as she just kind of is, fabricating planks and rivets and such to seal up the airship. And when Ren asks, she just says, "You go rest. We got this taken care of."
Ren says, "Oh, thank you," and goes back to his room because he's hurt. He limps back to his room. That devil, he thought they'd be... I mean, he doesn't like to admit it when he's wrong, but based on their performance in Hell and the fact that he thinks Borkad is a douche, he didn't really recognize how much Borkad had helped them out when they were in Hell, fighting that pit lord.
Yeah.
And that's why he was kind of cocky to Belle. And Belle, in turn, kicked the shit out of him.
Yeah.
Damn it.
So,
Losing.
We're not quite at that level yet.
though
I
Ren
guess.
doesn't really want to admit that to the group because that would be kind of embarrassing.
Yeah.
But
problems in the
he
past
will
with
not. He will
underestimation.
show respect when respect is due when one of the devils shows up again.
Yeah. That's not a lesson you'll have to learn twice.
No.
Hopefully.
Well, then again, that's Ren's thought that before too. And
That's a state of mind.
yeah.
Cool. Man, yeah.
Yeah.
Damon is going to get a little napperson. A little napperoo. And rest until they reconvene to, I'm sure, discuss their next move.
Or is seriously divinely depleted. You have to store that shit up. It's hard stuff.
Okay, so do people want to spend healing surges now, or should we
No, I do not.
talk about
I only have one.
what's happening?
Talk about what's happening if you're resting or not. Are you making a concentrated effort to rest now?
I think I'm just doing a short rest right now.
How long? Yeah, short rest, certainly.
Yeah.
Are we deciding now we want to do extended rest? How long does it take? How long do we have before the wrath thing?
That's true. We lose a week if we do it, and we have how long?
I thought it was
1
two.
month.
We have to.
I thought the minimum was 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Is that right?
2 weeks or was it 1 week?
I thought it was a week.
The point is, it's enough time that by using that time to rest, you sacrifice other methods of preparing. So it's as simple as that.
Okay.
If you need to rest, then you need to rest. If you are going to attempt to go into this upcoming confrontation without a rest, you can do that. You'll have a little more time to prepare.
I need a rest. Period.
How many healing should you have?
1.
I have 0.
He has 0.
So
Yeah.
What are you at?
could theoretically transfer healing surge at no loss by giving one of his items to Ren. That's a thought that I had.
Yeah, but
Wait, what?
I don't
How many
have any of
dailies
my
do you have?
dailies.
Oh, no, yeah.
I mean,
You just hand him an item that gives him a healing surge.
I have
also
a-
all my daily
daily powers
power,
you have.
Oh,
my
dailies?
items. I have nothing.
Oh yeah, I mean we are very depleted for
I mean,
sure.
You guys can just.
I blew
rest a
all my
little bit.
dailies in the skill challenge.
I think everyone did.
Yeah, we really want to do them.
Oh, no, I got the new daily from level 20. That's it.
Yeah, it's a serious state of affairs here.
I will definitely go with whatever the group consensus is.
I vote rest.
Yes.
We get a wrath. I mean, just,
I think going into another encounter, we just have to end up running away. It'll be unsuccessful. We're that depleted, I think.
And it's a wrath. I mean, possibly a wrath, depending on.
let's we want to go hunting. Like,
No, Aurora does
Some
not want to
badgers
go.
or something?
She does not have enough anything for that.
Yeah,
I think at this point,
you
a
guys-
badger would rip the shit out of Ren.
I think even a talking badger would kill us.
Yeah.
you.
Ah!
yeah. Alright.
Kill that gnome.
Or else I'll shank you.
Alright.
Sheep shank.
So,
Yeah, I mean, yeah, if that's what the group decides, then that's what's gonna happen.
Alright. It takes quite some time to rest up from your considerable injuries and, just complete exhaustion of resources. It represents, this sort of thing represents, you're just all the way down to your spirit. You're just beat. And it takes more than just a good night's rest to kind of get back in fighting order and fighting spirits. You've also had a lot of things that have been a bit of an emotional drain on all of you. Daemon returning. Aurora finding out that she has this lifelong prophecy, and that Borkad himself, one of Bahamut's seven great worms, is watching her seemingly at all times. Ren becoming apparently appointed a prince of hell by the Devil Lord himself, and all of these things they really build up to make it where it can be hard to keep going forward without just all these distractions, and it takes some time to kind of clear your mind, get everything back in working order, clear-headed. So during this week and a half, what does everyone do? I mean, it's nothing strenuous. You can't go and prepare or anything. The crew is doing what they can, but they're in sort of the same way. They've been working a lot too, and so it's just this sort of, there's this tension on the airship of what's to come.
I'd like to go last.
Brandis recognizes this is the last great rest before what could be the last great fight in many of our lives.
Many of our lives.
He charts a course to the most beautiful place that he has ever been. A sunny tropical island off the coast, far off the coast, away from the distractions and things of the lives that we are used to, and suggests we spend the week there, just recuperating and relaxing, with knowing that there's much to do.
White sand beaches.
But the idea that we can't really spend this time, knowing that we need to just recuperate and everything, we should go there and sit down, have some rum.
Damon loves the idea of vacationing and drinking.
So unless someone objects.
Ren, before they go to the tropical place, Ren actually takes the ship and goes to a secluded mountain lake that the group stumbled upon one time when they were making their way to the I'm having a brain fart. The place up in the mountains that we went to that we met Heptos.
Temple?
Yeah,
Snowflake Mountains.
Snowflake Mountains. And but it was low enough where it wasn't frozen or anything like that. And he actually gets off the boat, and he tells the boat to come back the next day and pick him up, because he wants just some time alone to reflect on what he
reflecting at a pond.
What he has, the contract that he's just entered into. So he gets off and says, "Come back tomorrow at the same time and pick me up if you don't mind." And he has his unseen servants make him a little hut that he hangs out in and stays there for a day and just meditates and thinks. And when they come back and pick him up, he seems like he's in a better mood and
Nothing to cool down at fire.
decides that he wants to go check it. He hasn't really had time to go check out Stoila's alchemy lab. So he hangs out in there a bit with her and plays around with potions and stuff, and occasionally goes outside and hurls fireballs at Brandis to keep him on his toes, and discusses with Daemon the amazingness of lightning and winds and thunder and stuff like that.
Gives Daemon lessons on the
and
subject.
discusses, the origins of how each of them, because neither of them started out this way. Neither of them started out being able to control lightning and things like that, and they have interesting discussions about, you know, how to harness it, how to actually, how to, you know,
the nature
launch
of
it, the
control.
nature of it, just the whole thing, and they go back and forth. He lets Daemon, because while Daemon can control the lightning and the wind, Ren can take a punch when it's a lightning punch. So he lets Daemon kind of spar with him a little bit and cast stuff at him and gives him pointers, and then Daemon gives Ren some pointers. I'm sorry, I'm totally playing for you. Daemon gives Ren some pointers on how to, you know, fall with grace and maybe how to rein in your temper a little
like
bit.
lightning.
I'd like to see Ren fall with grace.
Because it's when Ren falls, it's horrific looking. He tries to be all graceful with his wing bracers, and like when he jumps off cliffs and races Daemon to the bottom. But really, he just is like,
We haven't done that in a while.
and so yeah, and you know, he talks to Daemon, and Daemon gives him some pointers about, which is funny coming from Daemon, on how to maybe control his temper a little bit, because Ren tends to fly off the handle, and so does Daemon, but Daemon kind of reins it in a little bit better than Ren sometimes, and so
I mean, they check each other. They're usually not both up at the same time. I think it's what goes on.
and Ren also talks to Hugh about the the ability to be subtle in combat and maybe keep his distance from things and not be like, hey, I can get that, and run right in and get jacked up like he did on the boat, and things of that nature. And he talks to Aurora quite a bit about, you know, they have two very different career paths now, and it's interesting because they are kind of the polar opposites of the group, yet he still values Aurora quite a bit as his friend and companion, and
we went through hell together.
And they talk about, you know, how can this work out, you know, with the two of them? Can they still be friends? What's going to happen here? And
the day-to-day relationship of
Ren's a little concerned that if he ever like tries to sacrifice a rat or something again, that Aurora's going to see that as a threat, and then Ren's going to have a holy hammer buried in his forehead in the middle of the night.
Ren's a smart guy,
and
I think he knows what it takes.
So yeah, so that's what Ren does. He meditates and he talks about things with the rest of the crew and group, and talks out some of his problems, prepares, trains, etc., etc.
Does his appearance change within this week, or is it on a much slower thing?
It's on a much slower
trajectory.
Yeah.
Hugh, seeing as it looks like the ship is taking requests for getting dropped off and such things, Hugh arranges with Stoila to use one of her finger bone teleport things.
That's gross.
Yeah. I did just get dropped out outside of one of the larger cities in Cormyr to be picked off because they're likely to rendezvous with the paladins there on the way back. And Hugh finds a house of ill repute with a good reputation.
Nice.
And
they actually screen all their people first.
Yes. And so he spends a few days there just enjoying the more baser things in life.
Hey,
yes.
if you're gonna die, seriously?
Yeah.
Maybe.
It's honestly, he's been on the road for quite a long time. It's
been a long time.
It has been. His canteen was running dry.
Or full.
Or full, yes. So he does that, and then, I mean, that's fairly early on. Then he gets back to the ship, and it's just kind of same old. I mean, talks with Ren about battlefield awareness and how to keep track of where your enemies are and how to size a guy up to see what he's likely to do next.
Without goggles.
without goggles.
That's the goggles.
Ren's just like, get some goggles. And he's like, no. Do it this way.
Yeah. And then he just, tends to his gear, makes sure things are good, and just chills out on the boat.
What does Aurora do for 2 weeks? Right? Is it 2 weeks?
Yeah.
She's gonna
A
go
week or two.
How would it
2
be?
weeks.
She probably does, really. I mean, not in an annoying way, because you don't see her very much.
Oh, for God.
In this particular case, it's less about communicating and more about internalizing the divine energy. Kind of drawing from the wellspring of that good energy, but making it more personal, not like seeking a connection, but necessarily kind of pulling something into yourself.
Does Borkad show up at all?
No. He's maybe conspicuously absent because he's a giant dragon and you don't see a big shadow or anything.
Bird.
Oh, well,
Chickadee.
if he is there, he doesn't
It's a
seem to
state of
be...
mind.
Yeah, freaking... like a chaperone, really. He has that kind of attitude, it seems. But she spends her time mostly at her forge, which she has actually fashioned a tiny, like, Bahamut shrine over there. So if you walk in, kind of on the left, there's like a little, like, crudely formed platinum dragon there, and it's got like these little symbols and things. And she didn't do like a little sacrifice of like nice metals or anything like that there. It's just a nice reminder. And you notice that at the end of the last fight with the devil, Raxus, her dragonling, was almost completely see-through. Like, so faint that you could barely actually make it out, especially if it were flying around. But
Like Pete's dragon.
but as she continues to develop or regain that strength, it actually gets a little more the opposite of see-through, opaque, a little more solid. It never quite gets that full solidness, but it almost as a reflection of her inner strength. This creature becomes more vibrant and more lively as she has a lot of personal time. She seems to be doing a lot of reading, and if anyone like sneaks a peek at the book she's reading stuff about like leadership and cooperation in nation building, and like really just like extremely boring books. And she looks very serious a lot of the time as she's reading these books. And there's like a small pile of them. Where she got them, she didn't say. Maybe Cormier. Maybe she picked them up there.
Red's like, books?
I mean, I'm sure we have a pretty nice library here, especially with
Books?
have Toast and Ren around.
It's not a magical book.
Book.
It's not magical.
But it's
Still a
it's
book,
got
though.
information.
well,
Knowledge is power.
she's happy to let you borrow them once she's done with them.
After.
David requests last. High expectations.
Well, I mean, he's glad to have some time to kind of just be on the boat, really making it more real for him to be back with the group. He takes time to hang up most of the garb that he got from the shadow, that he walked out of the shadow's lair wearing, and kind of changes back to his old gear, save the cloak, which kind of saves him in an elemental way during the fight with Bell. He kind of leaves that behind, but you do see in the place where he had his amulet of Akkadi, now you see hanging the mask of the Cold Moon tribe, the white with the crescent circle on it that he keeps with him. And sometimes you guys see him kind of like staring at the mask, even wearing it at times, and it's something that's kind of an object that has him somewhat fixated. He takes time to train with the crew, as Ren said. Ren has just developed. Sorcerers have this very strong innate connection with their magics, and in addition, Ren has done a lot of study and practice. Damon, kind of his lightning and storm abilities have kind of come along almost in a natural way, and so talking with Ren gives him kind of greater insight into that. Whereas in the past he's kind of tended to just let things flow as they do. It's his personality. The opportunity to kind of like to practice and to wield it in a more constructive way was an opportunity for him to learn more and prepare. With Brandis and Hugh, for sure, kind of weapon play and kind of like, and just, I guess, getting back in this routine of training and practicing every morning, like a battle mentality. So he just feels that readiness that whenever anything goes down, which they inevitably do, he just has that ready. But so that's Damon kind of getting back into things. The unexpected comes when one day you are milling out about deck, and most of you, if not all of you, are there. And Damon arrives on deck with Kolben, and they announce that Kolben has to leave. He has to return home. Kolben says to you all,
home.
He says, "Thank you for letting me journey with you." He says, "You are powerful and beautiful companions." He says, it has been an honor to be with you and to learn from you. I know you have protected me and allowed me to fight with you while we had this mutual cause." He says, "And though you rescued me from my slavery, this upcoming fight is not my own. I feel strong urges to return to my homeland in Narfell, to my people." He says, "For therein lies my purpose."
Thank you for
That makes
being
me
with us.
sad.
Grosh just steps over and extends a hand and gives him a huge, just a huge shake. As you said, "Good serving with you," and then gets back to tending to the ship.
Kolben again, also likewise appreciative of the martial training that Grosh offered him, and the amazing camaraderie, the amazing place that is here. This is just a more transformative and kind of just a utopia of just adventurous opportunities. It's what he, growing up, always dreamed of being able to do, and never could have envisioned these kind of circumstances. And he continues to have many things come from within him that he can't explain, and he feels his drive that is half just his own young heart, and that has been away from home so long, and half other kind of, I don't know, inklings of things coming in the future that push him to return home. And as people are kind of taking their respective trips, Daemon and Kolben return during one of the days to East Colcrin, which is the village up in the Earthspire Mountains on the borders of Narfell, where his tribe is. And for Kolben, it's a grand kind of reunion with a tribe that is flourished and is growing. And with Daemon, it's an important experience too, because the last time he was in this area was when he destroyed the sister village and kind of was thrown into this kind of despair, and he basically went afterwards to go kill himself because he didn't know if he'd ever be able to kind of learn to control his abilities. So yeah, I mean, it is definitely a very different circumstance. Tim coming back here and is able to make some peace. It's not all happy. I mean, there's definitely some people from the previous village that or the people who were connected to the previous village whose obviously opinions of Daemon, who was very really well loved in the area, have changed forever. But being able to come back has offered him a measure of healing and kind of in his process. And then when you come back, you see him. You see that Daemon also bears a parting gift from Kolben, which is a belt that has similar emanations of Kolben himself, and those kind of earthen energies occasionally pulse out from him. Not nearly on the same level, but it is a kind of an investiture of power which Daemon can carry with the group, and will kind of symbolize Kolben's support of our ongoing mission, though he, for whatever reason, feels like he could not continue through the fight with the Wrath.
Ren's bummed out to see Kolben go, because he... Granted, it kind of bugged Ren a little bit when Kolben kind of played the young and dumb card, like, I don't understand what's going on here. Why are you people doing this? But at the same time, Ren saw great potential in him, and he was always eager to learn, and they would talk about stuff and about elements and things like that, and he was never one that really ever judged Ren, which was kind of nice because Coleman didn't really know, and he was very neutral about stuff. But it was also kind of cool to see him just, like, when his primal instincts took over in combat and stuff, to just see him just rip it. And Ren liked Coleman, and he understands he's got to do what he's got to do, but he's hoping at some point they'll see each other again and can hang out a little bit.
For the short term, you guys know where to find him.
As the group pulled away, not in front of Coleman, but kind of as the ship is pulling away from whatever locale, kind of walking off in the distance, Brandis says, "Well, if we are successful in our journey, he will definitely know about it, and I'm sure we will hear stories of his future exploits." And then Brandis kind of presses his arms, looks very satisfied. He's easy to read. Brandis is not a subtle guy. So without saying anything, look on his face, the thought in his head is, once again, strongest man.
I'm the big man.
Big man.
And Daleman is smiles as he has the opportunity to kind of welcome a friend in and let a friend go. And I mean, it's just being able to come back from his imprisonment has been almost as transformative as when he broke through his physical elven barriers and attained the form. That was the physical transformation. Coming through this kind of tumultuous event with the shadow was an equally large emotional transformation, as he was able to move past fears that have haunted him for many years, and he sees the opportunity to kind of to be with friends and to let friends go, even in situations with like Ren, where he's making decisions that they fall in a little bit the black and white realm of what how Daleman sees the world. He's able to just kind of enjoy more the company and let things roll. Doesn't get caught up afraid of the future or what might happen. So he's good with it and continues to just rest and recover, prepare for the battle that is gonna be everything.
All right. Emerging from your various methods of relaxation and just preparing yourselves mentally and physically for the coming confrontation, find yourselves refreshed, feeling good as new.
That's good to know.
So that is an extended rest. So keep in mind that means anything that gets better after milestones is reset.
Yes.
So such as ameliorating armor and a lot of magic rings is reset. You are all back to 1 milestone. Full hit points, full healing surges, all daily powers restored.
That's a lot of work.
Back to 0 miles.
Goodbye.
If you're going to pass notes, I'm going to have to read it aloud.
No. Fine, you want to read it aloud?
No. I want to read it because I'm dying of curiosity, but...
Oh. DM doesn't like it when we keep secrets from him, huh?
Why do you think he chose
I
to
have
be the
been in
DM?
groups that are so not about collaborative storytelling that the players do literally pass things to keep things secret from the DM because they're actually trying to scheme against it. It's a very weird
that's
dynamic,
mean.
but
No,
I have
we're
been
not doing that.
in that.
We're not doing that.
There are pros
It's a
and
different
cons.
it's a
There are
different
pros and
style
cons.
of
Don't
gameplay.
let him bully
Yeah.
you.
I will let him see it because it's...
I mean, there are different levels of competition in D&D.
Greg, is it
Low
about
levels.
me? Is it about me?
It's about me.
pretty much. Just don't shoot Dan.
Is it about me?
It says, do you think Dan likes me? Yes. No.
Yes or no, check one.
Maybe.
So you come out of this time feeling relaxed. It is shortly after the Aurora gets a communication on her pendant.
Oh, wow.
Or what is it that she has? Her symbol.
Champion's
Yeah.
Code.
Champion's Code.
The symbol of the Champion's Code.
Champion's Code.
Which is boring.
How does it
So that was a
contact you?
milestone?
It emanates.
That's what you said, right?
The light gets brighter,
You said milestone?
and there's
No,
almost
no,
a sound.
not a milestone.
It's
Why did I
more
hear
of a
Extended rest.
like if you were trying to imagine a sound.
Whoa.
That's
Trying
more
to.
like how it kind of pops into the mind, and it's a
And then
it's a
She
telepathic.
feels Commander Hesuth's voice
Oh yeah.
in her
I'm
mind.
Dragonborn. He's cool.
Remember who he is?
Quick recap.
Yes.
He's the guy trying to make sure.
He is the Dragonborn leader of the Cormyrean battalion of Bahamut's paladins
Yes.
in the Temple of Bahamut at Cormyr, who are the people who are keeping an eye on the location of planar alignment that you've
Right.
seen Arath.
Right.
And he has contacted Aurora saying there has been a development.
All right. Go on.
State.
He says I should speak with all of you. How about we go to the Comstones?
It's information that can be overheard.
He says it would just be easiest if I inform you all at once.
Okay. We don't all have comb stones, though. I'll have to get everyone together.
Stoila is
she-
nearby, and she says, "Oh, I didn't tell you you were away. Just come with me."
I don't like when
Aurora
stories.
does not
Just
like it
such
when
a
Aurora...
busy little bee.
Aurora does not like it when Stoila does things on her own.
Make a comstone for you.
Which is all that she
guns.
does.
Ren,
Oh my God.
Which is not what she only does.
Ren has loved
can just
100%
snipe it.
of the stuff that Stoila has done on her own.
I mean, it's like living with Doc Brown and Q.
She is a go-getter, and Ren
Cute
loves
Brown.
it.
And so Stoila guides you all down into the deck. You pass by the room, what you know is the alchemy room. It's not just an alchemy room; it's a lab of all sorts for working with all sorts of magical equipment and stuff. And you can tell that she spent
Serious.
a lot of time in there. There's practically like a permanent imprint of her hand going in and out of the door on the door handle.
Creepy.
She got you to another room that was that actually there's a door in the hallway that you realize wasn't there before. It was in between where two of the sleeping quarters are, and she opens it up and just opens up into another room that is just
Right,
as wide
right.
as the other
The
rooms.
magical
And in it is a large sort of wooden conference table of sorts, big rectangle, and sitting at 7 different positions around the conference table, in between where there are chairs, there are these floating orbs above the table. And she says, I created this room for y'all.
Don't
What
have a
is
seat.
it?
How comfortable are the chairs?
The chairs
You
are...
asked the wrong question.
I don't know, how comfortable are the chairs?
I mean, how much attention did she pay? I'm asking about Stoila because
When it comes to physical creation, Stoila puts quite a bit of attention to everything she makes.
Maximum
Darren was
butt
all
cradling.
smiles. I mean, of course, he misses everything that Stoila would probably draw most attention to, but those details that she did pay attention to, Darren was just like, these are really nice chairs. This is a
chairs-
beautiful table.
The chairs
I like this room.
are incredibly comfortable, but Brandis criticizes the workmanship and the artisan side of it. Brandis,
Bit blocky.
I'll get shopping.
We'll get shopping here.
Get shopping here. Get
Shop.
some nice
You start on my chair, get the others when you can.
Nice detailing, some engraving.
detailing. Get some names in there.
Jeez.
Some monograms.
Why does Brandis hate?
He really likes to
I like
sign
that.
places. Chairs without names on them
He
just
doesn't hate
seem
it,
like...
he's just saying like
No, I mean, why?
it'd be better.
Why do you hate Stoila? That's why I'm asking.
Oh, just on principle.
I see.
I don't hate her work. I hate her.
He has to let her
And-
make sure she knows her place.
As you look around at these different orbs, in one of them, you see the face of the Dragonborn leader of the Cormyrean battalion of Bahamut's paladins. God damn it. Let me drop the phone.
That's what he said.
That's the
But we're
sound that
trying
you
to
hear in
call
your
him.
mind when someone tries to call you on it.
And you see that his face is there, and he says, "Welcome."
Explain it later.
The Dragonborn says, "Welcome." He's speaking to you, and you can just hear his voice clear as day, as if he were sitting at that spot around the table.
Commander?
Magnificent.
That's
Is
pretty cool.
magnificent.
Stoila just
Or is looking at
As everyone's saying this, like, that's pretty cool, magnificent. Storyla just sits back in a chair and she's just like grinning. Just got her arms crossed and she's got a big old smile on her face.
Does she react to Brandis's
Good girl.
cold, critical analysis of the chairs?
Oh, did he do a cold?
Well, he's like, it's comfortable, but, well, I'll let you say it again, even though your mouth is full of way too much cauliflower.
No, so they lack the detail and artisan work the shop can do with some carvings.
Ren pipes up to this actually and says, "Yeah, why don't you get Shop in here and have him create another room like this too?" Kind of sticking up for.
If I tell him to do so, he'll find a way.
She's just sitting back and smiling and just says, "Utility over aesthetics."
At the well, dude. Doman's like, comfortable for me. I'm a little
Aesthetic
I'm
for
way
me.
too comfortable. I might pee my pants.
She says, "Well, comfort is utility, of course."
He's like,
Whoa.
He's talking about carvings and
as long as someone can come clean up.
Beauty!
Jesus.
Yeah, Derek's talking about pissing himself here. No one's really acknowledging that.
I mean,
you just hear a very loud
that's a good guess.
clearing his throat as you see that the
Yes, Commander has.
paladin of Bahamut is there, and he says,
How does anything get done?
Continue. Imagine what we can do if we
You people have
focus.
gotten this far.
Mr.
They can't kill us.
Commander! You have news for us.
he says, "Yes, the site that you have asked us to keep an eye on, the site of the upcoming confrontation. There has been a development.
Go on.
Some sort of barrier has been risen."
That's a problem.
Define
A what?
barrier.
He says, "It is
Like a brick wall, or what? Are
It
we
is
talking
tough to
about?
understand. We have our wizards and artificers analyzing it as best they can, but we are keeping our distance as you have requested.
Ah.
It says, but there is some sort of magical barrier created over the entire site, considerably more than the entire site.
And no
In
one
a very
saw you?
large area in this forest around the
Damn, when Marks,
site.
do you think Arath already knows that the hour is nigh?
I expect he is doing this in order to keep anyone from stopping him.
Storla says, the readings that instrument was taken certainly could tell him that the time is getting closer. It makes sense that he's preparing.
He's like, we better make our final preparations too.
Indeed. Hopefully he has not spotted the paladin.
Heptos says, we have the advantage
Massive
of knowing
amount of
the
them.
exact time that he can activate the crown. He does not. He only knows that it is getting closer. And he looks to
So-
Storla for confirmation, who nods.
If we want to surprise him, then we can't just wait until that moment, because he's not going to wait until that moment either. Because he doesn't know when that is.
Well, it takes some time to activate the crown, right?
He will know...
What I mean is he'll appear here way before that point, I expect, because he doesn't know when exactly it is.
Storla says, not necessarily. He'll probably create a portal and come in at the moment when it is time.
Well, I thought you said he didn't know when specifically it was.
He
just
doesn't know when
he
it's
doesn't-
coming up, but he'll know when it happens. That instrument he's got there
Soft
poking
alarm.
things
So
into the
he's-
sky is taking readings. As soon as it is time, he'll be informed.
Everyone says, we may have waited as long as we can. It sounds like all of our forces are in place, and we don't know how long it's going to take to deal with this barrier. Maybe it's time for us to go and just make our stand, take over the area. If he shows up, well, then we'll fight him right then. We don't have to wait till hour zero. What if it takes us a week to get this thing down? We need to get in there.
I thought there was the issue with the orb, the Diva Masker. If you look right, I mean, it'll last for a while, but if we blow it too soon, he could potentially have a chance to try again.
Seems like the advantage of striking when the actual planar alignment happens is that he will be distracted.
They said, well, we have the ring. We can follow him. Just let's end this as soon as we can.
Fine.
Heptos says, if we fail in any way, if we have to retreat, it will all be for nothing.
That's true.
We have to.
He will come back at the time of planar alignment.
If
you will
we
not be
fail,
able to stop
we'll be
him
dead.
from using the power of the throne.
Damon asked him, he says, well, frankly, what if we fail on the day, though? I mean...
Then we will at least have stopped him from being able to do the ritual at the time of planar alignment.
Oh, so... Okay, Damon said, so the artifact will be able to accomplish what we need to if we have it there at the right time.
There are many artifacts.
The artifact that I don't
The
know,
basketball-looking
the chair
one.
The chair, the chair,
The big
The orb.
globe thing.
It's an orb. What?
the
orb.
globe
Thanks
thing,
to you,
the
sir.
globe thing. Like
Mr. Hugh.
that's the key.
The globe that'll counteract the Throne of Omenon, so we can't use the crown.
Yeah.
Right.
Make it so that he can't
And we have to time that.
activate the.
So we time that right, then that will.
And even if we are unsuccessful in killing a wrath, or we are unsuccessful in surviving a wrath, we will have stopped him from using the planar alignment to activate the crown.
At the very worst, we can throw everybody we have at him for the duration of the planar alignment, such that he never has the time he needs to.
How long does it last? The planar alignment. I mean, minutes, weeks,
Half a day.
half a day.
Or Stoila says, 'cause she's most familiar with that.
Yeah.
About half a day is my estimation
Perhaps it's something
of when it is probably most appropriate for him to activate the crown. Other locations probably have more concentration of overlap for a larger period of time. We're pretty lucky he picked this one. Or found this one.
That's good.
Indeed.
We haven't heard any. When we set detectors at other locations, we haven't heard anything.
You have scouts and detectors watching all of the locations. There's been no indication.
Okay.
And they've been checking in regularly. There's no indication there's any funny business going on anywhere else. And now with the shield going up, it sure looks like that preparing for the long haul.
What do we? I mean, we know it's a barrier of some kind. What like?
We should go, right?
There's a lot of different kinds of barriers.
Yeah.
Like, how's this one? Do we know anything
Yeah,
about
there's some preparing
its
or
function? I
something?
mean, can you see through it?
No, it is specifically blocking us from seeing inside. Perhaps that is part of the point.
So it's just a big opaque bubble-looking thing or something, or
That is a somewhat apt description of it.
If crude.
It is not as tall as it is wide. It does not go over the top of the tree cover. It cannot be seen from far away. Only if you enter into the forest and you know where you're looking for.
Has anyone tried to pass through it?
No, we've been keeping our distance as ordered.
It seems like if we want to still retain the element of surprise, we would need to find a way to disable it, but not actively disable it. Be sure
You
that we
mean,
know we
wait,
can turn it
be
off,
able
but
to get
then
through
turn
it.
it off right when we need to.
Sounds
If we
like
turn it off early,
a job for a certain artificer we know.
Sterla says, getting through that thing will be easy. Clearly, she's not even considering the possibilities of what it could be. She does not have any doubt that she could get through anything.
There you
Ren
I
go.
like your
says,
confidence.
Ren says,
I like
yeah, I know
confidence.
getting through it would be easy, but could you get through it and turn it off at the drop of a hat?
She says, don't need to turn it off, just need to get through it.
well,
True
For
enough.
instance,
Yeah.
we need lots of people to get through.
Yeah.
You can do that.
She says, probably some sort of device in the middle.
Ren says, could you, if that doesn't work, could you build a device that could
Disrupt
counteract that and just cause a huge doorway that we could go in through?
With that, she smiles and she's like, that will be more challenging. We'll go that route.
Ren gives her a high five. Says, I like your style.
And she's already like with like charcoal chalk just drawing on the table and is like clearly drawing some designs and specking something
That's
out.
why she didn't put any designs on the table.
Speaking
She
of
wanted to draw.
doodling, Dalemans has gotten his knife out and he's just kind of grinding away at it and playing it. And he seems a little bit kind of agitated, just a little bit more restless.
He's back.
He seems a little restless. He can't sit still. He's kind of like, I don't know, like this barrier. What else is he up to? I mean, I can't say enough. This guy he never rests. He's like ultimately crafty. He's always got some plan. If he's already starting to do things, I just don't know what else he might be up to. And he's itchy. He's itching to do something.
Heptos says, I agree.
Yes. Wait.
What?
Damon says, "What did you have in mind?"
I changed my
He says,
mind.
We should spend the rest of this time preparing for the confrontation. He says, there are many things we can do. We should learn more about what we're dealing with. We should train the army that we have recruited from various contacts. We should do research into how he is controlling his thralls of people. All
We know that
of these things could help us.
Oh,
And he
yeah.
looks, or what is it?
It's the throne.
The throne allows him to access more arcane power. That allows him to potentially do anything. The throne itself doesn't enslave people.
It's like the biggest, ultimate battery.
Yeah, it's like having a battery that's 10 gazillion times stronger
so you can
than
make a
the
blender
most.
the size of an Empire State Building.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you can just. There is no limit to what you can build if you have enough
No,
energy, and that basically just gives them enough
What were you
energy.
That's
gonna
what I'd
say?
make.
I was gonna say we had
One.
a few clues in how he controlled people based on what we learned from his champion, whose name escapes me at the moment.
Baden.
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 Helmet Baden.
Something
Dead Baden.
involved in
The
breaking
helmet that we've
people
never
and
done
torture and such.
Yes.
I
Smash the table.
Ren's not
And then,
really.
and then stops because Ren's about to say something.
Well, Ren's not really sure how, and kind of looks at Heptos like.
You hate that.
So, how do you propose we learn more about what he's got? Like, do we kidnap one of his people and
That
try to
doesn't
get
seem to
information out of him? What do you
doesn't work.
propose we do? We've tried doing that, and oftentimes that ends up blowing up in our faces. Do you have any ideas for how you want
He
to approach
says,
that?
Doyla has been there. She has sensed the sort of magic that is in use at his academy. Plus, we have learned much since last time we have attempted anything. There are certainly avenues of research we have not engaged in.
Damon finishes slamming his hand on the table. Stopped it. Now he says, he's like, I've heard all I need to. I'm ready to get started on some of these things. I'm gonna go see Kalal right now. I think he's feeling better. And does anyone or the paladin or the commander say anything?
The paladin just says,
Or says, "We'll be there in a minute."
and the paladin says, the paladins of Bahamut are at your disposal. Contact us with whatever you need.
Or says, "Maintain your position. Make no further attempts at getting any closer. Just observe and report.
He says, very well.
But let me know if anything dramatic happens, obviously."
Of course. And then his image disappears from the comm screen. The comm orb.
Damon grabs a handful of beer nuts and hits the door.
I knew there was a reason I put those beer nuts there.
I know, they're delicious.
Ren decides he's going to
Magically
hang
delicious.
with Stoyla and chat her up and see what she knows.
When Stoyla's heading back to, she's heading straight back to the engineering room, just brimming with excitement over these ideas she has for this barrier. Not even seeing it, she's clearly already designing something. And when she gets to the door of the engine room, she looks back and sees that Ren is following her. And she says, hey.
Ren says, "Oh, hey yourself."
She says, what's going on? And she starts walking away from the engine room door.
Ren says, "What are you doing?"
She says, just tinkering and stuff.
"What are you tinkering with?"
She says, just the engine and stuff. And she just starts walking away. She says, man, really nice air out here. She starts just grabbing for the rigging as if she's going to just start climbing it.
Ren goes. Ren says, "I'm gonna go into the engine room and."
No. I'm in the middle of an experiment. And she runs over to the door and stands in the way.
And Ren says, because Ren's getting kind of suspicious now, because she has never withheld information like this with him or anything, and says, "What's going on in there?"
She looks clearly just kind of wide-eyed. She goes, look, don't get mad, okay?
Corpse gates.
Ren isn't mad yet, but he's getting very interested in, very interested in what's going on. He says, "Stoyla."
She said, look, he's a little glitchy right now, but I'll make it okay.
Ren just opens the door.
When Ren opens the door, immediately upon opening it, see this bolt of silver energy shoot at his, shin.
Does it hit him?
Does it hit him? Nah.
No, not at all.
It's kind of a wild shot.
And Ren, as he opens the door, he sees it and he kind of backs out and it goes right past and hits the wall on the other side of the door.
She leaps inside and grabs something and turns it around, and you see that she is holding RA4, the construct from the vault. The dog-sized construct from the vault, and you see that it has been jury-rigged with, arms, and there are wands attached to the thing.
Ren walks in and sees this, and he goes, "Holy hell!
Dog!
What have you done?"
He gets kind of excited. He goes, "When have you been working on this?" This is amazing!
She says, I found this poor guy collecting dust in the corner, and I thought, hey, I could do something with that, but he's really hot. What? I don't understand that. And then she looks half excited, half worried that someone's going to be pissed that she clearly started working on this thing without permission.
The only thing you really notice is the big unauthorized light that's lit up, and she's clearly has looked around.
Poor
Ren is
Poor's like, no,
100%
Stop.
not
Please
pissed that
don't.
she's
Oh
working
my
on
god,
this.
that's my.
He's a little pissed that she didn't tell him, and he says, "What? Why didn't you say anything?"
She says, well, I don't really know whose it was, and when I started looking into it, I could tell that this technology is certainly not from our world, and I thought maybe if I asked the wrong person, I might get in trouble for asking. So I thought, better to just make it better, and then whoever's it is wouldn't be upset that I made it better.
Ren says, "Well,
Fair to
now
ask for
I'm
forgiveness.
really curious. What did you do to make him better?"
She said, well, first of all, I figured out that it ain't sentient. It sort of seems like it, but it's not. It's just very sophisticated. So it's okay that I'm screwing around with it. She looks him right in the eye. And Ren gets the immediate impression that she's gotten in trouble before for tinkering with a sentient construct.
Ren,
Keeper? Where is he?
Ren honestly doesn't give a shit if he was sentient or not. He just thinks it's awesome that he's got he's fixed on the fact that it can now shoot stuff and has lasers attached to its arms
scientists.
and isn't just walking around going, warning, warning, warning anymore.
She says, well, this thing seemed very sophisticated. It can move around a lot, and it's got a lot of intelligence, sort of this arcane, strange intelligence, and I figured if I attach weapons to it, it could probably help us.
Oh my god. I mean, no one can
Ren
argue
says,
with that. No one can argue
I'm
with
now
that.
kind of pissed. I didn't think of that myself.
She says, so I've been using these low-power wands I whipped up just for a trial. It wouldn't hurt too bad if it hit you. Not too bad. But she said it'll take some more tinkering. Then you see her kind of reach and flip some sort of switch, and then it goes and turns off. And she then tucks it into the corner. She said, I'll get back to that. More important is this barrier.
Ren says, could you design it? He said, I don't think it would be very
Maybe
difficult
it
at
could
this
carry
point.
the
tiger.
But
thing.
could you design it so that it is attacking but doesn't use lethal stuff? It'll hurt and sting if it hits you, but we could almost use it like a training dummy.
She says, well, that's a darn good idea. Of course, the weapons will all be interchangeable with whatever sort of wand or arcane implement you want it to use.
Does it have to be arcane implements? Or could we load up projectiles in it or something?
She says, those types of weapons are so crude, not worth the effort necessary to hook up that sort of contraption.
Ren says, true, but
He was an
look at
artist.
some of the people on this ship.
She says, we can make it shoot something that resembles a physical projectile, but it'll come from a magic wand.
The halflings,
Way more, elegant.
will understand better if they're having rocks thrown at them or something.
She just rolls her eyes and she says, I
You're
guess.
gonna turn into a mechanical Kato for the ship?
Yes.
Awesome.
Because Ren
instead
keeps
of having
getting
it
so much
throw
shit
rocks-
when he does it.
It's awesome.
She'll likely make a wand that conjures rocks that it launches.
Fine,
Conjure
that's how it
rock
works.
wand.
Hey, everyone gets what they need.
So, Ren thinks that is 100% awesome.
She looks completely relieved, and she is glad as she then starts drawing up plans for this thing to poke through the thing.
And Ren
The
jokes around and
barrier.
says, for a minute there, I thought you were hiding something from us, like you were doing something with a wrath or something like that.
She said, that would be hilarious.
What does Ren... does Ren see anything weird about her?
It just seems like she thought it was
She-
an awkward joke, and she
And
didn't
not
know how to
funny.
react, and not
Okay.
very funny.
Good enough.
Aw.
Fine.
It's like, I thought you were a traitor.
Everyone's staring themselves each other down like traitor.
So, Ren starts to pick her brain about the shield. And
The
They begin
bear.
working on that.
Yep.
Galen,
Yes.
I printed out something. Can you grab it for me? All right. Daleman.
Daleman, running as fast as his winds can carry him, immediately
makes a beeline for the portal. Damon clearly moving not about the normal routes of the ship, but overboard, in portals, up, down, in through to the Grove of Kala, where he finds that Kala has also been recuperating during this time to a more usual. I mean, the Grove again. Now trees and kind of like verdant shrubbery, as well as many animals, kind of signify the recovery of the old druid. And Damon goes to the more secluded inner grove, where he sees Kala there, and basically, yeah. Well,
he says, "Ah, Derek,
yeah.
welcome back."
You know I don't leave. You know I don't go too far these days, Kala.
He says, "Tell me, what can I do for you? How goes the preparation?"
Damon immediately starts pacing, and he's kind of like, whatever, very expressive. He's like, "Kala, it's been such a long time. Ever since we first went to Skyclave the first time, these guys, their heads melted right out of their brains. It was the most horrifying, terrifying, gruesome thing." He kind of recounts again. You know, Damon sometimes gets in this mode where he's like repeats things that everyone knows. And he talks about, repeats again just how much he has always wanted to help Arath by reducing the amount of evil he's inflicting on these people that he's kind of mind controlling. And he gestures to the Helm of Baden, which Colvin brought down, and he says, one of Arath's most closest servants died with this helmet, and kind of told us a few things before he died, and I wanted to see if we could get some insight as to what it is exactly that's going on when the mind control ritual kind of ends, and when someone dies, it seems like we should be able to do something for this people, so that when they leave his service, they won't die a horrible death.
He
Aurora
says,
is there, by the way.
A
She's told us.
noble intent. I agree. He says, "I have taken the liberty of doing what I could to detect if there's any sort of similar magic on this helm as there was on the violin."
Smart move.
He says, "I believe that there is not. It should be safe to peek into the past of this object."
Damon says,
Risky.
he's so ready for. He says, "Kala, if you think that it is safe, please. This is something that I've wanted to be able to do."
He says, yes. Perhaps you should gather those that would be interested in seeing.
Got one.
He says, should we learn what you seek to learn, it may be important for everybody to be present in case.
Who shows up?
I mean, he'll send
Ren's a little
out
nervous about this because...
It's like the vice president hide at least one guy away. So
Well,
he
I
can
mean,
take it on.
last time we did this on the violin, he got nuked, and he's saying, well, I don't think anything's going to happen, but he didn't think anything was going to happen with the violin either.
Well, the violin was bait.
So good.
I mean,
And not to cheapen the life of Kala, but it wasn't just that he got nuked. That was when guys started teleporting into our ship and sanctuary.
But what happens if we now go and look at this and it somehow...
Triggers an alarm that he's got.
Yeah. I mean, I guess you could make that argument with anything. Like,
Yeah.
how do we know this won't tip him off?
Kala is the one. I mean,
Honestly.
he is the one who is most committed of all of us, regardless of how much we've done to achieving what we're out to achieve, and it is his risk to take as it is all of ours. So, though I don't share any relish for having those sorcerers of Arath come back.
I never share my
Wizards,
relish.
mages.
The benefit,
Conjurers.
honestly, does seem worth the risk at this point, though.
Damn it, says
It
we
could give us something that isn't vital.
we got to be able to do something to this. Otherwise, what happens if we kill Arath, and when that breaks, every single person who's touched just falls dead. So we can't have that. I can't have that blood on my hand or his hands.
Absolutely right.
And Hepto says, I agree.
What's going on? Fine.
Are you trying to disagree with Hepto?
Oh, it just usually works out that way. It's so much harder now.
Hepto's just changed a bit since you left.
I know.
Kind of
That's true. A lot of the changes have been, Damon has not seen him much since basically the 2 months were up, since Damon died very shortly after that time when he became more... What are you doing?
He's eating cauliflower and me mugging the camera.
Talk about my cauliflower. I can
funny.
just give a cold hard stare at the
Anyway.
camera now and then.
Who loves a cauliflower?
So
who's here? I'm here.
Q's there.
everyone's there, right? I don't
Yeah.
think anyone chose not to be. Storyla is there as well.
I'll go.
Excellent.
And as well as most of the big name people, not Kat Dunlin or Grosh, but
Zahar.
not even Zahar. He's
not really.
He's kind of been he's been an interesting asset to the group in that he's definitely got combat prowess, but he doesn't much care for the
complicated stuff.
The values, really.
the complicated stuff and the values. For him,
This isn't his
for
car.
him,
His
seeing
Principles are different.
the effects of what would happen if this crown were activated for him would be
the best story.
it would be an awesome story, and so he was not he's not intrinsically against it or for it. He's going with you guys because he's working with you, but this this kind of scheming stuff, it's not really his cup of tea.
Yeah.
And that which you are not passionate about, you're not very good at.
Yep. Well, just let things slide.
And so
With a quiet hush.
with the hush, everyone gathered around to see what you can see from the helm of Big.
Who's crying on the helm of Big?
And we'll go.
Little song guy, little jig, little ditty.
She creates her own soundtracks.
Yeah.
For Aurora.
My life is
The best each song.
a good track.
Greatest.
The vision begins. It's been a long time since you've had one of these visions. It's been
I'm really pumped.
a year
Yeah.
ish.
In real time?
No, in game time.
Oh, game.
The vision begins in a hazy realm of thick smoke and choking darkness. The sensation is suffocating and constricting despite the lack of any distinct environment around you. The distant thrum of rushing blood hums in the air, seeming to come from nowhere and everywhere all at once. Slowly, new sounds emerge, distant, faint murmuring, and one voice in particular ringing above them with startling clarity. Arath. Stand back, fools! Light slowly floods your vision as you find yourself without a form of your own to cling to. Instead, you stare straight up at a dark marbled ceiling through the narrow slits of a red steel helmet. You feel the hard table beneath you, the chill of it, and the slowly returning tingle of life in your limbs. You take a slow breath, lungs aching, throat burning. He is waking, Headmaster. You are unable to turn your head to follow the voice, forced instead to stare helplessly upward into the shadows above. Arath's face suddenly leans over, observing you. He smiles coldly with a glimmer of triumph in his eyes. I told you I wouldn't let your abilities go to waste. Arath! The choked, dry voice barely barks out a whisper to which Arath sneers. Memory still intact, then? His eyes narrow and darken slightly. But tell me, Baden, does your short-sighted idealism remain as well? Any attempt to move is met with stubborn failure. Arath smirks and wags a finger in admonishment. Another ragged breath is sucked in. What have you done? Arath lets out a small tisk. Such ingratitude. And after I spent all that effort to bring you back from the dead. Well, he smiles to himself. Almost back. You've been dead for a long while. Baden's voice, your voice, regains some of its strength as you feel the anger surge within him. You've wasted your time. I won't help you. Oh, but you will, Baden, one way or another. You are brought to a sitting position by a small gesture from Arath, and a bolt of terror causes an involuntary shudder crawling down your spine. There, on the opposite side of the room, sits the great dark throne hewn from the stone of the void, carving into the weave like a great arcane claw. The power rolling off of it is enough to turn your stomach and cause your blood to run cold. He has it. Somehow he has gotten a hold of the Amask Arcana. Arath notices the widening eyes of Baden and chuckles. There is nothing to be afraid of, my friend. Your Mascari ancestors were quite adept at their art. It's almost a shame they lost so much to their misguided desires. As he speaks, Arath moves to the throne and sits upon it as naturally and easily as if it were made for him alone. Soft, smooth grooves in the armlets allow his fingers to splay and dip into small arcane pools of energy, flowing up his veins with an eerie purple hue. Several dozen Amascari men and women pour in from all corners of the room, their faces blank and passive. Come here. The command is simple and profound. It seeps deeply through your bones and into the marrow. It crackles like lightning in your mind, singing in your blood. It sweeps your legs over the table, moving your limbs like an obedient puppet. All the while, empty eyes watch with nary so much as a stray twitch. You stand before the throne, body frozen, mind screaming and railing against what you have become. The line between Baden's mind and your own is becoming increasingly blurred. His pain is your own. His suffering is yours. His helplessness and despair rise up in you as if they were your own feelings. He wishes to die, and now, so do you. But death is clearly not what Arath has in mind. The dreaded promise in his gaze all but guarantees that. Kneel. His voice resonates through the entire room as if a god has spoken. Wordlessly, every Amascari thumps to their knees in unison, including you. Arcane power is beginning to leach out of every mind in the room, drawn towards the throne as you knew it would be. Arath's fingers shudder slightly, his face falling into a pained expression before regaining his composure. You should have trusted me, Baden. I never wanted this. His voice fades as though he had never spoken the words aloud. The crown can only have one master. His long-fingered hand stretches towards you, and you can feel the tendrils of energy seeping into your mind. But you will not be wasted. You expect pain, but there is only a vaguely pleasant numbness. It folds over your mind with soft waves, washing away something that may have once been fear. Doubt becomes foreign and strange. Pride and willfulness fade like a walking dream. Your name withers on your tongue with a soft, strangled cry, replaced with another name. Master. You look up at Arath as if newly aware of this undeniable presence. There is no past. You make no notice of the several Amascari who have dropped dead at the foot of the throne, nor do you acknowledge the trickle of blood running from your nostril, feeding the tang of iron on your lips. You lower your head in deep bow, and whatever will you still cling to evaporates as the brow of the helmet makes contact with the cold marble floor. The next voice you hear is your own, though it resonates darkly and sounds oddly foreign. I am yours to command, Master. With a cold rush, you are pulled with violent force backwards out of the vision, coming into your own body with a violent, gasping breath. Strangely, Baden's memories linger, his desperation resonating in the thunder of your own heartbeat. And as you've seen before, Kala collapses to the ground at the conclusion of this. Still breathing and awake, but the amount of energy it requires from it is immense as he sits there trying to catch his breath as if he's been kicked in the gut.
Gilman says that was the second hardest vision I've ever seen. Clearly somber at the suffering that Baden went through, and he says, seems like it all goes back to that throne. Cursed artifact.
What are the Amascari doing making something like that?
He says,
Stoila, having being very well researched in the Mascari and their artifacts and such, said, well, there was a time when all they desired was power.
It wasn't a literal question.
Clearly she was about to go into a history lesson, and she just kind of shuts her mouth as she realizes it's not what Aurora wanted.
Aurora's like every movement is tinged with kind of a barely restrained anger. It kind of goes back to that whole, taking advantage of people or hurting helpless people. It makes her very angry, and this makes her extremely angry because now she understands what happened to Baden, whereas before it was kind of a vague
Damon says, well, you guys never described to me that like huge populations of the Deep Amascar were missing when you went down there. Does this mean that like all of his servants are people brought back from the dead?
Deepa Maskar? People missing from Deepa Maskar?
Yeah, there wasn't any people. There wasn't any people missing from Deepa Maskar.
Right.
There were no people missing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So he's not getting people from there. High Maskar was drained, but I mean, it seemed like he had even more resources than that. I don't know. It says Baden was brought back from the dead. Are all his followers people that used to be dead?
And are they
just reanimated?
Are they all Amaskari?
Hepto says, those we have fought, his servants that we have fought, were certainly not dead. Were certainly not undead.
Aurora looks at Stoila because Stoila was there.
Yeah.
Kind of. Now.
Stoila, you see, is like writing furiously on her little pad of parchment as she is writing a whole bunch of arcane runes and seems like gibberish. But Ren can see that she is writing down sort of a pseudo language that he understands. She is writing down
arcane shorthand.
The magic, the signature and such of the magic that you had both experienced in this vision, and Ren can tell that what she's trying to do is trying to copy down as much as she can figure out and remember about this magic that caused this this complete and utter domination of your mind as you were there. You were in first person being dominated by him, and as such, it was a great insight into the kind of magic, and she's writing as fast as she can to try to jot down everything about it.
As she continues to jot down, Daemon kind of gives another little shudder and says, "Do you know what it reminds me of?" He says, "The moment before that octopus ate my brain."
Oh.
I said there was a moment of hesitation, and I lost all function, all will. There was like a moment of pause where he might have put me in that state and kept me as one of his thralls. Instead, he opted for a snack. But he says, what Baden felt in that moment was almost the exact same thing. It was this mind magic. I don't know what kind of powers that those illithids have, but it seemed to me like some effect of that nature.
No one should suffer through something like that.
Brenna says, have we encountered, have all of his thralls been in Mascari?
Vast majority, but not all.
But not all. We've seen some non-mask in Mascari.
You know for a fact that he's
been drawing.
He's built a branch of the academy in Olgarth, and you have not been everywhere in the world. Could certainly be in other places as well.
Oh no, I just mean the people we have killed is people who have teleported in.
You get a lot from
mostly in Mascari.
That's probably where he started, you know. So
yeah,
you have more time to build up.
Well, you remember that it accelerated the people that were disappearing. At first, it was people being invited to this prestigious academy, and then it was people applying and trying to get there, and then it started turning into disappearances here and there, and then it became mass disappearances until half the population was gone before the city fell into ruin, and then the top half of Skyclave
evaporated,
disappeared into thin air,
taking the Empress with it.
Yeah.
Ren is only half paying attention to what you guys were saying and kind of discussing. He kind of looked over and saw the runes that Stoila was writing and kind of thought that was interesting, but his mind is totally fixed on the vision that he had and looking at Arath and seeing the power of the throne, and he is fixed on the throne and fixed on the idea of, well, if we could just knock Arath out of the way, I could sit on the throne and take out Arath.
Aurora senses ambition.
Think about what we could do if one of us were able to sit. What if I were able to sit on it?
Or just kind of looks at Ren.
Is he saying it out loud?
No,
he's just thinking it to himself. But he's kind of off. I mean, he's kind of paying attention, but you can tell he's kind of off in his own. He's kind of just staring.
He's daydreaming
at the wall. He's daydreaming to you guys.
Better keep dreaming.
He hasn't She hasn't voiced that plan to the group.
Totally.
No, but Ur probably senses something. I expect maybe not a clear expression of exactly what he wants to do, but even just sensing like a tiny bit of not fear or disgust, but excitement,
Ambition.
ambition. It's a little bit. It sets off a little bit of sensors, and
Damon takes a step towards
she works so
Stoila.
preoccupied.
He says, there's only so much time left. He says, if you need a guinea pig to figure this out, I'm volunteering.
Damon, no. I mean, go ahead.
To Stoila?
Yeah.
She says, in time. Right now I'm just trying to record what I felt. She says, we could work off of this to figure out perhaps some sort of solution or improvement to the issue, but it will take some time.
He's been fairly quiet up until this point, and he just says, if for some reason that were to happen to me, and you're left with the option of leaving me like that or killing me, please just kill me. Because that was terrible.
Damon
I
says,
agree.
Damon's like starts muttering, unless you'll catch another elevator, bring him here, just make him tell us. Break him.
Break an elephant? I think they just make
Yeah.
swirling noises.
I mean, needs some revenge.
Peptos
I'm mad, dude.
just speaks up, kind of
Snap it.
taking that leader position once again as he just steps up and he says, I believe the path is clear.
Alright.
Which is...
He says, we must spend the remaining time preparing for the confrontation that is to come.
What's next? The training of the army. He says we have a lot of different folks that are gonna come fight with us.
Well,
Dun, dun, dun.
Ta-da! I love this ship. I kind of want it all the time.
You can have it.
we're going to make an even better one.
When the time comes,
setting
it's
that up?
yours.
If we get a better one,
Yeah,
I want to put strings on the corners so Eric can hang it in his room.
I will. Thank you, man. Yes! Yes!
I will use my knot tying for good.
Hell yeah.
Not evil.
Not evil.
That's your thing.
I hope he's able to
Not-
hang it like
That was
at sort of a
technology set
jaunty
up.
angle, like it's
Right.
going like in a bank or
yeah,
something.
This is when Cass couldn't do anything. They're just being like, this is Cass pretending that he knows what he's doing. This is
So
crazy.
you're like the
Don't
guy
fly into like
who
tree of all elements.
does war reenactments, only they're fictional war
it's
reenactments.
Oh
just
god,
me.
it's a huge one again.
You guys are fighting Wrath with 2 surges between 4 of you. Or 5 of you, I guess.
Alright, all of your surges are on the line.
I'm gonna
Let's roll some ones.
bathroom real quick.
This is pass fail. It's an all or nothing.
I guess if it's a whole break, then we'll do a whole break.
Spill us on
Just
to
get me all the minis. Get me something that.
yeah, here.
Yeah. So by the way, when I lost,
Iron Red.
Give me a fireball.
Yep.
by the way,
And
when I
give
lost
me-
my train of thinking, when Cam
hang
sent
on.
me another
Give me.
note,
Hang on. Give me a fireball.
No, don't do it.
Give me
Wait,
a
wait,
brain.
wait,
Yeah.
We have a brain.
wait.
You have a growl.
To go the right, like, units.
Uh,
Do the setup again.
and then give me like army
You
dudes.
Yep.
Do we just hold on 1 second?
will you just look,
No.
please?
Yes, it's a cock.
And you totally lost your train of thought too, didn't you?
Yes.
That's why I purposely completely avoided whatever it was. Hey, Greg, check out this thing that
cock.
distracted me. It's a very happy cock.
It is. It's very happy.
God,
It's
Happy
ple-
to
I
see
didn't
you.
expect you to say
Pleasing to
happy.
the eye.
Megan is on a perpetual quest to redefine what penis means in my brain. Drippy and happy are like the 2 top adjectives when he's talking about them.
Yes.
Makes them.
Go drippy cock.
Drippy happy.
No, it was huge wet drippy penis.
Ugh.
Huge.
Was it huge? I
Big.
just remember drippy.
It was
Big.
just.
Was it a big drippy penis?
It was powerfully
Big Derby
drippy.
that seems good.
Yeah.
All right. And we'll just do this. Camera can see it better this way.
It's the trident. The triumvirate.
It's now a spaceship.
Wow, I hope Dan gets out of there because I want to see too.
Vroom!
Hey!
Oh, goddamn. It's a different kind of ship. Star Fox.
So now,
Dude,
someone giving the
dude,
finger.
look at his brain.
Can I,
It's a brain with a beak and tentacles. What kind of better brain would you want?
All right.
Sorry.
Can I get blood? Are there no more floods left?
Yeah, sorry, man. I think they got drank.
Hey, there's some good beers in the
Oh, tight.
in the
Dude.
pull-out drawer.
Greg, I was gonna tell you, man. I went to a bar last weekend that had Black Butte on tap.
Really?
It was. I mean, I saw it. I'm like, oh my god. I wish Greg was here, and then I happened, of course.
Good. Very good. Want to take your dice stuff? It's pretty light.
Goodness.
That's what I got for getting bit by a dog.
You got bit by a dog?
Yeah.
And they gave you beer?
The guy who did it, that's an apology.
The guy who bit you?
No, I got bit by someone's dog.
The dog.
Where dog?
The dog bought you beer.
At work or elsewhere?
I'm not gonna say where,
Okay,
but
fair enough.
but
That's cool of them. I hope it wasn't too bad.
no, it wasn't. It wasn't bad.
That was
was
cool.
a
And
weird
as an
dog.
apology, he brought me a 6-pack of beer, and I'm like, well, worth it.
I mean, there is this for a
Worth
brain.
it!
Do you want this for a brain?
You got army dudes?
Yeah, army guys.
Just
they're
need like
soldiers.
one.
Then I'll get
Actually,
you
no, I need a couple actually.
So a couple of my
Which are
coworkers.
the best ones? I mean, how about the Zents?
Have discovered
Like soldiers, like that?
Thursday nights.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I just tell them.
So now, when I leave, only on Thursdays, you're like at the hallway, at the doorway, I'm about to leave, and one of them insists on saying, "Hey." And I turn back, always assuming it's something more important, and he just says, "Be careful out there."
That's pretty awesome.
It's ridiculous.
Be careful out there. You think you're funny? You think this is easy?
You're funny.
What? You got jokes? You got jokes? Fine. So let's hear them now.
No idea. You have no idea.
You got more? Need a ton.
Oh, sorry. Yeah,
Actually, I guess I don't really need a ton.
No. I mean, more minis is always better.
Yeah.
I mean, we gotta bring back the old Brandises.
Just put them every 2.
Okay.
Old Brandises are nasty.
Old Brandises are my second favorite soldier.
They're good. I kind of want to get
the
more
Zens.
of them.
Yeah, I really want to get more of them. When we got 2, I was like, yeah, now we're talking.
I can't remember. What the hell is that thing called again?
Are we still on a break?
These guys are badass too.
No, we're off of a break. The second guys can come back.
You need
I
something?
peed.
Hey,
What's
Dan,
that
you want to help me out with the soldiers?
Well, if you
I do need to talk to Eric real quick.
Grell! Grell dynamite.
Before or after?
That's what it's called.
I wanted to say, but it will not work with 2 of them gone because I wanted to say,
Yeah.
every year around this time, I always bring up I want to go backpacking this summer
Right?
with the Thursday nights,
Oh, okay.
and then we always end up pussing out and not doing it.
And we can record a D&D session on our phones.
Yes.
If you want it, if you don't mind other people going, Ryan is doing more and more. I'm going back to the snow, same place,
Really?
same trail.
Right
My
now?
toe- my
like,
feeling,
like
my-
this season,
Yeah.
like right now is a good time to do it because there's still snow and it's like only dips down into the 30s at night right now.
See,
and it tops out at 50.
That's what I'm excited for. I might have the feeling of my toes lost for only like half a month this time. So I'm pretty pumped.
You've recovered fully from that now?
Yeah, they're all the way back. Yeah.
Well,
I was
I
very
want
happy.
to go, and I want to figure out when you
Should
guys
push it.
like. Is Greg going to QuakeCon again?
I don't know.
These guys are
It
gonna
might be a work-related
These guys
thing.
are being gone. They're gonna be gone for.
I
was
want
that coming
everyone.
up?
11 days, but that's not until August, I think.
Oh, it's August. Okay.
I want
And then
everyone
they're
to
going
look.
PAX.
Or maybe it's in.
Greg's going to PAX.
It's in the summer, certainly.
But I
And
want
don't
everyone to
know
look at their
when it is.
calendar, and I want to discuss so we
Fine.
can actually put something
Oh, no,
down
do
on the
I,
calendar.
What's that program called? The one that we can set what days we're available? Do you remember what that?
Oh,
Yeah,
I know what you're talking about.
that would be perfect for
I
this.
can't remember that.
Yeah.
It's like Doodle or
Doodle. That's it.
Doodle.
But make a doodle page and send it to us, and then we can all like put which days we're available. Well, how many days would you want to do? Or how many nights?
2. It doesn't
Oh,
have to
so
be
not long.
No.
Oh, see, I like longer trips.
Well, I mean, we could do a longer trip, but I also have to take my wife and child into consideration. I know.
Always
that's a
get
bit-
in the way, getting pregnant.
My
and stuff.
wife-
Got to get rid of them.
Heather would go, but
Yeah, she
then
would
we have to
probably
find
go.
someone to watch our kid for that many days.
Dude, he can take care of himself. Internet, TV, come on.
Yeah.
Safeway delivers groceries.
Just leave her in her crib. She'll be fine.
Oh, jeez.
Have you drop off milk every day?
Safeway.com, come on, guys. Jeez.
No, just I was thinking like a Friday to Sunday or Saturday to Monday.
Because you'll be high budget compared to everyone else.
When is
I
it
don't
then?
know.
What are
How
these
many-
things?
I don't know how many guys you need.
That's it. That's good.
He was just like, "Can you do this for me?" I was like, oh, does he need more guys? There's a Grell. There's a.
What are these?
Warriors!
I will explain the mechanics of the prep when Eric gets back and we're back from break.
Okay, I will.
So what's
think
going
about
on
what
in
I was trying
Arath's
to-
head right now?
Hold on, I have to tell Greg that. Greg,
I'm gonna activate the crowd.
I need to
and
know
that's going to
when
kill
you're going to be
everyone.
gone doing things this summer, because I'm putting a hard date on the calendar for going backpacking. Because this is 2 summers now that it's gotten fucked up.
Yes. Okay. I can get you that schedule. I believe I only have one time when I'm out of town. Otherwise, this is far enough in advance that I can plan other things around it. But it's off.
It's got like a little, like a fizziness that kind of lasts.
I really like it.
Little taste afterward. Yeah.
When is Tam 9?
Tam 9. Tam is in. We're going the week of July 8th, so it's the weekend after that. So July 15th is Tam, and July 8th is Shakwa.
Sweet. It's closer than I thought.
Yeah, I should let you know because I'm gonna be out of town.
Just set up a doodle.
Yeah, I will.
I also have like a lot of time
Which
off.
does
during
mean
the
I'll be
summer,
out
so.
2 weeks in a row this summer.
Yes.
Because we're flying out on a Thursday, and we're in Vegas
we
for a
could
whole other week.
telecast. We could do something.
It would be awesome if we had reliable internet connection there.
Everybody
I would do it,
gets
but at a
iPhones.
hotel, it's so
FaceTime.
shaky.
In a circle.
I mean, look. Let's not make it something that ends up being unfun. But I mean, we can always do it. We can always do a delve. We'll just do it on Saturday or something.
Actually, my favorite idea, and I think basically what we should always do is what we did last time.
I really enjoyed that.
An
Within the story.
in fiction, an in our campaign side thing.
I
Either
enjoyed it.
telling something that happened in the past, like this last time, which was fantastic, or even something that's happening simultaneously.
Or in the future.
Another really cool side thing that I would have
competent.
suggested if I thought at the time was doing like a thing in Arath's Academy.
Yeah.
Just play the bad guys and do a thing.
Well, I did want to
for
do
the
something evil.
storytelling.
What would they
Yeah.
be doing?
We're Justice League.
Well, who knows? That would be
get
that
to
would be the
be-
interesting part.
I mean, whatever they did might become a part of our campaign.
Yeah, it's nothing that the characters know about, but the
The other guys.
reader gets to see
It
it.
would be awesome if we were a group of people that went and raided the ship. One of the times when Kaz, like when we were gone, but they kept raiding
Radar
the
and
ship.
shit.
Yeah,
We-
that would be
guys.
amazing. Like a raid on the ship.
Forget the whole Arath thing. Let's just be some like urban criminals that are like child molesters.
That's gross.
That would be.
Come
Well,
I don't like that.
on, guys.
All right.
Role playing can get you sent to jail. You're playing with fire.
Let's say we broadcast that. That's a great idea.
Like the cops are at the door before we finish broadcasting.
We heard you guys are planning something for some.
All right. Returning from
Welcome
break.
to Thursday nights.
Yeah.
Best night of the week.
Here's your month left.
A month of soldiers.
I do not want to go down this path.
I don't
There
want to
appear
know.
to be 3
You
main
want brain
goals.
tap? You want that brain tap?
There are 3 main goals ahead of you that you've figured out to that will help you on your way. You've gathered an army, and as more and more time is passing, it is seeming more and more likely that you are going to need that army for the confrontation ahead. Clearly, whatever is going on behind that shield,
It's bad.
he's preparing. He's not taking any chances because already a month out, he's already put up a block so that no one can see what's going on in there. It would seem likely that he's preparing to make sure that this is successful. As you do know, everything is resting on this planar alignment. This is what Wrath has been waiting for. It's
It's what he sacrificed his friends for.
it's what he has sacrificed his friends for. It's what he stole the
It's a weird doll.
the throne of Amanon for. Everything. Remember, the throne of Amanon, while being the most immediate threat, was just a means to this day to activate the crown of Amanon, which is his one true desire.
We did not have any clue what we were getting
So
ourselves
you know that
into.
his passion is endless.
Yeah.
On this path, you have research into
I get it.
the solution for the mind control.
Okay.
Brain.
Getting to the end will save many lives. It will save many lives of the people that that have been enslaved by Arath, these helpless citizens.
Yeah.
The mechanical effects of which are nebulous. In fact, it's almost nothing. It's the fact that you will get to.
I mean, it's our characters. I state.
Yeah,
Are at stake.
you'll be able to help free them as opposed to potentially killing all of them.
Yeah.
Down this path,
Strong after effects too.
you have gaining power. You have spending some time furthering your own power, really preparing yourselves for the coming confrontation. That is to say, preparing special magics or gathering equipment to craft magic items, or going and seeking out some small artifact that you could find. Anything. The sky's the limit as far as imagination goes. But the point is, getting to the end of that path means you all get a magic item. Or the mechanical benefit of a magic item skinned however you want it to be. But mechanically, magical item. That's 5 magical items. Level 24, 23, 22, 21, 21. Or lower. And down here in the middle, you have training your armies. You have armies from every corner of Faerun. Some of the key people that you have gathered are your crew, of course. Captain Kaz Dunlin, Grosh, Heptos, Ashir and Latano, the Genasi twins, Kala, Stoila, Coilbone, Zahar, King Clethin Bluemantle, who by this time has, I believe we mentioned last week that he has communicated to you that he believes that he will be able to send some of Olgarth's assistants in the coming battle.
Yes.
Keeper, not Colbin.
Not Colbin.
RA4, the assistant robot, which Stoila is tinkering away on. She's certain she's going to get it up to be battle ready by the time of the confrontation. You got Commander Hesuth, the leader of the Cormyrean battalion. You got Left Death, your halfling crewmaster.
Who was Coilbone?
Stoila Coilbone.
That's her last name.
Crucio, the acting king of Haya Mascar. Lenari Krogana, the leader of the Gypsy Raiders, along with her, along with a battalion of, not battalion, but
you got the 5 companies, right?
ragtag crew. You got the 5 companies. You have Lydius Vetri, the exiled Blackened Swords leader, who has found you when you were in when they were in Haya Mascar recruiting some people. He has pledged his allegiance to helping you fight and to try to
rectify,
to try to pay reparations for what he's done.
Yeah.
And many more. That people.
Nobody from Hamlet, though. I think we agreed on that.
What'd you say?
No one from Hamlet. I think we agreed on that.
No one from Hamlet. Too small of a little town. They got their own. You went there. They got null raiding parties going on. Their guards is just occupied. Small town, small problems.
Rise and First Snatchers.
Did we say the 5 companies or no? Yeah.
And the 5 companies.
Yeah.
The 5. The 4 companies. You're the 5th.
Yeah.
But the
We're
4.
there. They got us.
The 4 other companies and their airships as well.
Hell yeah. That's bitchin'.
Even Pentheer, the Shatterkai speaker and city defense general, along with a whole group of individual Shatterkai coming for individual glory, not organized like an army, but more like kind of a guerrilla
sightseeing tour.
Yeah, they're just they're there for the glory and the sightseeing, and many more. So this track represents all of those people, these key people that you have met over the last years. In the coming confrontation, their lives will be at risk. This is no doubt going to be a challenging time for everybody. And when it comes time to roll saving throws to determine if certain people die or not, this will be the bonus to the roll after a -10 penalty. So, with no points on this, that saving throw is an automatic failure.
We're taking turns rolling, so I'm going to put that on the board. Everyone's taking a turn rolling those dice.
So,
Sweet.
steps down this track. Step down this track represent training the key people and training your armies such that they are more likely to come out of this confrontation alive.
So we gotta do some of that. Or
How many
else-
rounds do we
Yeah.
have?
They don't all die necessarily, but basically, those key people will be able to lend assistance in key moments at the risk of their own life.
Ah,
That is how it is.
yeah.
When they are needed, they will step forward and do what they can in battle to invariably aid you. And whether or not
At their
that
own
means that at their own peril will result in a die roll, basically just a d20. You could call it basically a d20,
Hey.
and if you get 21 or higher, it's successful. How many of these is the bonus?
3rd edition isn't good, dead forever. Death saving throws. There's a place for everything.
All right.
Well, how long do we have?
Yeah, that's a.
Oh, so 3 rounds.
3 rounds.
So we can do 2
What's the difficulty?
for sure.
Standard difficulty. Actually, it's level 20 difficulty classes. So you're talking 18, 25, 34.
Ren is 100% wanting to go with magic items, then the training up the armies, and right now he could care less about saving people.
Are you sure he could care less? You mean he couldn't care less?
No, he could care less. But
All
he's,
right, I'm just making sure. I just want to make sure we're on the same.
About nothing.
Yatch. Alright.
you dare correct me?
So there you have it. Round 1.
This is brutal, guys.
So as usual, this whole thing over 3 rounds represents a month. Go crazy with your storytelling. This is open-ended as far as what you do, but be sure to bounce things off of me if you're peeking into the thing. You want to get more information, especially down this middle track. But
Let's. You guys want to take a minute to talk about tactics? How much we have to handle here?
Sure.
How
Sure.
long? How long are
So
these?
this is
oh
the
wait,
end right
I
here.
forgot to do.
That's the end. We have to
Greg's
get
like,
here.
oh wait, I forgot to add another strip to one of those.
Yeah, I forgot my my blocks, my ability type blocks. I like those. Those were fun.
So real quick though,
Screw it. It'll
we-
take too much time.
we have to get here.
The little
Yes,
purple
this one is a
thing,
little unusual.
squares.
You actually only have
Sam?
to get to here.
Okay.
Like
I don't have a thing that is
Stafoo.
15 long, but they're supposed to be 15.
Okay.
So
15.
each.
So 15. So that means 5 perfects to get to any one, and we
5
have total.
perfects?
Yeah, 5
Yeah.
threes.
On the other hand, too,
Whew.
we should be careful with this one when we're blowing our dailies and stuff.
Agreed.
I don't want to blow dailies if I can help it.
Damon has 1 daily that he will for sure blow.
We have
So
to
there
be-
is a mechanical benefit of getting to the end of here. Something that will assist you in battle.
Oh, okay.
Not telling you what it is.
Okay.
Hmm.
So there will be a
I
mechanic.
want the mystery box.
Ren still doesn't give a shit.
Mystery box.
Dude, I think that mystery box is.
Damon
Unless the mystery box
Damon's going to
is
mystery box because
you
this
drop
is what
a
he's been
nuclear
about
bomb on
since
the
we
academy.
first killed those guys in Skyclave
Yeah.
at Baden's place. Like he's been wanting, he's been after this as
Aurora
like
has
a personal.
personally buried
Yeah.
so many Imascari.
They didn't ask for this.
She has to follow Daemon there. I mean, normally she may be more interested in the living people who are going to help her, but in this particular case,
Slavery,
got personal
entrapment.
stake. It's
They're the worst of the worst.
It's
They're
tough.
like those are worse than murder.
Baden
Better
is-
to die,
is
like Hugh says,
screaming in her
than
head.
to be enslaved, entrapped, imprisoned. Like that's the worst of Damon. And this kind of mind control is kind of like represents like the ultimate evil in a sense to Damon. He's got to strike at it.
Now, the advantage of the middle path here is that it's not an all or nothing thing. We can make a little bit of progress here.
And
Unfortunately, it sounds
Ren
like that
makes-
might be making it a lower priority.
Ren makes the argument that
Put me on.
if we were to go down that path, that's fine and dandy. However, he's not opposed to helping people. However, if we don't buff ourselves up, nobody's going to be able to stand up to a wrath, and a shitload more people are going to end up getting mind controlled and killed in the long term.
Agreed. I like this one a lot.
Damon thinks, yeah.
And these are actually 15.
Ren definitely wins some understanding and some support for his preferences. Though Damon will be uncompromising as to the importance of this opportunity, he does realize that that it is important for them to be successful. I mean, that we didn't come to fail, and he will definitely choose to value success over the lives of the people that are close to them.
Daemon's not going to change his mind. But we should do really good in this challenge because
Well, I
it's
mean,
like thanks, Daemon. That does
no.
nothing.
He said he was going to go 1, 2, 3. Now he's going to go 1, 2, 3. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You've affected
Steph,
a change,
I think
but
this
you're
is
not going to
very
change his
important.
number 1.
Just like when we went after Captain Ramus, because it was like, I mean, these guys are bystanders. I think this is great for us being better equipped.
Equipped.
We need to help these guys, but it's like I feel like
They're
I
here
feel
for
like we're
us.
going,
Yeah.
1 or 2, and that's always 3. And the thing is, those are the guys that are volunteered.
Yeah.
I just feel like if we don't do it, we gotta get at least one of these guys. They need a 1 in 20 chance of making it.
Yeah. That's.
Can we afford our allies that?
We better be able to.
But if it comes down to it, if we're like 3 squares away from getting the Grell Brain, we're letting these guys?
I think
Well, let's see. Okay, let's see where if we get to the Grell Brain, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So basically, you can get 8 guys,
For the amount of effort that would,
which would basically save all. We'd probably save all, if not most, of our.
yeah. I'm sure we will get some of these
Oh,
guys.
no, that would give them a chance because they're minus.
It's a
10.
saving
No,
throw. They're
that's
a
the
minus
thing.
10.
mystery
Right.
box.
Right. Okay. Gotcha.
The
So
No,
you,
I think these are very important, but
So
if we do
at
a perfect
best, it's
game
risky.
with no dailies and no action points, it's like we get that, and that. We're not going to do that well, so we're going to save some of these guys. I just, I mean, it sounds like that's.
Is it possible to get both and then a little bit of the third, or is that impossible?
look. Let me reiterate.
Oh, yeah, no,
let me reiterate
yeah,
the
no,
mindset
3
of
rounds.
Damon.
If we did,
No,
everyone did perfect.
If we do a
that's
perfect game, then we get. This is
15,
15.
45.
This is 15. This is 1 day. 1 day, 1 day. If we do the perfect game with no action points and no dailies. I mean, well, dailies will help, but
Okay.
no action points.
Alright.
Let me just reiterate one final time. I said about Damon's principles and like greatest evil. This is just as much about a wrath as anyone else, though. Like Damon kind of feels the burden of the evil that Arath is committing, and Arath is way closer to him still than any of these guys here. Like he's got his first tier group, which you guys are all members of, and Arath, and he feels he's in this to bring him back and to help kind of kind of undo what has come about in still a very confusing way to him. So, I mean, if he was able to kind of somehow reclaim his buddy who's ended up slaughtering whatever millions instead of hundreds or thousands, I mean that makes a difference to him.
Ren is out for blood, and having bigger, badder magical items to assist the party with that is what he wants to do.
Interested in?
Because he was cool with Arath, but he didn't know him that well. He hung out with him a couple times, hung out in his shop, they chatted business, and they were cool with each other, and then he tried to nuke Ren.
He did do that.
And
Actually, he tried
that
to bury you in a cavern forever.
Yeah.
Hidden cavern.
doesn't fly over, or doesn't go over well.
My only question before we get started, 'cause it sounds like
Because they
people
did
know what they
try
want to
to
do. Does anyone not have this track rated as 3rd in their priority?
It certainly is.
Might be
I mean,
second.
there's
That
only-
track is rated second.
There are
in my
only
priority.
3,
Second
though,
one, right,
so...
okay.
Right.
But
I know I'm wondering. You're saying this is second for you.
it's second
maybe
for me,
second
but
for
if
you.
nobody else is going second on that one, I can be easily swayed.
And that's is this 3rd for you?
Cool.
Cool.
Alright.
Oh, these poor people.
Brandis
They're guaranteed...
suddenly, in a start, remembers something, and you see him scrolling on pieces of parchment and everything, a scene of some sort of castle, but it's all faded and just small details. He's getting lots of little details, but not actually the big picture. And he is talking to Stoila in the engine room. He remembers an item that he had wielded, a weapon that he wielded long ago,
Ooh.
and remembers where, kind of, but without a perfect memory of it, and without exactly even just how to get there. The only way to be there would be to teleport there with the ship's power. But since he doesn't have a perfect memory of it,
Oh.
He wants to try to teleport there, but is worried.
With his imperfect
It's an
drawing.
imperfect drawing, his perfect memory.
Oh my gosh.
He might end up in another time.
He's going to
He
concentrate
messes
on
it up
this
badly.
memory of his to get to this place, but he knows that he cannot do it alone. The ship's power source will probably not
He'll probably fry his brain if we
deal
don't
well
protect
with,
him.
might fry him. It might not have enough power to basically teleport us to a shard of a memory kind of thing. But he tries and looks forward
Maybe
to assistance.
Stoila can boost it.
This is a history check, so I get to roll twice.
Do it.
Good thing, because that was a 4.
Hit it.
27.
27
That's medium.
total.
Get you one.
Alright, gets the medium DC.
It's a good start.
So the hard DC gets you only 2?
The getting
Yeah.
10 over the hard DC
33
gets you
is
3.
2. 43 is 3.
34.
Oh, God.
43, I think. 10 over 33.
Hard is 33 or 34?
Yeah.
25,
34.
34, 44.
Is it 34? Oh, we got up a level.
So
Okay.
super difficulty.
Gotcha.
That's what I'm.
Yeah.
I'm gonna shoot for 44. Somehow.
Okay.
Alright, so one success down the game power tree.
Okay.
Who's next?
It is only... There's only half a day before Stoila already has a list of things. A laundry list, a grocery list, whatever. 3 pages long of things that she needs to kind of begin to conduct this experiment. And Daemon, who so valiantly, volunteered to sacrifice his own physical health, endure the pain of a guinea pig, is finding out that role will be most served as an errand boy. That is not a problem. Or he relishes the opportunity to travel about the land on Kalar and whatever and get whatever she needs to try to kind of continue her research. And Damon goes about his duty with a determination and a passion that really doesn't seem to make sense for this task. But he's truly committed. All right, so this is gonna be athletics, action. That's going to be a 36. Athletics. Go out and about and around. We only get 1 use of each skill, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So that's 2.
Nice.
Go for it. Whoever.
And so what was he doing?
Use Stoila's grocery list.
Yes.
I'll go.
Aurora.
Aurora, continuing in her interest to get these people the best possible chance to survive a wrath, has to do something that she finds kind of unfortunate and distasteful, as she has to dig up the corpses of the people that she's buried so that Stoila might perform an autopsy on the brains of these individuals so that she may make the best possible arcane study of his power. So she spends probably about 2 days, 3 days worth of just digging up corpses and making the best attempt she can at keeping them from being disturbed. It takes a bit of effort. There's a certain skill to grave, like ungraving someone.
Exhuming.
Yes, exhuming. Thank you.
It's an art.
Most of it just comes from just keeping your heart from breaking every time you just pull up another
That's
body.
an eyeball.
Oh, so she
My heart's broken.
the dungeoneering check to exhume the bodies of the victims and give them to Stoila to do whatever it is that Stoila's going to do. That was a 6. That is a 34.
Yes.
Nice.
Woo. Take 2.
Oh, 35. I always thought it was 35 you needed. So, yes, that is 2.
Do-do-do. Hard to get those.
Alright.
Had I gotten a 10, I would have gotten one.
Who's next? Keep in mind you can use dailies and action points.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or
Ren.
you could use none and save it for the upcoming battle.
Ren, as he's thinking about what to do here and thinking about doing research on various magical items that are available around that they could go look for, remembers his time, the year that he spent in the Citadel up in the mountains and poring over the Compact Infernal, and remembers reading, as much as he doesn't really like to go over this stuff in his mind because it was a bad part of his life, but he remembers reading about a very powerful artifact that could prove to be useful. And he remembers reading about where it was and who guarded it and stuff like that. And at the time, he was just a small gnome. He felt pretty powerful, but there was no way he could go take out all those guys that were guarding it. But now, he feels a little bit cockier. So, he, during one of their jaunts, and he's playing around with the teleporter, teleports over to an area that was fairly close to it, jumps on Tenebrae and heads over. And as he's floating up in the air, he sees kind of an encampment, and upon closer inspection, it's an encampment of demons that are kind of worshipping what appears to be an idol that's kind of in there. There's a cave there, and they're kind of outside, and they're worshipping this thing. And Ren just automatically has this irritation and disdain for the demons, and
Beasts.
he can't explain it, but he hates them. He hates for all they are. He cannot stand them, and he finds himself thinking back to his time when he flew and jumped off cliffs and stuff with Daemon, as he leaps off Tenebrae and bolts to the ground, igniting his cape and just what appears to be a massive fireball falling towards the ground. The demons look up and are curious what this fireball, this meteor almost looking, falling to the earth is. And as he lands, just a massive boom echoes out from around him. And just heat and energy radiate away in a ripple that knocks all of the demons back as Ren just stands there and flexes. And even though some of these demons are bigger than he is, they recognize that this guy could nuke the crap out of them if he wanted to. How they knew about they're confused as to how he knew about this, since they didn't think anybody knew about this place. But Ren looks at them and says, Are any of you brave enough to try to stop me? And they all just kind of step back and don't do anything as Ren approaches the cave to try to get the artifact. This is going to be an intimidate check.
Nice. Demons. Dude.
46!
Yes!
46, that's a lot.
Did you blow something on that? Or?
Nope. That's what I get
Nice.
with a 32 intimidate.
Yes!
So, Ren,
32 intimidate?
my
Yeah.
intimidate's 32 and I rolled a 14.
Wow. I thought it was 30.
That was 30 at level 20.
Get with the times, man.
So Ren walks in, gets it, and
Cowed.
Well, you don't necessarily get it unless you get to the end of the track. So.
well, no, but it's okay,
Maybe
so
it's broken.
One item.
Hey, you
One
get it.
item he gets.
One
Right.
item he gets.
Well,
whether or not he's going to use it. I mean,
whether or not it works. Or
he might find out that this item's way too pansy for him now. So
He may use this item to get the real item.
That's true.
There
That's
you
true.
go.
Right.
So
Hell yeah.
It's a map.
Yeah.
It's a staff.
It's a key
Indiana Jones.
to a thing.
So, let's see then. At that,
The penance.
no, we're gonna be good right there.
Cool. Next.
Ren goes in, gets it, and the demons just kind of gawk at him in like sheer disbelief that this guy just came in and totally
took their
stuff, and they're helpless to try. I mean, they could try to stop him, but they know better. And he summons Tenebrae, hops on, takes off.
Again, they go.
Yeah.
Oh!
No, it never gets me.
Amazing.
He was getting ready. One with the dice.
Yeah, sorry.
Sometimes you just have to warm up the dice.
All the dice. So as Brandis is guiding the airship to various an attempt to hunt down where this place is. He's given a fairly rough description of some strange like mountain that looked like, at the time he thought it sort of looked like an eagle head at a weird angle if you're in the right spot. And there was this one like
Perhaps
really
Burkle.
old tree that looked like it had was that where when it turns to stone?
Petrified.
Petrified. Well, he says it looked like an old weird tree that looked like it had turned to stone.
Exactly. Why would Brandon know petrified?
And other such very specific landmarks. And so as they're going around, Hugh is doing his best to keep his eye out for them, to attempt to locate this magical weapon that he wielded in a past life. Oh, that's 15. That'll work. That's 30, 40 even.
40 even.
It's a shame.
Can you
Well,
add?
actually, do we get to use heroic effort, that kind of stuff, in these or no?
Well, yeah, if it applies to a skill check, it's an encounter power.
I think it does.
I think we've looked at that every single skill challenge, and it has always been no.
No, but I do have a daily item that does that.
And you can, of course, use those.
Lucky Charm.
Lucky Charm.
I wholeheartedly encourage you to use rituals and all sorts of things. You guys have not really looked at the rituals list because there are many ways to help.
I don't know
these.
where the rituals list is.
I have a rituals
It
list.
disappeared.
I can print out another copy.
He's gonna try and get lucky.
Didn't you already do that?
That was earlier. It's less lucky when you pay for it. Cool. You rolled a 6. That does it.
So,
This is Ren's fault.
describe that.
It's a lucky guess.
So, Hugh is looking and he,
Stern fella.
he's not having much luck originally at first. That was kind of a bad way of wording that.
He struck out.
No matter how they go, it just doesn't... The locations aren't matching up with the landmarks that he has indicated. Until one morning, as he is up in the crow's nest, he actually slips. And he bangs his head and lands sideways. And upon doing so, he's able to recognize, like, that actually looks like a falcon from this angle. And he realizes that Brandis' memories were so old
Sideways.
that the mountains had actually shifted considerably in the meantime.
Amazing.
I thought maybe Brandis had fallen over.
And there
and
was
that's
a
how he
stroke of luck
remembered it.
that he was able to locate the right spot.
All right, put him on the board.
Yay!
Yeah, where is
He's over there for some reason.
Eric just didn't care to actually put him out.
Oh, they're all over here for people to put over at the
Cool.
ones
That was
care
46.
So 3.
Yes.
about. Nice.
All right. Round 1. Everyone can go again.
Yay!
You're about halfway down the track to gaining power, and somewhat down, maybe a quarter of the way down towards breaking or discovering how to deal with the mind control with no effort towards saving your good friends.
That's true.
Jeez, don't like guilt trip.
You're such a dick when you do that. Alright, just there's some rituals that allow people to make arcana checks and such arcana, nature, or religion in place of perception. So people who are looking for like another good skill to use, there's a ritual that would allow you to use one of your better skills in place of one of your worst skills as we run out of checks to make.
Oh yeah, because you can only use one skill once.
Yeah,
Right.
so-
That could be valuable. Do we have anything to use bonuses, or is that just kind of cheap?
I mean, there are things that are bonuses. They cost
cost
healing
surges.
surges.
How mechanically is this considered a counter? Or healing surges on the line, or for purposes of
This will
Milestones?
count as a counter for basically if resources are at risk.
Yeah.
Because your dailies and action points and stuff
Yeah.
are.
Okay.
So I count this.
I was just curious because there weren't surges on the line listed, and that's what you had said.
Yeah,
before.
typically
don't
that's
always.
what I did, but in this case, yes, it counts as an encounter.
Okay.
Um,
So maybe worth it then to
basically
blow
means
dailies.
The
and
combat's gonna be so fierce today. We're gonna need them all. Nice. Yeah, there's something that we can get a bonus in nature check while traveling. Determine the weather.
What's that one that in
Well, someone
gives you a
someone
bonus,
go
your
next.
religion check to
Oh
your
yeah,
insight?
Brandis, did you want to go?
Brandis.
Yeah.
Someone go next. Yeah.
Will.
I did give you guys this stuff in between sessions so that you can research it.
Follow me.
Don't forget action points.
Yes, I'm gonna take my point for my third thing.
You have a
just to
moment
to cover the slack.
That's true. You can
Brandis.
only use one per encounter. You might as well use it
Hmm?
on the last one. Wait till you
Yeah.
see.
Or are you talking to him?
And what do you get as the bonus?
Okay.
Oh,
You just
get
get to go
I
again.
want to borrow
Yeah.
any.
So if you're gonna get 4, you might as well
Yeah.
see it at
This?
the
Yeah,
end.
when you're done.
Yeah.
Brandis
Know what you mean?
is holding onto the machine, teleporting us to these different locales. The ship is kind of phasing, jumping across between different areas. And Brandis is at the helm, at the controls for this for so long, an unwise amount of time, that he has to concentrate harder and harder and pour more of his life force into it, using endurance. I will use a daily on this. I'll use Humbling Cut. Never used it in combat. And the trend continues! It's level 9. I will never weaken an enemy. And so this brings it to a roll of 30. So... I missed the button.
More sheets.
You get it?
Well, not the huge one, but no wait, oh wait. This is plus 9, so this is 45.
Ah!
I roll.
Bringing it back.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, it's 36 total plus 9 is 45. Boom. Brandis's superhuman endurance combined with his knowledge of
Did you get a copy?
attacking enemies
She got a copy.
lets him hold on for just a little bit longer, getting us a step closer to
Daemon
quarry.
Damon's back.
He is back. Daemon's been tasked with a particularly difficult item to recover. For as Stoila continues along with her research, she finds that there are psionic elements to the effects that are being manipulated here, and as one of the resources, as one of the kind of focuses of this ritual, she needs someone to steal special psionic crystals from the possession of only one very special race that possesses them, namely the extremely rare shard mines. Stoila is able to find a single kind of a lone kind of shard mine through various inexplicable arcane techniques and tasks
No,
Daemon
but dubious. In
with the
nature.
recovery. Daemon says, "I don't even know what you're talking about. I'll go get it though," and that's for goddamn sure.
That's what he does.
Daemon is going to spend a healing surge.
Does Damon like Starla?
Daemon doesn't have the same problems with Stoila as she does with Heptos. Stoila's much less aloof, even though she's as committed as Heptos is to things that Daemon doesn't understand. So there's not really any friction there. I think it's more Brandis and Stoila who don't get on.
She's a bitch.
Yeah.
Get over it, man.
There you go. Like I said,
Well, she
So-
likes you.
I
So-
don't think she does.
I don't think she does.
Damon's gonna spend a healing surge as he spends a day in kind of extreme preparation for this adventure, this task. For the shard mine have the most sensitive and kind of and I guess metaphysical ways of detecting people. It is nearly impossible to kind of to come close to them without them being aware of your presence. So Daemon spends some of his life instilling part of his own essence in a totem that he has designed specifically for this, such that his own essence being split between two pieces weakens his signature and allows him to kind of accomplish his task to gain the proximity he needs with the shard mine without setting it off or setting off its kind of alarms. This renders kind of a weird Daemon who walks around the deck for like half a day, kind of like all out of it, and gets very weird. He has to get used to it, and he does some very strange things that day, of which you can tell him about later. But as he kind of comes to himself, you see him hop on Kalar's back and shoot away from the deck in a trail of brilliant, radiant light and flame,
and head back to the Underdark, his least favorite place. Wearing the mask of the Cold Moon clan. Down, 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 deeper and deeper.
Wait.
Wait.
He finds the layer of the shard mine, and attempts to bypass its most secretive and powerful alarms to steal what can only be described as a glittering crystal of infinite facets and impenetrable depth.
So it's a sphere?
Infinite faces.
Makes sense.
So yeah, this is a stealth check, and I get +5 because I spent that healing surge.
Here we go. That's a critical.
Nice.
So
Dude,
it's going
yeah.
to be a 55.
Ho!
Boo! That's triple.
Wait, how much is it?
I mean,
You rolled a
I
20.
rolled a 20, and I spent base 28 +5, 33, 53.
Wow. I was just curious.
Yeah.
That's huge.
It is huge.
Oh,
It's huge.
53. Still just 10 hour.
Yeah, so it's less than 10. 9. But, that was good. So, Daemon is able to peacefully recover this object. He has mastered kind of this art of kind of reducing his own life signature so well and so quickly that the shard mine literally is in its lair, kind of like going about its evening routine when Daemon basically slinks in, takes it off of its nightstand, and exits without even raising any suspicion whatsoever. And it's not till weeks later when he goes, "Where did I put that damn crystal?" He finds evidence of Daemon's passing, and all he finds is, "I took your crystal," written on somewhere in the corner of his lair.
Love D.
Yay.
That's how he rolls.
Ren, reading more of his text, he's gathered tons of them at this point. And luckily, Shop was cool enough to build him a study off of the main hall to house all of these. So as Ren was poring over more of his books and things like that he's gathered, I mean, he hasn't read all these, he's got tons of them at this point. He was reading over them, and he read about a group of monks that hangs out in a distant mountain town. It's not really a town because there's not that many of them. Camp. And they specialize in channeling one's inner peace to be able to focus your mind and more effectively, go zen. And so Ren decides it would be beneficial, since they're going up against potential mind-controlled people and things like that, to understand and be able to more effectively focus his own mind and keep his wits about him and control his own faculties. So he makes the journey to their encampment, and at first they don't really give him the time of the day. They recognize him for what he is. They know what those bumps on his head are, and but he sticks with it. He's persistent, and he pleads with them and tells them of what's going on, more or less, because he doesn't want to totally tip his hand to these strangers, but diplomatizes with them to try to get them to train him in the ways, just a bit, in the ways of their meditation and stuff. So that's going to be. Where's my diplomacy? And the hard was, what was it again?
34, 33,
34.
or 44.
44?
44 is for 3.
Okay, that was a 41. But I think I have a power that lets me feet power.
Where was it? Go invisible. Use the invisibility. That's always a good trick. You've been doing it since you were 3.
No.
It's okay. 2.
What do you want?
2 is not bad.
Yeah.
All right.
41, so that moves 2.
2
And-
successes. Remember, you only need to get
2 is
this here.
great.
We just need to get to here.
Yeah,
It's one
so-
short.
Oh,
It's
okay.
15, not
So,
4.
3 will get it.
Questioning whether I want to action.
And it overflows.
Is this your last one?
No.
No, we still have another round.
Save it for your next one. You can do it on the next one. Let's see where we're at.
It's true. Okay.
I think we're all gonna end up burning action points to save our friends.
True.
But whatever.
Um.
What's an action?
Yeah. What is
So,
it? What is an action?
He, so Ren talked to him. They let him in. Taught him a thing or two. He couldn't be there that long, so it's not like he became a master in a day. But
You got the basics.
he got the basics, and he will practice what they learn at home. Go back in the ship, and they wished him
They give him
good
a
luck.
little pamphlet.
Basics of Zen.
And,
Stop talking.
Yeah,
Shut up.
and
Oh.
said good luck. Be gone with you now.
Had you on the button on the way out.
Done.
Oh dear.
Hit middle.
Groovy.
Aurora did a very good job digging up those bodies, and Stoila gleefully dissects them.
Saving the finger bones for herself, of course.
No doubt, but where
Choice
where is
finger
she going
bones.
to
She can always toss the bodies
Oh.
later.
wherever she wants? Yeah.
Before you get too started, I want to say this before I forgot.
Okay.
Don't mean to interrupt your story, but
That's
you just
fine.
started. Okay. There is a ritual here that I didn't know about, where you can sacrifice unused daily powers to regain healing surges. I don't know exactly how it works, but
Huh.
apparently unused daily powers are also healing surges as well as skill bonuses, which might help us
Interesting.
if it's living longer in the battle that we need. That might help us in the future.
Yeah.
Not that we had any last yesterday.
Yeah,
but-
we were out of both.
yeah. So just
That did nothing for us yesterday.
dailies, very valuable.
They are valuable. And Stoila gains much insight into the nature of this magic by seeing the residual magical effects left on the tissue and
Physical
brain,
effects.
whatever's left on the brain matter. She actually has invented this. It's kind of a takeoff of Ren's arcane lenses that he has that tell about living things. She has one that tells about dead things, and it has like one, and then a second one, and a third one, and a fourth one. So about the time she's got all the lenses out, she has like a foot long like lens thing that she's like basically staring at the matter. And what she comes to realize is that she can do a lot with a dead individual, but she actually needs a sample, maybe, of a live subject who is under the effects of this particular throne, and it has to be this exact thing. So she tasks Aurora with the desperate chance to find someone, and get them long enough to get a live tissue sample from. And Aurora's immediate thought is, well, I could go to Olgarth and raid the place there. That might not be the best idea because it could tip everyone off. But perhaps if she were to convince someone else to do it for her, maybe they could deliver a piece of someone to her. You have to be pretty damn convincing to convince someone to bring a piece of someone else. But Aurora's really good at being convincing, and she thinks she can do it. She's pretty sure someone in Olgarth
Doesn't need all the pieces.
doesn't need all their pieces,
This is
and
weird.
if she promises to return the piece later, perhaps she'll be able to do this. And she commits a daily to it. Now, the level of the daily is what the bonus is,
Yes,
so that's a plus 15.
that's a big commitment.
It is, but it's an automatic super hard success, I'm pretty sure, or pretty close. So we'll give the roll a roll for diplomacy. Not so good on the roll, but that's okay. That is a 29 plus 15,
39, 44.
44.
That is exactly
Booyah.
enough.
She manages to find a starry-eyed idealist who will do almost anything for a pretty
That's 44? Nice.
amazing
Personality.
personality that Aurora has, and she is a Justiciar, so she's got a little bit of the hero swagger going on.
I would imagine they put out a different sort of pamphlet ever since Clifton got into power.
Yeah.
One that didn't
This
force
is-
us to walk around all huddled in embarrassing ways and kill paladins of faiths that we don't care about.
Yeah, she did have to be a little sneaky. You know, she couldn't go waltz right into Orvilletar, but she got to go to one of the nearby towns and say, "Hey, you want to do something for the power of good? Bring me this guy's hand."
God. That guy probably doesn't think you are who you really are.
Well, he doesn't really care because later,
Hey, you got a 44. That happened.
few days later, a mysterious package shows up on Thunderstrike.
I don't hope that you didn't bring the guy's
Stoila
package.
is so happy.
Awesome.
Awesome. Awesome.
So awesome.
Alright.
Who are we left with? Just me?
Hubert,
Yeah? Okay, cool.
make it a big one.
That's what she said.
Yes.
Yeah. A big package.
So we managed to find the location of the place where Brandis recalled this magical weapon being located. The reason why it was so difficult to find is that it is mostly subterranean. There is a large sort of lump, which is heavily under some underbrush, and after some clearing and digging, a door is able to be discerned. But Ren, or actually Stoila, who is there, warns greatly that this particular door is heavily, heavily warded. And Hugh, looking around, is able to notice that there's sort of about 100 feet, the growth suddenly is like shorter than all the growth around it. As though it has been growing for less time than all of the area around it. And Stoila is able to indicate that upon the trap triggering, everything at about 100 feet is disintegrated.
Oh, good thing.
So, you don't want to trigger the trap. Luckily, she has a small remedy for such a thing. Just a guess. This doesn't indicate a healing surge is used, but because it's during a thing, one gets used anyway, or how does that work?
Say that again.
Ritual to get a skill bonus.
And it says...
Create key for a specific lock, plus 5 bonus thievery to open, even on failed, does not trigger trap, but it doesn't specify healing surge, but...
Oh,
use
it'll
one
cost
anyway?
you. It'll cost you a healing surge if it's just a straight up bonus to a skill.
Okay, that's what I figured. That's what I
Spend
was
the
assuming.
surge. Plus 5? Surge.
Yeah.
Boom.
Cool. So using a little bit of Hugh's own essence, she's able to craft well, actually, no, she modifies the device that Hugh had that Ren had picked up long ago, the ever morphing
The
metal
mundane
object.
object.
Oh, I love that tool.
Yes, in order to match it so that
I forgot about
when
that.
when the lock is picked, the trap will not deactivate. And Hugh gives it a go. So
No
this is
disintegrating
thievery.
you today.
Let's hope he rolls high. That's a 9. That may do it. At least get the 34, probably. So plus 5 is 28, plus 9 is
37.
37. So that's
Yeah.
not hard.
Nice job.
2.
2. Cool.
We're 1 success away from gaining power.
That's a healing surge.
5 successes away from figuring out this mind control malarkey.
Wait,
Then-
do we have to just get to the square before it, or
Yeah, as I keep saying, 15 successes.
well, I didn't count the
He
board.
keeps saying it, Lincoln.
15 successes when I'm looking at that could mean
I'm eating a Cobb salad.
All right.
it could mean
next,
I'm eating a Cobb salad.
Next round. Everyone went
Last-
once?
Salad.
Last round?
Last
round.
round.
Three rounds.
Yeah, okay.
Last
That's
dance.
enough.
Final round.
So, who's going?
Brandis will go. I believe I have the lowest skills in the group,
The lowest skills group.
which
I think you'll
means
be
less
fine.
would be wasted. Oh wait, does it overlap?
It does.
Yes,
It does overlap.
Oh, okay. Then it doesn't really matter who goes for this final one. I'll go for it anyway.
It was your
do it.
magical weapon.
My journey. Brandis.
Anyway, so the lock does get popped open.
Cracks it.
And an ancient smell.
Go.
That door has been opened for
Gross.
probably since longer.
It's been close.
The ancient door. The ancient smell.
It's Brandis.
It's toxic. Brandis must hold his breath
I love that.
to get in here through
It's
here. He
poison.
remembers. Now that we're here, he remembers exactly where it is, but knows that cannot last long in there. Also knowing that we are in a hurry to get all these other things done, doesn't take the time to figure out some magical means to do it. He charges in. runs down one
Yeah,
hallway.
that-
The underground keep that's there, the fortress that's been built. Where he goes down one hallway, it's crumbled and everything. He has to backtrack, go down another one, gets lost, finds another way in,
Using athletics to figure out the path.
runs faster than his oxygen is used up. But it doesn't work that way. For Brandis. For Brandis.
It works that way for
He
Brandis.
only runs anaerobically. What if running weren't cardio? Well, then you'd be
He
Brandis.
forces his body not to use up oxygen while he's running. Your athletics check of 27.
That's over the medium.
That is over the median.
You've accomplished the goal!
Brandis comes to an end of a hallway.
Now I ask you, is it worth your... Actually, oh, sorry.
An ancient corpse leaned against the wall with a massive sword clutched in its hand. With
He
the precious
seethes
air,
with jealousy.
the precious air that he has been holding on to, Brandis says, "That's where you sat down." And
Brandis has found a +5 mordant weapon.
Yes!
Bam.
As Brandis grips it, he grips it tight and concentrates as the
He's called Mordant.
green energy MORDANT, I think.
I think
Yep.
it's BADASS. That's the technical
He concentrates on it as the green energy emanates from it, and the acid that seeps out of the blade itself dissolves the rust and dust that had settled on the blade.
Rusty dust.
Brandis comes back to the ship holding his trusty blade and says, "This is the most powerful weapon I have ever wielded." Then takes Ushehi. Hands it off to not one of the crew members because it would destroy them. He sets it on a surface.
Put it into an anvil.
He sets it on a
Where do you live it? Where do you live it?
where do I leave?
Eric, you're a goddamn slob.
That was.
Okay.
Brandis leaves it on.
I didn't know he was going to leave behind Ushehi when I had my mouth full. I didn't time it well.
Perhaps in the portal in your cabin.
No, he
the
said he
table?
just sets it down to
Sets
see
it down.
who will take it.
On a surface?
Have in mind, he doesn't
What
like
surface?
put it down. He has his
He's
blade.
like, whatever.
And he's like, I don't need two of these. And
Does
just sets it
Zahar
down.
pick it up? Oh my god.
And
He
I
can't.
leaves
He
it.
gets zapped. No, maybe not.
Zahar is watching.
I think. Me thinks Hugh should take it.
You have the awesome.
Hugh
weapon,
actually
though.
has
I have
the
a-
lowest weapon out of all of us.
No, I've got a +4.
He does
Oh, you
not
do?
have the lowest weapon.
Yeah.
Oh, you just got that one.
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
And
I
is
thought
it-
you
yeah.
still had a +3.
No, that I created in Deep Mask
in
Guard.
my
And don't forget that a learning weapon is exceptionally powerful and
Yeah,
even more
it's-
powerful than a higher level plus.
in my meditations and my communion with
ridiculous.
Ushehi
The item level for it is like
Brandis-
almost a +5.
and Dan Lobs know that Ushehi is incredibly powerful and would be vastly superior to any weapon anyone is wielding right now.
Not my weapon.
Especially Damon.
Yes, so it's really good. Brandis is passing the torch. He's dropping the torch. You can see which Olympic runner will run over and pick it up.
Now I have to analyze my current weapon.
Alright. Where's Damon? Damon has come back with the sonic crystal stolen from the hidden sanctum of a shard mine. Stola does not hesitate a second when she knows that it's back on board and rigs up a strange headpiece. It has this crystal fit on the top with its infinite sparkling facets. Finds a way to kind of like direct the flow of this energy so that as it rests on the top of the head, there's kind of constantly a glint of kind of like one after the other, kind of a shining glint that passes around the kind of intricate metal twisting tubes that constitute this headpiece. And then she says, Damon, I've learned Aurora has been able to supply me with
Stay on board.
sources of information
that have brought my conclusions from many possibilities down to a specific smaller number of what might be going on with this death ritual that Arath has placed on his followers. But I'm going to take you up on your offer. I need more information. And Damon says, well, I did not offer my health in vain. I'm your guy. What do you need me to do? She's like, Damon, what's the thing what's hardest for you to do? And he's sitting there kind of like tapping his foot, walking around. He's like, I can't sit still. Why would I ever sit still? I don't like doing it. I never do it. I'm always on the move. She's like, Damon, I need you to sit still. I need you to sit still for a day. And Damon's face just pales. It pales from silver to blue.
No.
Take that. No. He blanches at the request. And she says, part of this ritual works because it is so tied to an individual's hold on their lives. A person's attachment to survival is something so strong at the core of each of us that Arath has found a way to kind of poison, to corrupt this desire, and he turns that energy on itself, and it is that kind of desire to live at the last moments or in crisis that ends up kind of destructing a person's body from the inside. She said, I need to be able to invoke a similar kind of like desire, a similar commitment and necessity. I need to feel your obsession and your compulsion to do what you will do, and to try to turn that against you. And Damon kind of like numbly takes the headpiece from her and kind of walks around, like paces for hours. I mean, up the crow's nest, down the crow's nest. I mean, you guys just see him cruising the deck. I mean, he just has like in this look of kind of like, can't do this, man. I don't want to do this. Where am I start? So then he finally just says, whatever, I'm just going to do it. And sits down in a spot he's not even thinking and puts it on his head and stays still. And as he walks, Brandis walks by and places Ushehi on the table in front of him. He doesn't move. Can't move. He can't do it. Told Sully wouldn't do it. And Ushehi's right there. He wants to take it. He's right there. He's thinking about that. He's thought about that sword a little bit. He's right there. He like moves a finger and it really hurts. It really hurts. Really, really hurts. Doesn't move that finger. He's right here. And so this goes on. And Stoila, kind of like, who'd been trying to track him out the deck, kind of ends up sending RA4 to find him. Ends up finding where Damon is, sitting there staring at this sword. Laughs a little bit. Doesn't move the sword. And begins to take her readings. Is able to uncover kind of some of the deepest secrets of Arath's kind of like death mind control spell. And begins to have some real theories on how she might be able to separate the two effects. And at least kind of spare the lives, kind of undo this kind of like whatever reverse feedback of kind of like will as someone desires their survival and then having that turn back on them to affect their death. So here we go. Damon is making an acrobatics check to see if he can stay still. And let's see. Okay, we'll see.
Basically, his body is moving by itself, and he doesn't use all his acrobatics to counteract each muscle movement to the opposite.
It's like if someone were talking, and you were trying to talk in a way that it would cancel out the sound. Alright.
20!
No! That's
Turns out to not be that tough for Damon.
I have a 23 in that skill, so the maximum I could do with a 20 is 43.
Oh!
Which is crushing.
That's rough.
Yeah. I mean, there was no way to do it. I was going to ask you ahead of time, like, I'm going to ask you if I can spend a healing surge to get a +1 if I get a 20. Didn't ask you.
You could ask your ritual.
There are lots of rituals that will do exactly that.
There's no
not for
ritual
acrobatics.
that
I mean,
increases instant.
There are.
I would trade a healing
rituals.
surge for that, but I looked and I couldn't find one. Unless you'd want to just let me do it, then we're done.
Good grade.
Okay.
2 successes.
2 successes it is. So action point. Now we're here to talk about that. I can spend an action point and a daily, and get 3 more successes, almost guaranteed.
But we don't have another round, do we?
No,
This
so
is the last
I have
round.
to spend it now, is what I'm
This
saying.
means you spend an action point.
Oh,
So
then,
if I spend an action point, I can complete this trek And then we have how many more people to go?
I'll go.
I have not gone yet.
1, 2,
Whatever. Action point here.
and you have an action point.
And I think I have an action point.
So let's say we average 2, so we can get 4, 6, 8,
I can probably pull off 2.
10. So
Maybe.
4, 6, 8,
We
10.
hit a
So 1,
milestone,
2,
so we
3,
get
4,
2
5.
action points. Yeah.
Someone will probably get 3 and I'll get
That gives him a 25% chance of living.
25%?
So let's go that route. I mean, right?
Better odds than
Is that what we're doing?
no.
The bottom line, we need to do the brain thing. We're close.
Okay, so I'll do this action point. I mean, I would love to
Do
keep it. Now's not the time to keep it. Boom.
Yeah, it's your last chance to use them.
Yeah. So I'm going to use it. I'm going to use a level 20 daily,
Oh my god.
my least useful daily.
Oh, cool.
Really?
My
Everyone else
Paragon
daily level 20 daily is amazing.
I got Twin Blade Storm for my Paragon Path. I'm okay with the daily not being that great. Anyways,
It's not a here nor there.
yeah, I'm getting distracted here. The daily I used was his Paragon Path called Cold Steel Hurricane. So, Daemon, as he gets finally rid, or he survives the day. He doesn't succeed. He goes through much. It's not like he does really well. He excels. You know, he survives the day. Slowly gets their information. The first thing he does, unless someone else is interested in taking Ushehi, is run to that table, grab Ushehi, and go get lost in the wilderness for 3 days, where all he does is cut things down and then train. And
He goes drow hunting immediately.
yeah, and is basically lives the life of a Cold Steel Hurricane. Yeah, real dumb. So here we go. I just not get 4. 4 will do it. I needed not a 2,
There you go.
so that's going to be
Kept it close.
26 plus 20 is 46.
Booyah.
And
Good
Daemon comes back as the next true wielder of Ushehi, knowing full well all of its mights and ability, and how exactly he will bring them to bear on the forces of Arath.
I like how Damon took it without even discussing it with anyone.
Yeah, I mean, Brent, easy come, easy go, right?
Didn't Brandis take it without discussing it with anyone?
Yeah, he's only following
I will bring this blade. I'll take it.
Oh, well,
Everyone's like,
all
okay,
right.
I had an idea for. Okay, I'll just put these pictures.
When Brandis is eating dinner,
Which happens 3 times a day.
Just every meal dinner. He doesn't have like, and this is what I eat for lunch, and this is what I eat for breakfast. It's like
Steak-
every meal is steak.
Morning
steak and
dinner,
potatoes for
midday
breakfast.
dinner, and evening dinner.
and soup.
And morning
Steak
dinner.
And potatoes and soup, followed by cake.
How much food does
Brandis hears Zahar's voice from over his shoulder. And he says, "We must speak now."
Brandis,
Are you
what-
on?
mouthful of food.
He says, "Brandis, my friend, I must kill you."
Let's fight.
Brandis says, swallows. He says, I've waited for this moment for a long time.
He says, "It is not my own desire, you see. It's the demand of the Raven Queen herself, actually." He says, "I am her reaper,
piss off
you
the
see.
baby.
It is a position I have taken up, and as such, I am only beholden to one vow, to put down the hubris of those who would escape her and rebuke those who withhold what is rightfully hers. A time will come when you will have to submit to death at last, and I shall be there to deliver your soul to its final rest."
This is a surprise.
Yeah. Ren didn't see this one coming at all.
Okay.
Brandis takes another slow bite of his steak.
So there'll always be a Reaper anyways. Mine will have to be Zahar.
Brandis says, with mouth full this time, purposely, is that so?
He just nods and he says, "You are whatever you are, and I am a reaper. It is our nature to be opposed. And I know when the time comes, you will be a worthy quarry and a memorable opponent. At the moment, I have no authority to kill you. Ushehi finds you suitable, and so must I, for now. It's only fair you know that once that time is over, there will be nothing turning the river from its course. Perhaps it's blasphemy, but I admit I'm in no rush to see you gone.
Brandis stands up and says, Zahar, experience is power. You could train every day for 100 years, and I'd still be 1,000 lifetimes ahead of you.
Yeah!
Get some!
Brandis says, I will outlive you and your people, and every man, woman, and child that will ever live.
He says, I look forward to proving you wrong. As he grabs a piece of meat off of his plate and takes a bite as he walks out of the room.
Amazing.
Wow, I really wish Ren was there.
Best
Gotta
friends
laugh.
forever.
Dude,
Why aren't they
what an
there?
epic confrontation.
That
Say
was
he's there.
so
Rocco
badassical.
is sitting there in the kitchen. He just overlooked it and was just looking, and then kind of shrugs and continues to cook.
This ship is so badass.
He says, huh.
This is the greatest gig I've ever gotten.
He said, that's the fourth strangest thing I've seen in this dining room.
Brandis continues his meal, savoring every bite.
Marvelous.
Life is beautiful.
Who's next?
Marvelous.
Save now for a while.
Ren,
I mean, you guys are up here, right?
Yeah, it's now this.
It's
now
game time. It's pain time.
the question is, do I want to blow a daily on this and an action point? I need the consensus of the group here. What do you think?
What?
You have a crappy daily? You
A
don't
daily
really
or
like?
an action
Only
point?
if it's a crappy daily.
The daily would probably be a level 19.
What
I
was
would
daily?
say
What's
go
daily?
for the action point. I say save the dailies because your dailies are too awesome. I love seeing them in a fight.
Yep, like multi-ren. Remember
Yeah,
multi-ren?
This wouldn't be
Yeah.
multi-run. This would be a...
Yeah, you do not give up multi-run.
No, I wouldn't give up multi-run because
Multi-run
that's
is
my
the best
most
power.
that's my most
It's
awesome
the best power. Of any of them.
This is actually one that I've
Awesome.
never used. I've only ever used it in skill challenges.
Cobb salad.
Let's see. Yeah, we're not gonna do that. So Ren, Ren decides that he he remembers reading a text all about battles and tactics and things of that nature that could prove to be most useful to the group. However, it was in High Mascar, in the library, that he happened to steal the Book of the Damned from.
This is also the High Mascar that is currently absentia. The upper bit.
Yes.
Unless someone was currently borrowing that book at the time.
So,
Are they maybe borrowing that perhaps too?
It could have been checked out.
Guys, just let him go. Come on.
Ren remembers seeing this book, and upon asking around, he learns that the book was actually,
Copy?
well, I mean, there were many editions of the book. And fortunately, he comes across the name of someone that may still have it. He found some old records of people that might still have it. You totally threw off my whole thing when you said that High Mascar was gone, but I'm rolling. So,
Whatever, it's not gone. It's in the lower half. Keep
yeah,
going.
it's in the lower half. So he decides, I'm gonna go get that. So, not wanting to show a wrath that they're there or anything like that, he makes a bold move. He doesn't even consult the group when he does this.
That's
He's
what
fe-
a bold move is.
That's not bold for Ren.
That's the norm.
He decides to roll with it, and at night sneaks his way in. He's a gnome. He can be sneaky. He can go stealth, and goes invisible. Makes his way over to the library, and there are guards posted there. He comes around the corner and immediately transforms himself into a massive fire-breathing dragon.
That's
You can do that?
The guards
And this
not.
one was dailies.
Yeah, but I'm just flavoring it like this. I'm not actually going to use it. So the guards crap themselves because yes, they are trained to guard the
dragging
library,
in the library.
but these aren't like
What do we do?
These aren't like the royal guards. These are the library
Go to the
guards.
library.
There's a librarian!
He shows up and
There's nothing here.
drops, walks up this massive fire-breathing dragon, and the guards just bolt. leaving Ren enough time to run in, grab the book, and run out. This is going to be a bluff check.
You step in that suit.
Because he can't actually do anything because he's not going to blow his daily. So, he only looks like one.
Dragon image. Dralusion.
It's going to be
A Dralusion.
a 47.
Yeah!
Did you roll 20 on that?
I rolled an 18. I have a
That'll
plus
do it.
29.
Dang.
So, no one's zero down here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We saved a friend.
All
Now
right.
we have a +1.
I love
to
how we're
saving
working for a
throws.
chance.
Now they have a
And-
-9.
Now you have a 1 in 20 chance of not
And
dying when using their powers.
Ren, when running out, sees that those wussy library guards went off and got the royal guards to come take care of it. So as he's running out, Ren, with book in tow, decides, wow, this is not looking very good for me. Maybe I should have told my group, or maybe I should just not have come to High Mascar. Does an Arcana check to turn himself into... he actually channels himself and turns himself into a ball of flame that then goes and hides in the lamppost to look like it's just
Oh
the
my
lantern.
God, that's a cool idea.
It goes with
So this is going to be
Ren
an
goes smaller. There's no way they're gonna
so this
see
is going to
it.
be an Arcana check.
He gets.
Well, the lamps there are huge, if you'll recall. That was a big
It's
deal.
Lantern District, right? So when he's not Tinkerbell, he's maybe even bigger.
36.
It was a big lamp.
36.
There we go. That's Dos Mas.
So two
That's
more.
another friend you just saved another life.
So Dos Mas.
You can pretend that you don't care about anyone.
And from the lantern, he sits and watches them run around looking for a giant dragon that no longer exists.
And no one thinks it was real.
He actually has to
Guards
sit there
lied.
for 3 days.
As
And then,
No, sorry.
when the coast is clear, goes invisible, makes his way out, and heads back to the ship.
as
Book
Greg
in tow.
continually reminds us, the better you are at magic, the more difficult it is to detect. And Ren is pretty fucking good at magic.
That is true.
Well, it's gotta be a little dragon.
You probably.
It's just
Alright.
like one.
Has anyone not gone this
I
round?
haven't gone.
I haven't gone. All three of us down there have not gone. I think Brandon's an action point you're going to
Action
spend?
point.
Alright, kick ass.
What'd you say?
I'm going to action point.
Oh, I thought you already went.
Gotcha, what?
Yes, I'm going to action point. Have I missed my chance for that?
Should have done it on your turn, but go ahead if you do it now.
Brandis.
There is some risk to spending an action point on this. You can't just save till the very end, then everyone action points one after another.
So if it means-
Brandis sees that the Genasi brothers
The sheer, the tunnel.
are causing problems again.
God damn it. Those two.
Hijinks, pranks, not training. Intimidate check!
Uh-oh.
Yeah! Fuck yeah!
Yes!
Did you get a crit as well?
I don't think I quite got the 3 thing, but that's 35 plus 7 is
41.
40.
Wait, 35?
Plus 7.
42.
42. So,
Very close.
I'm telling you, man, I'm one away.
boom. Brandis says, "You too!" And that's it.
They run.
And
They run.
Hop in line.
And they outmaneuver big, slow, grumpy Brandis.
So fantastic.
Is Brandon grumpier than usual?
When
All
we're
right.
gonna face off a wrath and they're just putting buckets of water on
So
on
before we
doors.
go even more down this, having completed that first path, multiple things came about from that. So what were the things that you had done from it? Ren had gotten a cache of
An idol.
Ren went down and grabbed himself. I don't know if it was an idol.
They were
I
worshiping.
don't know, we actually
Well,
got,
there
there was
were-
an idol that you were going into a cave.
It was. They were worshiping an idol. Haven't decided yet if it was like he just grabbed the whole. It wasn't a big statue. He
grabbed
just grabbed it.
everything.
But to be determined whether it was. No, I'm just gonna say it. It was.
And they
a
were trying
gem.
to cover it up, but he had
It was-
seen everything.
It was a gem that was fixed in the statue. The statue itself wasn't really anything, but there was a magical gem that was fixed in it. Ren just snatched the idol, took off. But when he gets back to the ship, he just goes into the forge, borrows one of Aurora's hammers, and
He
smashes
probably
it and
doesn't
takes
even
one out.
put it back. when
So
he's
the
done.
gem is supposed to be what? Do you have a specific thing that this is?
I
or-
haven't looked. It's
Okay.
a magic item.
And you want it to be a gem, or is this...
It could be a magic gem that
This is flavor.
grants.
Okay, unless
magic
there's
or
very
something.
specific items that you need, I will take it over from here.
Okay.
So when Ren smashes the idol, he realizes that what they were worshipping was this gem being held by the idol. But what they did not realize is, as Ren smashes it open, he realizes that a wizard had crafted this thing as a storage device for some powerful magic items that he had kept inside the idol so that it would look inconspicuous. In fact, the gem isn't even worth much. It's like
It's not worth worshipping.
a crappy little like ruby
It's a focus.
that's imperfect, and the whole point was you would hope that a thief wouldn't have taken it because they would have realized its lack of worth and left it. But inside, as it smashes open, there are 3 magic rings.
Whoa.
Bling bling.
As they fall into the forge and
The rings!
they are not even affected at all as they
my forge!
are brimming with exceptional magic
Get
They
those out of
quite
my
cool
forge
when you take it
immediately.
out.
energy.
You
Does anyone
hurt
have
the
2
forge.
rings already?
I have Uno.
I have 2.
I have one.
I have 2 now.
You have 2 rings?
I have seen it.
Yeah, Ring of Brotherhood and the Foebinder ring.
Forgot
Bam
that.
bam.
Alright, so the 3 rings crafted by some
Maniac.
ancient
Gentleman named Musashi.
magic wizard. 1 is a ring of regeneration.
Yeah.
Gives you a +3 item bonus to your healing surge value, and has a daily power, which is you regain 1 healing surge that you've already used today. Also, if you reach the milestone, you gain regeneration 10 until the end of the encounter, or until you spend another healing surge.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Real cool.
Yeah, regeneration 10 that doesn't go away when you fall means you keep popping back up at the beginning of your turn, no matter what.
Unless you die. Unless they get you
Undied.
dead.
Yeah.
2, Ring of Tenacious Will. You property, you use your charisma instead of your constitution to determine the number of healing surges you possess.
Yeah.
What?
2.
And as a daily
gosh.
power, you can use it when you would be reduced to 0 hit points or fewer. You are instead reduced to 1 hit point. If you reach the milestone, you also regain a number of hit points equal to your level.
That's amazing. That's great.
Okay? And Blink Ring is the 3rd one.
Yeah.
+3 item bonus to Thievery. It has a daily power that allows you as a minor action to teleport 1d4 squares. A minor sustain to teleport 1d4 squares at the start of your turn. If you've reached a milestone, doesn't require a minor action. You just sustain it for free. Teleport at the beginning of every turn.
That's pretty cool.
Mike says regen does not apply if you're unconscious. I guess that is the rule of regeneration.
Get out of your mic!
Stop.
Cool.
That's right, because trolls that pop up with their regeneration, it's especially written
Special.
in.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Stupid trolls.
Like D for down.
Oh
Cool.
my gosh. I really want both, but the Ring of Tenacious Will.
It's okay, Mike.
My charisma is ridiculously higher than my
That would
con.
grant you a ton of healing surges.
My
Yeah,
con
you need healing
is 13. My charisma is 28.
Oh my god. So how many more surges would you get?
How do you determine? I don't even.
Your
So what's
charisma?
your
No,
plus
wait.
to
Your
what's your-
charisma is
my chari-
28?
What's your bonus to charisma? What's your modifier?
really
Yeah,
high.
I have a 28 charisma with a 9 modifier, so it's-
28. So that's 9. It's a plus
Yeah,
9 to
yes.
charisma.
yeah,
And you have a
High.
13, which is a plus 1. So you get 8 more healing surges.
yeah. So
That's
that's,
so lame. You should probably do that.
that would put me at 15 surges.
Yeah! Yeah, it's
In
like
your tank.
No, that makes sense because that's how D&D has worked in the past. It's like the wizards literally are like glass figurines and like porcelain statues, and then they just have everything more than everything else. Way more healing reserves, more life, more vitality. They're stronger, they're faster.
I think,
They eat more than
I
everybody.
think
And the
tactically wise,
zero
that would be
hit
best for you.
Yeah.
It would be better
Well,
for
makes
you
the
than for
most
anyone
sense
else.
to get whatever gives the group the most.
Yeah, I mean, we share.
Because even if we're sharing healing surges, that is a huge
Right.
net.
All right, so quickly divvy those out. Ring of
Um,
Tenacious Will to Ren.
Is there one more item coming out or
You-
no?
It's
No, those are the 3 items intended for these 3 people here.
Okay, cool.
Who? Me?
he got the blink ring, right?
He did already get something
I
from
already
this,
got
so if
some.
he
You got
gets
the
that,
more-
he's getting 2 of the 5 items.
Oh,
Yeah. So it's good for anybody.
I
Blink
don't want
ring
that
was-
blink
The
ring.
Blink Ring is good for anybody, and all 3 of you could use a second ring.
Sure.
The Ring of Brotherhood is not mechanically good.
I
for
passed
combat.
on the blink ring. I don't need it or want it.
It
That's
just
awesome.
allows you to.
Blink Ring allows you to teleport every round.
As a free
When
action.
you use it, Once you're at a milestone,
Oh,
it lets
wizard.
you, as a minor action, teleport at the beginning of your turn.
That would be really good for me.
Yeah, that would actually potentially be
Because I
better
could
for a
be-
melee character. You have to move a lot. Do you get to decide where you teleport?
Yes.
Yes. I
It's
mean,
random.
You
It's
teleport
into a
I would been in
pile.
some stuff where it didn't say. You
No,
like
you
move
teleport.
randomly. Okay.
No.
Yeah,
Just
you
checking.
You teleport to a
use
random
daily,
square.
and then you sustain it as a minor. But if you hit a milestone, it doesn't even require a minor. You just keep teleporting every round until the end of the countdown.
Blink ring.
No, that could be cool for Aurora, I think.
Yeah. Well, especially when I have bonuses to being adjacent to people. Then
Yeah.
I don't have to worry about, I'm going to hang back. I can just go, okay, I'll...
Well, plus, I mean, movement is all. You have to like get to your enemies and all that stuff, and getting in position.
All right, so next person.
Ring of Regeneration. Who wants that?
They've already been divvied up, and he said those 3 are for you guys.
Oh,
Someone else can have it if you want, but there's 5 items.
Hugh.
I'll take it. I guess.
More healing surges, more health regeneration. Sounds like Hugh to me.
Yeah, I'll take that. Ring of Regeneration. That's pretty cool. Okay, sure.
Alright.
Done. Finito. I'll add that on the list. That would make him harder to kill.
Dude, he
yes,
said
he would
that,
like
and
it.
I was like, wow. I don't even know how it's calculated, but my charisma is like more than double my con.
Amazing. That's so awesome.
That's
I definitely was not aware of the presence of that ring.
that's incredibly good.
You were not aware of what?
I didn't know about that ring at all. Are there other rings with other changes
How
of
else?
attributes, or is charisma just
So
one
who
of
else has to know?
So you already had
Me
2
and-
rings, you
me
say?
and Hugh? Yeah,
And so you can only wear 2.
I know. I'll just
What
take
is the
off.
Ring of Brotherhood's daily power? Do either of you ever
Oh
use it?
no,
It's
it's,
really a
not
flavor.
very good.
really
It's
a
like I
flavor
can
thing.
tell something about him.
It's like a flavor.
Yeah. It's
Oh,
I thought
no,
it
wait,
was
there is one
completely
thing. I can transfer a single healing surge to you.
Ooh.
Oh, that would have been nice to know.
So-
That would have been
once a day.
very, very, very powerful.
Forgot about
when Ren
that.
was at 0.
Yeah.
But also, you can
Right.
do that in between combat. Just stick the ring
And
on
if
and
you've
use
reached
it, take it
at
back
least
off.
one milestone, you can transfer 2.
I think flavor-wise, just keep going as we are.
Yeah. All right. So next person in the skill challenge. What do you do?
I'll go.
That was the bounty, and you should describe.
Yeah,
Do you want me to do mine now? Or maybe I can do it now.
Yeah, do it after another roll.
Yeah, I'll do after another roll.
So Aurora knows that in order to keep people alive, oftentimes it's just a matter of morale. And despite some people's attempts at keeping this a secret from her, she has heard that there are some people who maybe aren't as committed to her particular brand of justice as she would hope.
Within the ranks.
Yeah, particularly among the paladins gathered, the Bahamut paladins. And the problem is that if they start having trouble, it's just gonna spread to the 5 companies, to the Gargano gypsies, to everyone
Morale
else.
starts with Bahamut.
It really does. And so she is going to use her keen insight to attempt to ferret out these particular individuals and expel them.
Wow.
She's kicking them out. This is not a time to be all cuddly with people.
You
She,
give the Henry V
it's like,
speech.
you're not in line, you're out. You know, you're either...
On across the field instead.
So she's going to use her crown ability, which adds a +2 to her insight.
Do you want to do a roll? Do you want to use a ritual, spend a healing surge, and do that little add diplomacy and insight thing?
I
you would
couldn't
crush
find
it.
that ritual. I don't know where that one is that you're looking
It
at.
really
But
exists.
It's in there.
it was
under,
for detect lies, but
It's called discern lies.
you know, if she's trying to actually tell if people are lying about their commitment, I could see that being useful. But
Yeah.
Yeah.
so I
It's
get
if you
to
want
add.
mechanical benefit.
Yeah, I get to add. What is it? My religion.
That's under skill assistance. Discern lies.
Mm-hmm.
You add a religion check as a bonus to your insight.
A
Check.
religion check to the bonus of you. Okay,
It's
so I'll do the
stupid.
religion check now.
It's stupidly. Did you see my post on the forums about it?
Yeah. Okay, so the
Oh
religion.
yeah, in Ren's, what's your highest
28,
thing?
And,
Yeah.
Okay.
Even someone who could have the
You
worst
better watch out
possible
though.
And
religion
then
and
insight
insight.
check.
You use that ritual, and it's better than someone with.
It's
Yeah,
level
yeah.
6 ritual though, so you're
Well,
really playing
that
with
was
power.
Okay. So that was a 29 plus 28.
Yeah, hard DC.
Yay! She gets a hard DC.
And how hard does the hammer fall?
Oh,
on
there are 8 guys specifically who are. Some of them are just doing the smack talking just so they can kind of puff themselves up, but that in itself is a problem. So she just basically, all she has to do to find these people is to walk through the barracks and find the people who can't meet her eye.
Ooh. Did you kill your brother? Are you into this fight? No.
No.
Get out.
And when I say that, it's not like they're actually avoiding her. It's that they can't look at her like an honest person can look at a person. You know, they're still making eye contact, but they're not really looking. And so she finds them, and they just, some of them actually leave out of shame because she's really good at wielding shame. So
She wields shame.
that's my other weapon.
Like a chainsaw.
Chainsaw.
All right.
Are you action pointing or all? Or?
I kind of want to hold on to my action point.
Alrighty then.
Okay.
Who's last?
Hugh's last.
So I'll just hold on to that.
Hugh.
Right now, we've
Did you use
negated the
action point?
-2 penalty because we're 10
Did
in.
you go action point or
You were
not?
5 in.
I did not.
Oh,
Okay.
it counts as 2. Damn it.
That's why.
I
5
know,
dudes.
So,
I know. I was
question,
counting squares.
Is that 1 and this is 2 and this is 3?
What do you mean?
All right.
Like I'm just like these. We finished in front of these guys, in front of the mini. I just didn't know.
Oh
if
no. These
it's
are
at the bonus.
It's at them.
Okay.
All right. So, we have gained a nice book on how to talk to people in battle plans and such. And after some discerning and a little bit more clarifying our plans, it is decided we need to actually contact our allies and make some sort of arrangements for how this is all going to go down. But at the same time, there's fear that the Wrath could have people amongst the 5 companies and amongst the Gypsies and all those sorts of people. So whatever path is taken has to be done with the uttermost secrecy. And so Hugh volunteers to go. Stoila manages to get him close enough, and then he infiltrates and is able to talk privately with the leaders. And she gives him a little bit of magical assistance with this, with the ritual of Ghost Walk, as his tracks are instantly hidden, and he is hard to do that. So another healing surge, and he gets
Stealthy.
plus 5 to stealth.
Nice.
So, let's see how this goes. It's 4. That'll be enough for something.
Sheet sullied it.
It's okay. So 25 plus 5 is 30. Okay, so that's 1. So Hugh is able to talk, but it's a lot of people to contact and a lot of people distance to cover, and so it's difficult to cover that much ground. But
And what did he get?
he got a total of 30. Yes. But action point,
All
because
right.
Hugh gets one during these things. part
Yes.
of his
Hugh,
thing.
Hugh gets a free one. Right.
Amazing.
Built around doing it so after a success,
Hugh
is
it
when you
again!
get one.
Yeah.
But he is able to, well, not the most diplomatic of individuals. He relies mainly on just basically laying out the facts as they are and letting people read it from that. But he's able to tell his audience basically less on knowing them and more how they're built, essentially, and their backgrounds by thinking this guy's a fighter and he's pretty tough, and so that kind of influences a little bit of how a person thinks. And he's actually going to blow his daily, which actually I don't think is going to be a very good daily. It's the one I just got. It's not really that great, though.
Level of
20.
Yes. Come on, man.
Yes. So, using his innate abilities to able to tell a person's defenses and able to see a little bit about them, he's able to deliver the message in such a manner that it's fairly clear and people know what
Leaves
they
no doubt.
know what they're doing. So, nature check at a plus 20. Rolled a 6, though. But that should be enough. Yeah, so 20 plus 19 plus 6
Yeah,
is...
that's 45.
That's another 3. So,
Yeah!
another chunk.
Dude, way to do it, Hugh. I thought we were gonna have some Everest.
So, well, he was not the best diplomat ever.
5, 6, 7.
Hopefully
He is
somebody
able
survives.
to convey the information in a manner that is appropriate to each individual, so that they are not horribly offended or anything, which is a win for Hugh.
So they listen to me.
Plus 7.
I wasn't offended. Oh, wow.
Can't believe we actually got to about the estimate of if we did the
Perfect
perfect game with no action points.
So
Well, we
finally,
use dailies.
No,
and extra
separate.
points,
Full
so-
point.
oh,
Makes
Seven.
sense.
sorry. So finally, Daleman,
This.
his final opportunity to prepare for this upcoming fight, takes a short journey to Narfell to return to the frozen plain of Morgarden, where he has not been for years, since he had returned after the battle of the Temple of Elemental Evil. And even then, when he returned to Narfell, he didn't go often to the place of his homeland. You know, the memories were difficult for him, and this time he took the opportunity, now with the kind of resolve and a new purpose to bring his family back to that place. He returns to the Frozen Garden, and entering that particular region, the winds kind of seem to be calling to him, and they seem to be blowing him in a certain direction. And Daleman, I mean, the Cold Moon tribe has a saying. It's one of the truths that you must go where the wind blows you. For they believe kind of in a spiritual way that their survival in such a hostile environment depends on their ability to kind of like make kind of the right choices in almost a random situation. So they follow the winds, and Damon kind of instinctually just goes with the way it's pushing him, being sensitive to that. And he's taken, as he follows the winds, to a place of tall crystal towers. It's a very odd landscape, or odd kind of sight in the landscape, and it's a place that he knows he's never seen before, but it seems familiar and very important to him. And as he walks around the kind of tall crystalline towers, he encounters some writing. Part of it is is been worn away with time, and he can't read it, but he sees the unmistakable kind of like name of his father, Jehoran, inscribed at the bottom of one of these towers, and he knows that this is something these are kind of relics that have a strong connection to the place of his family. And as he makes contact with these towers, he reaches in and pours some of his essence into the crystals, and they respond, kind of reflecting back the power in kind, and kind of the winds gather and begin to swirl around him, and he feels himself drinking in the energy of the region, kind of like the cool winds that contain this pure elemental energy. It's kind of begin to infuse within him, and he feels his power grow. He grows light on his feet and begins to kind of raise up even, and the power is cut short, and he sinks back down to the ground. But he feels lighter with every step, and feels that every time he lifts his leg, it's almost as if he takes 2 strides, and he feels completely resolved and empowered and kind of ready of body and mind for the task to come. And he knows that as he leaves the borders of the Frozen Garden, that part of those winds have mingled with his innate winds, and he knows that they will be with him throughout the rest of his journey, tying him to his homeland and to his mission to return. So, mechanically, he got a new piece of armor that gives him the property whenever he shifts another square.
Nice.
So,
cool.
Yeah.
What's
You can
it?
shift in rough terrain.
Yep. Yeah.
What's it called? Just
It's
for
great cat armor.
great kind of
It's just a funny name.
It's got a weird name.
Move.
really good armor for cats.
Yep.
It's very great cat armor.
Not good on.
Great.
Hey, this is familiar.
Hey,
Oh
this
yeah,
is
that's
nice.
right. I
This
know
is the
why.
place that you scouted out.
Oh yeah. Where's Quinn?
question.
That's Quinn.
As the day grows ever nearer, tension among all the armies that you have prepared who are standing ready, but not in the immediate vicinity. They plan on moving in at the last possible minute that they can. They know from from talking to you the rough time when it will be, but the secrecy of making sure that only key people know when it is. Go ahead.
Did we ever figure out what the knowledge tree got us?
Oh yeah.
The brain.
Yeah,
Remember they went over the
mystery
resolution
box.
of that.
Oh. Yeah. Well, it's mostly the
But you said there was like a extra thing.
yes, which I'll explain all about the
In the
fight
context.
to come. Basically, so Stoila has figured it out, along with Ren's help, working a lot with Ren and, well, mostly just Ren.
Yeah.
In his
Hey,
free time
I helped.
between doing other things, because she
Barely
knows that Ren isn't terribly interested in this,
Yeah.
in the end result here, but Ren also can't resist tinkering with magic stuff, so, and it's mind control magic, and he's like, the back of his head is probably always thinking about what happens if I can, by figuring out how to fix this, what if we can use it?
They have
And
to control demons one day, or devils.
So,
Or here's guilty.
she figures out the nature of this magic, but it's exceptionally powerful and difficult to directly counteract. It's not like she can make like a fire extinguisher that undoes it, but she's pretty sure that if we were to basically like capture guys and hold them down, there is something that she could do to help out. She's sort of distributing this
Is it sort of like smelling
Technique.
salts?
like a smelling salt, like a kind of arcane smelling salt that will hopefully help out. It won't be 100% effective, but it should really improve things that she's distributing out to the armies to use in this coming fight. The people that come out of this, she expects, will be so wiped out by the experience that it's not like they'll be able to fight you, but it will take them out without killing them. The other thing is that due to this, the NPCs, the army that is helping you in this fight, will be able to deal with minions in a particular way that will become evident
Okay.
when we start here.
Cool.
So, as the day draws nearer,
Closer and closer.
closer and closer, tensions among all the armies. It's high. They don't really know what's going on. No one gets to know the full details of what is happening. Only the paladins of Bahamut even know the exact location that it's going to. You guys have done everything you can to make sure that Arath does not know that you are here. Because if you were to use the full power of the Throne of Amanon when he found out that you're there, he could just come to your airship, blow it up, like he has done one time before.
God damn, we hated that time. That
And
was a
according to
bad
Heptos,
time.
basically only saved by luck. The luck of Brandis's
Better to be lucky.
strength of past.
Fate.
Strength of past. I like
Yeah,
that.
you're hard to remove from the timeline.
Yeah, that
You're a
was
lot of it.
basically the only
Never
reason.
Most of
counter-
the timeline.
Yeah,
The
never
only
count
reason that it
Brandis out.
survived was that even the power of the crown of Ogma was not able to remove Brandis from the timeline, and it malfunctioned, and you were able to be pulled out of that experience. It's unlikely to make that mistake again. Instead of cruelly trying to throw you into the past, something we probably just blow it up.
Maybe he was just trying to kill us
Also-
and we accidentally got thrown into the past. Like,
They wanted
Um,
to delete us. But he didn't know we were in the right
So-
street.
How are you all feeling as this day is? I mean, it's tomorrow that you know
The eve of battle?
the planar. It is the eve of battle.
I don't believe this.
Wow.
I don't even believe it. It's years. Real
never
time.
mind. Let's just go back. Let's go.
He's a little
Yeah,
tense, but
Temple of
also,
Bahamut.
I mean, kind of, I don't know. He's very aware of his mortality, but at the same time, he does enjoy a good fight, and this one has been coming for a really long time.
The anticipation.
So it's kind of a little nervous, a little excited. They've done everything that we think we can feasibly do at this point. He just hopes that it'll be enough, because they don't really have any options. It's sort of, we're in a corner. I mean, we could just give up, but I don't think that
After
would
all
work
this
out
work?
well.
I At one point, I assume that basically the night before, maybe we're talking a little bit before people go get rest and everything. Brandis is there with the group and says, Aurora, Hugh, Jalen, don't forget to use your whetstones. It's ridiculous that you haven't been using
Have you ever tried to use a whetstone on a hammer?
Smash it!
I've smashed so many rocks that way.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, I don't think it's really sharpening because I'm sharpening a bow.
Are you guys comparing any potions or consumables or magic items that you can easily
hell
do
yeah.
in your airship before you go?
Vitality.
No one has mentioned it.
Oh, well,
I've
Aurora
got
still
a-
has a potion of vitality, and then she's gained her, like, however many potions she can carry.
We should all
Which
have
is unlimited, essentially.
She has
of
an
all
unlimited
kinds.
supply of
Yeah.
health potions. The superior kind.
Basically,
the potion of
Stoila is
vitality?
toiling away, preparing what she can for the armies.
Intense.
Unguent of Dark Vision, for sure. I mean,
it's the
no
same
one-
deal.
I mean,
There's-
Greg. I mean,
Oh,
Ren's
and
good,
she changed
but
officially. She changed her elemental resistance of Keisha's amulet to fire
to Fuego.
because
It's good.
Wrath is
Fire's so
fiery.
common.
I know, but she doesn't have her awesome shield anymore, so
That's
she has
true.
to change it to fire.
Fire is so common. That's why,
Yeah.
if you don't know what else, do that.
And
Fire is the
given
most used element.
A Wrath's
Emma.
So she officially changed
probably won't,
that just to
probably
let
won't be wasted
everyone know.
entirely.
Also, Brandis got a new sword.
That's pretty awesome.
That means officially no one is spending the money. So,
So robot.
is there...
I mean, I'm still spending the
You
money.
still spending your thing? Okay,
Yeah.
good.
Oh, for what? For someone
I've
else?
roleplayed. I roleplayed the belt that Colbin
Oh.
that he received from Colbin.
Right.
to
Man, if that 85,000 is still free,
It turned
I'll
out
just
Colbin actually stole that. We
reserve
had to
that
pay
and
for it.
find something Brandis can use. Hell, potions.
he
I
paid
mean,
it
that's...
with diamonds, which he picked up off the ground after he talked to them.
Brandis will get
Alright.
a couple potions of regeneration and... Well,
I just
Potion
write
of
down what you've
invisibility.
got because, as I always
you
say,
wanna
try
take-
to figure out these sorts of things in between sessions so that
Absolutely.
we don't just pour through item lists.
You
during
still
a
have-
session. It's not fun.
yeah. I know.
You know what I was thinking about? Maybe you should actually take the Ring of Regeneration instead. Because you are the tank and you'll be taking a lot more damage than I will be.
I might save it
Okay.
No.
forever, but I think this
Well, let's
fight
just see which one fits me
might
better.
finally be the...
I just had to
Well,
say
I-
something
The best
because
with
I
my
saved it like
armor
you've been
and-
saving it.
Then we'll know.
So good.
Okay, we switch rings.
Do it.
Okay.
It's gonna be amazing.
Is it a good fit?
Yes.
Does it look nice?
It will be.
It just regenerates.
I don't know.
might
I don't
open
know
the
the exact
action.
details, but it looked
Thank
like
God. Like,
it
you
was
have-
good for
you have the
regeneration,
actions
which would
for
help
it.
with
All
your
the actions.
Topping
getting the
off.
topping off stuff potentially.
Depending
So-
on how much damage I'm taking. Yeah.
It's
I mean,
it gives you regeneration 10 until the end of the encounter.
oh god, yes.
It is a daily power. You spend a surge for it or something
that might only be after one.
after a milestone.
Ring of Regeneration
Yeah, it's
is
after
first
a
of all, it's a
milestone.
property is a +3 item bonus to your healing surge value,
That's good. That's good. That gives me an
and
extra
then
temporary
the
hit points.
daily power is you regain as a minor action you regain 1 healing surge you've already used today. So it's an extra.
Are you using that
surge.
ring or is she using that ring?
We originally said I was going to
If-
use it, but I was thinking maybe she should use it more because
If
You know,
you've reached a
I-
milestone,
I'm fine with that.
if you've reached a milestone,
Which
you get
we have,
regeneration
right?
10 until the end of the encounter.
Then are you guys
What's so what?
switching?
Yeah. What are
Are
you using
Yeah.
the blink?
ring?
I don't use the blink because that way I can go.
You
I
can
can stay
definitely
out of
get out of
battle a little bit
danger.
more.
Yeah, it's true. I mean,
I like
that's
that too.
that's
They're-
true. We were talking about this last fight. It seems like the best place for
If I'm doing
for
my
ranged
job, you
guys to
should be taking
isn't
damage.
fully on the outside of battle
That's
because
the fact.
with like the big
Yeah, but
flying
you can
guys
get
that are going
pinned
around,
down.
like they can just isolate you and
Yeah.
like, lock you down, which is real tricky.
Plus, with my new thing moving around a lot more, is I am going to be moving a little bit around more in order
How
to
about
get
that?
my
You know, the
prime
more,
shot bonus.
the
All
more
that
we
stuff.
talk, the
Right.
more
I
convinced
can't
I
wait to
am
see
that
you.
that's the better
So,
choice. So
Potentially,
Good.
I'm gonna write
Everyone's happy.
down
blink ring, and I'll take.
regen.
Or
I have a
no,
lot to
ring of
remember.
regen. I'll take
Everyone
blink
just
ring.
load
So
up
it's
with
regen
just
plus
a
10
potion.
each round.
I don't even know what it does.
What stones are plus
Potion of
4?
Regeneration.
Yeah.
I rock frozen whetstones most
We have
fights.
the lightning ones.
Yeah, those are like really cheap, but I stick with them because too cold damage. It's delicious.
Yeah.
Um,
Goes down smooth.
but we have the lightning ones that do what?
We had 7 of them. You used 1. We should have 6 still.
I haven't used. I don't think
You
I,
did
have
use one?
I don't think I used one.
All right,
someone
figure
did-
that out
oh,
later.
he used his.
Gotcha.
I was about to. It didn't work
Yeah,
out.
we should
Oh,
make
you
sure.
did.
We should
Yeah.
make sure.
So
we-
your lightning
Please,
ones-
for the love of God, this
What's up?
week, figure this stuff out by the next session.
That's fine.
So we
I
can
mean, if
we can do this
we don't, we'll
bookkeeping.
have it.
outside, and we can decide on stuff before next session.
Cool.
I'm just making sure we don't get the ding to. Did you write it down last week?
No, I'm
Damon.
telling you now, you'll be able to do that.
Cool.
On the eve of
I
battle,
wanted to get the feelings on the eve of battle.
there are only 3 things that Damon really cares about in this world anymore. Sorry, 3 things that really concern him as things he's trying to get done. One of them, figure out and save his buddy Arath, whatever that means. First, but everyone agrees what's next. Second thing, figure out what's going on with this kind of like war between, this kind of hidden war staged between the elemental chaos and the material plane. He doesn't know. And third thing is bring back his family. Everyone knows that Damon's a really distractible character. Whatever thing is most in front of him, that's what's going to be grabbing his attention, even if it's not really important at times. Right now, on the eve of battle, Arath is looming this large in their windshield, and he literally can't think of anything else. He can't. He is so focused. He's pacing. He's kind of checking this. He's bothering each one of you, he's incessantly. He keeps going from person to person to talk, to ask questions, to kind of like, I don't know, fire you guys up. Just really kind of talking about experiences, and his emotions are all over the place. He seems manic almost. He is, except it's not an unhealthy condition for him. It's the way he acts.
It's the way he be.
It's the way he is. And I don't imagine he sleeps at all tonight.
Aurora is doing a lot of writing. There you see kind of strewn about the area where she keeps her desk, and she actually does have a little place where she sleeps. It's kind of a little off of the forge, and there are just wadded up pieces of paper all over, half scrawled notations, and it's just she's started a letter at least 20 times now, and she just is trying to. It might be multiple letters that have failed, or it might be to herself, or maybe she's writing a diary entry, a final entry, one of those kinds of things. But she's very intent on just getting all these thoughts down, and she actually welcomes Damon's interruptions because it means she gets a chance to kind of distract herself from her own thoughts. Because this is a culmination of a lot of really bad feelings that she's had towards Arath for a very long time now. Ever since he, in the very beginning, ever since he decided that taking the boon of a dark, evil god was a good idea. And whether or not anyone else would have chosen to do that or not, they didn't. It was Arath who did, and ever since that moment, she always had a really bad feeling about it. And that's several years now of things that she hasn't been able. And what she's writing is really what she wants to say to Arath.
Having a speech ready is a good idea.
Having a speech ready, it's always good to write down your thoughts, and that's something she remembers from her speech class
Sound a good leader.
in East Rift. Only this is not the application that her teachers probably expected of her. And that's what she spends most of her time doing, although she does animatedly chat back to Daemon every time he shows up again.
What's going on now? Do this.
Ren is hanging
They're
out.
psyching each other up.
Ren is hanging out in his room, and he's taking this opportunity to meditate and use some of that knowledge that he gained from those monks. And he wants to make sure that he is 100% on his game, because who knows what's going to happen tomorrow. So as he meditates, he gains the rest that his body needs, but also is sharpening his mental prowess. And he's also thinking of what he would say if he were face to face with Arath. But I'm guaranteeing it is far different from what Aurora is going to say. Because Ren wants to melt faces. Plain and simple.
Badass.
Might not be so far off.
But Ren is... yeah, that's what he's doing. He is taking this opportunity to reflect on himself.
Does
And
Ren hold a grudge?
oh,
Is that the feeling I'm getting?
a wee bit. But anyway, that's what That's what he's kind of nervous because these guys are pretty tough, but at the same time, this group is pretty tough, and they've got a lot of pretty tough people helping them out, and they've got a lot of pretty tough artifacts to work it, and he's confident that they can, if not stop a wrath, at least stop his immediate plan to then fight on another day. He's confident they can at least do that.
Cool. Hugh also is, I don't know, it seems like a really, really long time ago that Kala gathered them around and swore them to regain the crown of Ogma and stop a wrath and all this kind of stuff. And at the time when he made that oath, it was, I don't know, he doesn't make commitments to that sort of thing very lightly, because he's not really a committed, I don't know. He likes to keep himself kind of free and not really have to owe things to people, honestly. So that was kind of a big step for him. And the fact that it's nearing its completion is sort of mixed feelings, because, I don't know. He honestly doesn't have that much direction, and so when this is over, he's wondering, if we do stop him, then what? And so, granted, that's if we survive and if we're successful, but things like that occupy his mind a little bit as well. On top of being jittery and excited and all
That's
that.
a optimistic way to think. Yeah, I like that.
Well, you gotta think of all the options.
Sure do. Use the man to do it.
Brandis takes it all in stride.
It's just no
Fight. He might not sleep, but he doesn't. He's not freaking out the whole night. He sharpens the blade in front of the little campfire there. Some dark green kind of jade crystals as he runs them along the length of the sword. He's almost excited to make use of this weapon once again. You sense that he has wielded it before, perhaps more than once. Not so much by seeking it out, but he has history with this. And cleans his armor, makes sure everything's tight, good, moves around, and maybe gets a little bit of sleep, not a whole lot, but
Yeah.
you know, ready for
Joe, a couple words on what the blade looks like.
it's there will be more descriptions forthcoming, but it's claymore like, very just, you know, one large uncurved blade, just kind of silver, kind of normal steel with dark green etchings, kind of runes and stuff carved along the length of it. More tempered in the blood of a hydra, as hydra heads
Sweet.
form the hilt.
That's
So,
sweet.
Nice.
Branson has hydras. At war for centuries.
Amazing. Enemy of Hydras.
And yeah,
How fitting.
I mean, he's
After I
excited.
actually come back.
He's
Yeah.
Maybe he is on address.
and yeah, he doesn't actually like have some, you know, specific stuff to say. He's just like
He does what
like
the
if you guys
perfect
remember
human
when
would
we went to the Temple of Elemental Evil, it was like, let's do this. I mean, things got serious once we got in there, and Brandis was anticipating that, but the day before, it's kind of like
do. Brandon was the goddamn hero that day.
nerves of steel. You know, if people start freaking out now, no, he's ready.
No doubt.
He's always ready.
As the sun rises, the day begins. You know that this is the day. Stoila has created her device that she believes will take down the barrier. This shield that has been risen. No one has taken a peek inside. And your armies are ready to attack from every direction to help you out in whatever way might be needed. Who goes with Stoila to bring down the barrier? What's your plan of action?
I mean, I would imagine. Are you asking for a plan from the person who goes with her?
Yeah, just whoever.
Okay.
That would probably be me, since I'm the one that gets
Makes
along with her the
sense.
most, and we talk with each other and help plan things. Well, she does it, and she bounces ideas off me when I ask for them. So, Ren actually helped throw out a couple ideas on how to make this work anyways, so naturally he would be the one to go do this, and they go do it.
All
They're
right.
by themselves because you can't take a whole bunch of people in there, so they decided it would be best to utilize more of a stealth tactic to get in there and set the device off. So that's
As quiet as the wind on a still day. Stoyla
That's metaphor.
and Ren get as close to the shield as they need to, such that the device will still work. It's sort of set on like a little tripod. It's this device that's kind of got like a almost wand-like device pointing at the bubble. And she says, "We can turn it on at really low power. It might make it shimmer a little, so we can at least get a peek inside before we bring it down. When we turn it up, it should take down the entire barrier."
Ren says. Ren says, "We're not turning it on until we're ready to go. I'm not giving them any kind of warning. Yeah, we could see it shimmer a little bit, but they could probably see it shimmer a little bit too. Let's be cautious.
So then what's your plan?
When we're ready to go, and we've got the word that everyone's ready to go, we'll turn that sucker on.
Well, everyone's ready to go if you're saying that's what you're going
Is everyone ready to go?
Yeah.
I don't know. Sometimes taking a peek.
So you're not going
is-
to take a peek in until the...
What if you take a
armies are all
peek
there?
and it's something that would change your whole game plan?
I want to take a peek.
Okay, so Ren tells everyone the plan over the speaking stones as he's sitting there kind of whispering to him, and they
Taking a
said,
peek.
"You might want to take a peek," and he said,
Stoyla has helped manufacture speaking stones for each of the commanders, the significant commanders of each of the factions that are assisting in this battle, through which you have communication with everyone so that you can coordinate a plan and know what the state of anything that's going on is throughout this. So, or you can just speak to your friends.
Ren warns of the dangers of doing that, but the others are persistent, so he says,
Dangers of doing what?
"Okay."
The risk.
He
of the
warns
shimmer?
that when we can see inside, they might be able to notice too. There's no way to tell, what it looks like in there.
It is a risk, but committing our forces without having some intel of what's in there would probably be equally as risky.
Okay. So Ren says, "Ready yourselves. We are going to peek in 3, 2, 1, go," and shoots it at low power.
Stoyla turns the knob. A slight bolt shoots forward, almost like a magic missile, but even less. And as it strikes the dome, shimmering outwards, and just the slightest shimmer allowing you to see through, if you're concentrating at just the right moment, almost just getting like the opposite of a blink, just as it opens up, you can see through to the inside. And what you see is shoulder to shoulder, men and women and children in red robes with the Academy insignia, standing as if a regiment around the inner perimeter of this barrier. And where they are not standing, behind them and in the air are riders on top of flaming horses,
Great. Flaming horses.
floating in the air, also watching constantly outwards. You see hundreds, possibly thousands strong inside this barrier.
Whoa.
There's no way to tell if they reacted to seeing it, because they would have seen it as fast as you did, a blink. But it was pretty inconspicuous.
And they had a lot less to see.
I think I saw an eyeball.
Good thing for that.
No, it wasn't. It was just steady.
Ren says, after seeing that, he says, "Are we still good to go?"
No point in changing
Ren says
the
that's-
plan now.
That's a lot of people. Are we still commit? I mean, I know we're committed, but are we still committed to this plan?
What's the plan? What's this plan?
Take down the shield.
Kill
Take it
all
down
of
and
them.
go.
Damon whispers over the thing. He says, "It's all about timing. Whenever this thing, or whenever the event starts, we need to already be ready and blocking it."
We've got our.
Is Arath able to do this, the thing through the portal, or is he gonna have to drop it down in order to perform
The barrier?
the barrier?
Yeah.
Okay. The only indication that the barrier is going to stop anything.
It's not going to stop us.
He probably would have made it specifically that it would work.
Yeah, he's not going to cause himself problems.
Yeah.
Just stand here and see if he screwed himself.
No, I know, but if it's one of those things where it's like he needs to,
Right.
it's just shielding vision, but you can walk right through it and see what's going on, then that's one thing. But if it's like an actual, hey, we're gonna have this up to protect all of our stuff, but I have to disable it to get this going.
You have no idea.
But then I'll have all of my army here to protect it once I drop the shield.
Yeah. Hugh doesn't honestly know much as far as big battle tactics. He's good for like sneaking into a place or how to ambush a person or something like that. So his best idea is tell everyone to charge and then drop the field just before they get there.
Hefto says, a crude but not unreasonable plan.
Damon says, if we did a good job as I think we did, I don't think he's going to expect that at all.
Yeah, that's...
He says,
Like, we don't think anyone's after us. Wait, everyone's here?
our only chance is for you to go directly after Arath.
Yeah, you hold off these guys, and we will make a small contingent.
He says, the army that we have gathered will hold off the forces. We'll occupy them best we can. In the
That's-
distraction in the fight, slip through. Get to the middle.
Use
Well, if he's in the middle,
the orb.
The middle is, yeah,
he
where
might
the
he might just
sight was.
make it easy for us and be on the edge. You never know.
Yeah.
Use the orb.
Yes, find him and get to
Yeah.
him, basically.
Yeah.
Ren
Good, I was
says,
planning on
yeah,
doing that
if he
anyway.
wasn't a sissy Eladrin, maybe he would lead his troops.
Let's do this.
I mean, one thing is clear. It's not clear whether or not he knows anyone's coming after him. But, as you know...
That's the clear thing.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
as you know,
He hasn't disrupted our plans. up
there is no plan besides today.
Yeah.
So it's not unexpected that he's committed every single resource he has.
Yeah. No,
Why
no.
not, right?
That's not a surprise.
We also
at
know
all.
Arath is a meticulously planning,
Savant.
Okay.
Damon at this charge, with overwhelming forces in an unstoppable way. He's all behind that hill.
We've had
All right.
He's like, yeah, they won't stop us. This is fate.
The orders are transmitted
Say shit like that.
over the speaking stones to the commanders of each of the armies as they all move into position. They had gathered around far from the perimeter. They are moving into position.
5 airships.
It's another hour before the ground armies, as well as the 4 airships plus your own, get into position surrounding this place.
To help us.
The orb, the great orb that you have, anti-magic,
Ooh, can RA4 be carrying it?
create the anti-magic field. And yeah,
Suicide
just
bomber.
as you guys get close, Stoila comes out holding RA4, which none of you have
Yes.
seen until now, and you see that it has like 4 articulated arms, each holding a magic wand now attached to it.
Dr. Octopus.
Imagine it looks creepy though, because it looks like a dog with just arms coming out of its back.
to walk on them, like really
Ren.
creepy spidery things.
No, as she just drops it in the air, it just begins to hover.
Oh my god.
Ren just walks
Stoila,
up
come
to her
on!
and gives her a high five and says, "That is better than I had even hoped for."
I mean,
She
just put,
is,
like,
she's
blinky
happy.
lights
Says,
on it for fun.
"I just hope it'll help out."
Damon comes over and says, "Are you
She's
okay?"
being so falsely modest right now.
What does RA4 say when Damon asks him how he is?
Authorized?
He goes
Red
green
line.
and what, he just flashes green? That's how he spoke.
Yeah. I don't know who said authorized ever in the beginning. I think it was like a door or something. But Damon knows that green
he knows we are 100% good to go.
That's what we kept saying to him and everything else.
Good.
Authorized.
I think there was a switch that said authorized or unauthorized, and we're like, well, that's the true
Authorized,
false of
please.
this world. Let's roll with that. Authorized.
Bernie sees RA4 and says, good. Arath will take one look at him and not take us seriously and probably ignore us. We'll be able to slip right in undetected.
Have you just insulted our
All right.
So sad.
Meet the Jetsons.
Stoila leaps off of the airship, floating to the ground, and getting over to the device. Disable the shield as she calls through. He says, ready when you are.
Wait for our armies to be in
I think
They
they're
are.
in
They're in
place.
place.
It's someone
They're
says
all-
go.
Tell them to charge.
Anyone have any epic words? Anyone good at speeches?
Hey, who's gonna say anything over the stone to all the
I want to Brandis charge you.
Commanders.
That's what I want right now. After
I've
John's
heard
speech.
people
You know what
sometimes say something before big fights like this.
Do people do that? I don't think that's a real
I just
thing.
want to say that
I heard a story
tactically,
one time.
I think it would be awesome if, as soon as we drop the shield, we have at least the Thunderstrike, because I know what its ultimate weapon is. Just blast the shit out
I love
of
that.
the
That
space.
will no doubt happen. Absolutely.
Just saying. I think that should happen to nuke them as people are running up, and then it can turn off because we don't want to shoot our own people. But
No, that would be against the whole point.
Yeah, the halfling
Crew.
left death. He says, good as a first strike, but once they engage,
Yeah. Then it's gonna have to be the gun crews.
right when Hugh asks if anyone was going to say anything over the stones, Ren gets on and says, kick ass, don't die, see ya on the other side, go team. Does that work?
Wow, Ren.
Aurora, do you want to say anything?
That was amazing. No, I think you said it all.
He was genuinely inspired.
I'm inspired.
Ren's like, is that good enough?
You guys are making it sound like it's a big
They'll
deal.
never stop us. Let's do it.
Bernice grabs it and says, the enemies will show no fear, and we will take no prisoners. On the plus side, if we fail, there will be no memory of any of this ever happening. This is it on to
Hugh doesn't say anything.
What else to
Ren
say?
says, wow, that's a silver lining.
If we don't succeed, no one will ever know that we failed.
It's the ultimate free pass.
Sounds like
and with the mark,
the excuse to leave everything on the table.
Stoila enables the device. As you see this time, a huge pulse of energy, fire. And the barrier comes down. Immediately, describe the airships firing down their first strike.
I'll go for Tundag. Tundag, having replenished his massive crew, sends wave after wave of kind of paragliding, silver-winged hook attackers that begin to swirl and engage the nightmare-riding air units of Arath in a furious dogfight above the site of the ritual. You have to describe our airship, man.
Ren, at the command, you see what was his name? Anyway, the halfling that's manning
Left out.
that's manning the sun beam,
The lens cannon.
flips up the lens, flips it around so that now the fully charged beam with the fully charged and shining orb. I mean, this thing's wearing he's wearing essentially welding goggles. It's so bright and charged right now. Flips it around, blasts it out as a wide arcing flat ray of radiant light hits the ground at the very perimeter and makes its way up as just a wave of light and heat hits just beneath the glider, so it's not hitting them. Just beneath the gliders, just above the heads of the charging allies, searing the eyes of all that glance at it and
burning their flesh, and you hear cries of pain from those of Arath's allies that get caught in the blast.
And as the other airships join in with just a first strike from what artillery they have to hold fire for your ground armies. Charge in at full speed. Battle cries from different cultures from all sides of Faerun sound at once, united as they press in, attempting to buy you what time they can for you to reach your eventual target. And we'll continue next week.
On Thursday nights!
Bam!
Damn! That's what I'm talking about.
Amazing.
These guys.
All right.
That was hella good.
As usual.
Wave motion gun, when you absolutely positively have to kill every motherfucker in the room.
Fast.
Except no substitute.
Great
Fast
stuff.
expectations on that skill challenge.
Yeah. We usually do better than I expect, and it usually costs us a lot.
This one didn't cost
Well,
us
this wasn't too
Yeah,
bad.
this one was okay.
You saved your action point, right?
I
You
just
have an
that
action point,
thing.
right?
Basically,
Well,
an action point every combat.
It didn't cost you a lot. The cost of this skill challenge sort of comes later because your
No, that's-
lack of
that's what I
successes
mean.
down the
Yeah.
middle path their ramifications will come at a
That's
later.
what I mean. I always think we do better than I expect, but it also always ends up costing us. Sometimes immediately with surges, but like you said, I mean, +7 isn't great, or -3 isn't great. That means
No.
we gotta get a. They have to
Well,
get
and the
a
other
13
thing
or
is-
better.
The way I look at it is we've gone through some challenges where like, oh my god, and we just burn dailies, like
Yeah.
multiple dailies, and everyone uses action points and burns healing
There's a
surges
kitchen light.
through.
That was a little
That stuff, it was just like,
We found a little
So-
bit more of a balance this time. I agree.
yeah.
I do agree. Oh my gosh, I would quit
You
my
gonna
job
keep your-
before I missed
your
next
email?
Thursday.
Originally,
Wait, we're still broadcasting.
I had considered that that Brandis
All
might
right.
have some kind of
I put it behind the up close camera.
might have some kind of foe, so I have that line ready for a while. So
Oh, yeah.
Zahar starts
Talking shit.
talking shit.
Wow, he walked right into that one.
This is like,
I mean, I gotta say though, I say Brandis came out on top of that fight, but like
Yes.
that was still pretty pound for pound. Like,
oh no, certainly.
Zahar was just like, yeah, we're
I
gonna
will-
see.
Oh yeah, no, he was like, we'll see
I wasn't made to
when-
defeat you, but you were made to be my food.
very awesome.
That was great. That was,
He doesn't
that
seem
was
to
a
hate
classic
you, though,
encounter.
or
No,
anything.
Oh no,
It's
so
not, It's
awesome.
not like
No.
anything weird.
he was saying like, he's not looking for.
I work in slaughterhouse, and you're a pig, sir.
Gone.
Yeah.
And I love that Zahar was the one that convinced the gypsies to come hang out.
Oh,
That
you
was
like
a
that
good
one,
story,
did you?
too.
That was a good one too.
Dude, Zahar, bones for keeps.
Oh, I destroyed that cauliflower.
You did.
You did destroy the entire
I thought
cauliflower.
for sure you wouldn't be able to eat the entire head of cauliflower.
Surely not an entire head of cauliflower.
Just plain with nothing else on it, or like raw. Or yeah.
It's
And you shattered my expectations.
Dude,
Why are you so hating on the fall?
so this belt item is an awesome item,
It's like Zahar, right?
but it's something that I want to talk to you about
Oh,
ahead of
Still
time.
hatred there.
Just because it's got some mechanics that I wanted to
It's made
clarify
to be-
or...
I'm pretty stoked about that ring
This
too.
belt that I got is a great item, but it's a tricky one. I just want to make sure to talk to you ahead of time so I'm not wasting time figuring out next week.
Oh yes, and the Morden Full Blade. It's called the Digester.
The Digester. I mean, the Hydra theme is amazing.
Oh,
It's
yes.
a Silver Sky Tabard.
The Morden Full Blade does poison and acid damage.
what the hell?
Which means it is nigh unresistible.
And
Yeah.
for killing.
You make saving throws
All
against
you
ongoing
wish to
damage
die.
at the start of your turn,
And,
as well as the end of your turn.
Yeah.
There's two things I think that I wanted to talk to you. One, there's a lot of saving throws that are against multiple effects that include damage. And two, at the beginning of your turn, is every other effect that I have come up against, when it says at the start of your turn, it means before the effect.
This would be before the damage. Otherwise, it would have just said you can roll saving throw twice at the end of your turn.
How many surges do you
Putting it
have?
at the beginning is
15?
explicitly to avoid the damage.
So
I wanted to see if you thought.
No, that's,
what do you think would be most fair with
that's
the multiple
awesome.
things? Because I
And
think it'd
then
be way too
plus
powerful.
the other thing of,
saving both effect, if it had some damage
It
included.
did some other
I
stuff.
think it would be a
Reduce.
little bit weak because there's
Was
a lot
it?
of savings with damage that you would still
If
get
I
the
get
damage.
reduced
How do you think
to
about the
0
body?
points,
I would
Reduce
do
top
it
up with one.
off the top of my head.
And if I we hit,
I would
if we
do
hit
it
a
such
milestone
that
day,
if
I
it's a
pop
dual
up with
effect thing,
my-
if you save at the beginning,
Yeah.
you basically avoid the damage.
That's gonna be
Yeah.
But the
amazing.
effect
That's
still
exciting.
happens till the end of your turn, but then that does you don't have to save again against it.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
you still get the 2 rolls against like the stunned days or whatever it is,
Put it on there.
but
How does
ongoing
it,
damage
so
gets
that's
avoided,
the
and then you
same
still
goes, so you
suffer
just
that effect. Like you're still immobilized for your turn, but then it goes away because you already saved.
That's
That's
what
how
I'm
I would
Huh?
like off the top of my head.
Did
is-
it right?
Well,
Yeah,
think
it
about
is
that
weird.
this week because
It's either
I-
that or it's only if it's a
Yeah, exactly.
Too weak.
I think that's too weak. I think the other one's too powerful. So I think
I'm too
splitting the
clumsy.
effects entirely
Too
or doing what
long.
you said.
I
is
think
very
that
technical.
I think that
It
makes
lasts
sense.
for 10 hours.
Okay.
too,
What you said or
Like,
just
I
split
have
Oh, what I
five,
said.
the guy
Yeah,
has
okay.
five,
That
so
actually,
it's
it
only
makes it
like, what
still
percentage is that?
good against those dual effects because
Yeah.
you're still saving twice against them, but it's
Yeah,
not
you got the whole
like a
wireless,
complete
like-
stun avoidance, which
I
is
didn't
like
get
too
the
much.
3G.
Yeah,
Because you
no,
don't want a
totally
monster to
agree.
be like, oh,
Possible.
I'm stunning him and doing
Or,
ongoing
or
damage,
sections
but I wish I were
like
just
that.
stunning.
Yeah, you
That
never
should
want
never.
that.
You should never
Yeah,
feel like,
really,
oh, a
you
less
do.
powerful
Just
attack
real
would be
quick
better.
for a second,
Yeah,
I'm
So
gonna-
you can make that. So
When
yeah,
I
you can make
upgrade
this
my
one
phone,
the
like,
the ongoing, and then at the end of
Bluetooth,
the stuff.
All right.
Yeah.
Good night, guys. Thanks for watching.
No, that's pretty cool.
We will see you next week in what is sure to be a very
An
momentous,
eventful episode.
an eventful episode.
TPK!
Yeah. Oh, I
Yeah,
hope-
TPK for life!
Our first
It's
TPK.
better than failing.
First round
Yeah.
player death. First round player death.
I know.
Right now.
First,
Wrath
first
targets Ren. Ren is dead.
Ren.
Next round, Wrath targets Damon. Damon is
You're
dead.
dead.
Next
Next
round,
round,
we have 5 rounds.
Everyone's just like running. It's like death rays just come.
It's like,
Round
okay, I
three,
guess
Hugh
we're going to
Freeze combat.
continue this